1978, a new stage in the class war? Selected documents on the spring campaign of the Red Brigades. Contents. Resolution of the Strategic Directorate of the Red Brigades. Moro Communiques. Communique number 1. Communique number 2. Communique number 3. Communique number 4. Communique number 5. Communique number 6. Communique number 7. Communique number 8. Communique number 9. Red Brigades number 6, the Spring Campaign, the capture, trial, and execution of THEP resident of the D.C., Aldo Moro. Achtung Banditi. By Severio Plana Correspondenza Internazionale. Acronym key. BR Brigade Ross, the Red Brigades. CC Carabinieri, the National Police Force of Italy, one of the country's three main law enforcement agencies, alongside the Polizia di Stato and the Guardia di Finanza. CGIL Confederazione Generale Italiana del Lavoro, the Italian General Confederation of Labor, one of the main Italian trade unions, close to the Italian Communist Party. CISL Confederazione Italiana Sindacati Lavoratori, the Italian Confederation of Trade Unions, one of the main Italian trade unions, close to Christian democracy. CPI Communist Party of India, formed in 1969 by revolutionaries purged from the Communist Party of India following criticism of the increasingly parliamentary character of its politics. The CPI advocated immediate armed struggle and denounced participation in the electoral process. CPM Collettivo Politico Metropolitano, the Metropolitan Political Collective, a new left group created out of a merger on September 8, 1969, of several radical worker and worker-student organizations. It was the organization out of which the Red Brigades would emerge. CSM Consiglio Superiore della Magistratura, a formally independent body which oversaw the judiciary under Italy's 1947 constitution. DC Democrazia Cristiana, formed in 1944, Christian democracy was the mass, conservative Catholic party in Italy in the post-war period. From 1948 through the 1970s every Italian prime minister was from the D.C. The European Economic Community was established to bring about economic integration among the states of Western Europe within the imperialist system. Upon the formation of the European Union in 1993, the EEC was incorporated and renamed as the European Community. In 2009 the ex-institutions were absorbed into the EU's wider framework and the community ceased to exist. ERP Ejercito Revolucionario del Pueblo, the People's Revolutionary Army, the military branch of the Communist Partido Revolucionario de los Trabajadores in Argentina. Idea Euskadi ta Askatasuna, an armed leftist nationalist and separatist organization in the Basque Country. FRG Federal Republic of Germany, the western section of Germany, which was divided into two countries in the decades following World War II. The FRG was one of the main pro-US powers in Europe throughout its existence. GDF Guardia di Finanza, under the control of the Ministry of the Finance, one of Italy's three main law enforcement agencies, alongside the Carabinieri and the Polizia di Stato. GP Gauche Proletariat, a French Maoist group founded in 1968, based heavily in both factory and school action committees, and promoting direct action, kidnapping bosses, sabotage, theft, and civil war. Members identified as the new partisans who would continue on with the struggle of the anti-fascist resistance of World War II. Between 1968 and 1972, roughly 1,000 members would be arrested. The government eventually banned the group, forcing its leadership underground. In late 1973, in a controversial decision made behind closed doors by the leadership, the group was disbanded. GSG-9, a German paramilitary counter-guerrilla police unit established in response to the 1972 Black September action in Munich and operating under the authority of the border police. IMF International Monetary Fund, created in 1945, one of the key international capitalist management bodies to emerge in the post-war period. IRA Irish Republican Army, founded in 1969, a paramilitary organization that sought to end British rule in Northern Ireland, to facilitate the reunification of Ireland, and to bring about an independent republic. Ism imperialist state of the multinationals, a concept put forth by the BR, as outlined in their February 1978 resolution of the Strategic Directorate. The imperialist state of the multinationals is the national institutional superstructure that corresponds to the stage of the imperialism of the multinationals. Its essential characteristics are as follows: the creation of an imperialist political personnel, the rigid centralization of state structures under the control of the executive, reformism and annihilation as integrated expressions of the same function, the preventative counter-revolution. PMOR proletarian movement of offensive resistance, a concept put forth by the Red Brigades, the area of antagonistic class practice produced by the escalation of the economic and political crisis. The term PMOR denotes the area of forces, groups, and revolutionary units which provide politico-military content to their anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, and anti-revisionist initiatives in the struggle for communism. MSI Movimento Sociale Italiano, Italian social movement, formed shortly after World War II in 1946, the legal heir to Mussolini's fascist party of the same name. The main far-right political party in Italy in the 1970s. NAP Nuclei Armati Proletari, a primarily southern proletarian and lumpenproletarian armed organization born in 1974 and active until 1977, many of whose members would eventually join the BR. Ne Papnoyas Armes pour l'Autonomie Populaire, the Armed Nuclei for Popular Autonomy was a communist guerrilla group that formed in France in 1976. They would carry out a number of armed actions in 1976 and 1977. On Ordine Nuovo, New Order was a fascist organization implicated in several assassinations and bombings, often targeting civilians in the hopes of spreading terror as part of a strategy of tension. PCC Partito Comunista Combattente, the Fighting Communist Party, was a concept promoted by the Red Brigades, as detailed in the present volume. PCI Partito Comunista Italiano, formed in 1921, the PCI in the 1970s was a classic example of a European working-class reformist party. As a vestige of its past as an actual communist party, the PCI was nominally pro-Moscow and anti-American in world affairs. PPSS, the government ministry that managed the state shareholding system, whereby the Italian government owned or invested in various corporations. PS Polizia di Stato, under the control of the Ministry of the Interior, one of Italy's three main law enforcement agencies, alongside the Carabinieri and the Guardia di Finanza. PSDI Partito Socialista Democratico Italiano, a small social democratic party, rabidly anti-communist. In the period following that treated in this book, the PSDI would join Christian Democracy, the Italian Socialist Party, the Italian Republican Party, and the Italian Liberal Party in the five-party coalition, which ruled Italy from 1980 to 1994. Psi Partito Socialista Italiano, the Italian Socialist Party, was a pro-NATO social democratic political party in the 1970s. The Psi would come to special prominence in the 1980s, when their leader Bettino Craxi, who had severed the residual ties with the Soviet Union and rebranded the party as Liberal Socialist, served as prime minister. RAF Red Army Faction, an armed underground anti-imperialist organization active from 1970 to 1998. While the group was based in West Germany, it played an important role in the rise of armed struggle throughout Western Europe, just as the measures directed against it and its prisoners by NATO and the FRG pushed states across Western Europe to develop more draconian repressive measures throughout this period. SID Servizio Informazioni Difesa, the main Italian intelligence agency which was split in two in 1977 following revelations of its involvement in an attempted neo-fascist coup. Safar Information Service Forze Armate, the intelligence service of the armed forces, was the Italian military intelligence service from 1949 to 1965. It was implicated in preparing plans for a coup and compiling a massive number of files on various public figures. Sis Servizio per le Informazioni e la Sicurezza Democratica. The Intelligence and Democratic Security Service was the domestic intelligence agency of Italy from 1977 to 2007, when it was replaced by the Agenzia Informazioni e Sicurezza Interna. SISMI Servizio per le Informazioni e la Sicurezza Militare. The Military Intelligence and Security Service was the military intelligence agency of Italy from 1977 to 2007, when it was replaced by the Agenzia Informazioni e Sicurezza Esterna. SPD Sozialdemokratische Partei Deutschlands, Social Democratic Party of Germany, Germany's mainstream social democratic party. Introduction. In a period of civil war, the ideal party of the proletariat is a fighting party. This is absolutely incontrovertible. We are quite prepared to grant that it is possible to argue and prove the inexpediency from the standpoint of civil war of particular forms of civil war at any particular moment. We fully admit criticism of diverse forms of civil war from the standpoint of military expediency and absolutely agree that in this question it is the social democratic practical workers in each particular locality who must have the final say. But we absolutely demand in the name of the principles of Marxism that an analysis of the conditions of civil war should not be evaded by hackneyed and stereotyped talk about anarchism, Blanquism, and terrorism, and that senseless methods of guerrilla activity adopted by some organization or other of the Polish Socialist Party at some moment or other should not be used as a bogey when discussing the question of the participation of the Social Democratic Party as such in guerrilla warfare in general. Lenin, Guerrilla warfare. To speak of civil war before people have come to realize the need for it is undoubtedly to lapse into Blanquism. We are for civil war, but only for civil war waged by a politically conscious class. One must be able to uphold the Marxist point of view, which says that this conversion of imperialist war into a civil war should be based on objective, and not subjective, conditions. Lenin, the 7th All-Russia Conference of the RSDLP. Last year saw the 40th anniversary of the 1978 spring campaign of the Red Brigades, a month-long offensive against the Italian state initiated by the kidnapping of Aldo Moro. May 16, 1978, was the date on which a new cabinet, one which included for the first time members of the Communist Party of Italy, was supposed to have undergone a confidence vote in the Italian parliament. The historic compromise between the ruling Christian Democratic Party and the PCI had been orchestrated in large part by Moro, the president of the DC and former Prime Minister of Italy. That was the date chosen by the Communist Red Brigades to launch their most ambitious offensive to date. Moro's car was ambushed after it turned onto Via Fani, a street in the northern quarter in Rome. His 5 bodyguards were killed in a hail of gunfire, and one of the highest-profile politicians in Italy was in the hands of the urban guerrilla. Moro would be held by the Red Brigades for 55 days. During this period he would write a total of 86 letters to important figures from Christian democracy, to his family, and to Pope Paul VI, urging that they come to terms with his captors, who had indicated that they would release him in exchange for the liberation of a number of political prisoners. Despite Moro's pleas, the government refused to negotiate with the terrorists. Finally, on May 9, Moro was executed. His body would be found in the trunk of a Renault 4 in Viaducci Tani. These events, known in Italian simply as the Moro case, continue to be the subject of speculative conspiracy theories and dramatic human interest accounts in Italy. The closest parallel on this side of the Atlantic would likely be the Kennedy assassination, in terms of the popular fascination and range of interpretations elicited from across the political spectrum. However, the motives behind our publication of this collection lie elsewhere. Our concern here is not so much the events on Via Fani or what unfolded over the next 55 days, but rather to allow access to the political analyses and explanations offered at the time by those who had embarked on this course of action, the Red Brigades themselves. For readers wishing for further information regarding the history and origins of the BR prior to this campaign, we recommend the book Strike 1 to Educate 100, The Rise of the Red Brigades 1960s to 1970s, also published by Kursplebedeb earlier this year. For those who are not completely unfamiliar with this history, but who might benefit from a refresher, we offer the following quick overview of the situation from which the BR emerged, along with some observations regarding the ongoing significance of these texts. At the close of the 60s, Italy experienced a dramatic upsurge of worker and youth rebellion commonly referred to as the Hot Autumn, whose effects were to be both deeper and longer lasting than comparable movements in other Western states. 1. In the large factories of northern Italy, worker resistance to capitalist discipline was normalized, and the already noticeable gap between the class collaborationist program of the parliamentary workers' parties and the insubordinate behavior of certain strata of the working class further widened. This gap found its political expression in a factionalized extra-parliamentary opposition which tended to share the pro-Chinese and romantic populist reference points of the global New Left. They combined an exaltation of worker insubordination in the factory, with enthusiasm for the Chinese Cultural Revolution, the Vietnamese resistance, the Latin American urban guerrilla, and the partisan struggle of the Second World War, whose socialist aspirations had been blocked by the leadership of the Italian Communist Party. Within this context, the precursor organization of the Red Brigades, the Metropolitan Political Collective II, was more a typical representative of a broader trend than a dramatic new development. 3. Even the clandestine actions later carried out under the signature of the BR hardly stood out in an atmosphere where worker violence against management and scabs was an everyday affair. 4. What initially differentiated the BR from the other main tendencies of the extra-parliamentary left was neither its historical and contemporary reference points nor its emphasis on the necessity of violence. 5. Rather, its particularity can be found in a distinct strategic concept of the revolutionary process. A concept which was premised in the unity of political and military practice within a single clandestine and rigidly compartmentalized organization understood as the center of gravity of a protracted guerrilla war which would find its social base in the workforce of the large factories. 6. This organization would become a pole of coalescence for revolutionary forces within the workers' movement, on the basis of a practice of armed struggle. Despite the substantial elements of truth in the accusations of Stalinism sometimes leveled against the BR, this concept of revolution was explicitly asserted against the insurrectionary strategy which was first codified as a formal doctrine by the Stalinized Comintern. 7. In the insurrectionary strategy now often referred to by Marxist-Leninists as the October Road, the Communist Party was a political organization which found its center of gravity in legal activity within civil society. Military activity was the specialized function of associated paramilitary organizations. The content of the class struggle was to be predominantly political up until the selection of the opportune moment for a sudden and decisive intervention by the party's military assets. This doctrine was alleged to have been confirmed by the experience of the Russian Revolution. 8. For the BR, the insurrectionary strategy was the structural basis for the reformist involution of the Western Communist parties. The strategic alternative offered by the BR originated from a somewhat eclectic synthesis of the experience of both the urban guerrilla in South America and Mao's doctrine of protracted people's war. Within this framework, the center of gravity of the revolutionary process would be an illegal military organization from the start. Moreover, electoral participation was to be rejected and its agitational function would be fulfilled by armed propaganda. 9. This new doctrine had close contemporary parallels in the French Gauche Proletariat N10 and the Indian CPI. 11. In the first period of development of the Red Brigades, its armed interventions were carried out at the level of the production enterprise and targeted management personnel and the activists of fascist yellow unions. However, the context for the documents collected below is the shift from this factory guerrilla orientation towards the strategy of attacking the heart of the state. A strategy which found its culmination in the spring campaign of 1978 and the escalating military confrontation of the following years, eventually ending in factional collapse and catastrophic defeat. For the BR, attacking the heart of the state meant the use of military means to disrupt the central axis of articulation of the imperialist state, understood as a dynamic political project for the preservation of the prevailing relations of production. 12. This disruption was to contribute to the creation of a political situation favorable to the mobilization of the working class around a program of civil war for the dictatorship of the proletariat as the only alternative to crisis and restructuring. From this perspective, the stage of armed propaganda had already been left behind by 1978, and the proletarian movement was already on its way towards widespread civil war. The function of the party was to direct this energy within a unitary strategy of assault on the state. Every adverse political indicator was ignored, from the dismal electoral performance of the revolutionary left to the failure of the area of autonomy to either unify itself or accept the leadership of the BR.13. Instead, the raw material for civil war and insurrection was seen as already at hand in the decentralized armed struggle groups which multiplied after 1977 among a discontented fringe of workers and youth. The BR termed this spectrum of armed activity the proletarian movement of offensive resistance. The question of leadership was largely reduced to that of the relationship between the BR and this movement. The deeper problem of the incapacity of the revolutionary left as a whole to exert hegemony over a social majority was either ignored or seen as subject to resolution by further military action. Here it is hard to disagree with the assessment offered by a contributor to the Marxist-Leninist journal Correspondenza Internazionale in a May 1978 editorial. We are not presently in a stage in which the proletariat cannot live as it has before and the bourgeoisie cannot govern in the old way, and it is therefore profoundly mistaken to believe that a working class on the defensive can engage in a civil war, however warlike and protracted it might be. 14. If the policy of the BR can be reasonably evaluated as subjectivist militarism, it remains the case that it usefully illustrates the unresolved problem of reformist hegemony within the organized working class in the centers of capitalism. In Italy at the end of the 70s, the armed party confronted a larger and more cohesive PCI concerned with mobilizing the workers' movement around the co-management of restructuring, just as in the German Revolution the KPD confronted a majority of social democratic workers. From this perspective, the March action of 1921 and the Spring Campaign of 1978 marked the beginning and the end of a historical cycle characterized by the failure of revolutionary minorities to break reformist hegemony within the labor movement. 15. This cycle was brought to an end not by a revolutionary breakthrough but through the historic victory of capitalist restructuring and the pulverization of the labor movement on a global scale. If the answer provided by the BR proved tragically inadequate, the question of how to win the working class to a program of proletarian dictatorship remains and has only been rendered more urgent in this new stage of capitalist development. If those who look with nostalgia on PCI class collaboration have nothing better to offer than a left rebranding of universal populism, it is clear that the anti-political romanticism of those who announce the death of Gramsci is an equally conformist rebellion. In this context, the failure of the BR is a reminder of vital problems whose resolution current intellectual fashion avoids attempting as a matter of principle. Joshua DePaolis. May 2019. Chronology. March 16, 1978. Rome, Aldo Moro and his security detail are ambushed by a Red Brigades commando. Telephone calls to the media in Rome, Milan, Turin, and Genoa claim responsibility. This morning we have seized the president of the DC and eliminated his security detail, Cossaga's elite squad. Communication will follow. Red Brigades. March 18. Rome, the BR issues communiqué number 1 for the Moro action. Milan, 2 student supporters of the extra-parliamentary left, Lorenzo Giannici and Fausto T. Nelli, are shot dead. The action is claimed by fascists under the signature National Revolutionary Army Franco-Anselmi Fighting Brigade. The murders will be mentioned by the BR in communiqué number 2. March 20. Turin, in the trial against the historic nucleus of the BR, the defendants shout "Moro is in our hands" in the courtroom. Trieste, 6 Molotov cocktails are thrown at the offices of the newspaper Il Piccolo. The action is claimed by the organized proletarian nuclei. Rimini, clashes between police and extra-parliamentary left militants parading with an effigy of Moro. March 21. The government approves new measures against terrorism. Penalties for kidnapping and ransom-related offenses are to be increased. All apartment owners are mandated to inform police within 48 hours of sales or rentals. March 22. Turin, the court rejects the BR militants' application to defend themselves. Navarra, police arrest a woman named Brunhild Petromer, releasing her after it becomes clear she is not involved with the Moro action. Milan, arson attack on a car park of the state telephone company. March 24. Turin, a BR commando shoots Giovanni Picco, formerly the DC mayor of the city, wounding him in the leg and shoulder. Caserta, violent clashes between militants of the MSI youth organization and the extra-parliamentary left. One person is seriously injured. Rome, street clashes in the city center between police and militants from the autonomous scene. The DC office is attacked with Molotov cocktails. March 25. The BR's communique number 2 is found in Turin, Rome, and Milan. It is published the following day. March 26. Nuoro, firebomb attack on Carabinieri prisoner transport vehicle. The action will be claimed the following day by the Sardinian BR-aligned guerrilla group Red Barbarians. It is the first action claimed by this organization. March 29. Genoa, firebomb attack on the cars of DC leaders Gambarini and Sibilla. The BR issues communique number 3. April 4. The BR issues communique number 4. April 7. Genoa, Felice Schiavetti, president of the Genoa Industrialists Association, is ambushed by a BR commando and shot 5 times. A statement claiming responsibility is distributed. Turin, cars of 2 local DC leaders are firebombed. Rome, car owned by a brigadier from the PS is firebombed. Rome, San Damaso Carabinieri barracks are bombed, sustaining serious damage. Rome, Valle Aurelia and Trullo offices of the DC are bombed. Rome, clashes during an autonomous demonstration. A PSDI office in Centocello is attacked with Molotovs. A nearby DC office is also attacked. 2 serious injuries. Turin, jail guard Lorenzo Cutagno is killed by a BR commando when he resists a punishment shooting. BR militant Cristoforo Piancone is wounded in the exchange of fire and is left at a hospital by his comrades. Following his arrest he declares himself a political prisoner. Bologna, a commando of the armed communist nuclei raids the headquarters of the traffic police in the San Donato neighborhood. Weapons and uniforms are seized. Catania, Salvatore Pistretto, head of security for the prison in that town, is shot in the legs. The attack is not claimed. April 10. The BR issues communique number 5 and a letter from Moro. Turin, gynecologist Rodolfo Gaio is shot in the legs and shoulder by a commando of the proletarian squads who had broken into his office. Salerno, a bomb damages a Carabinieri barracks. April 13. Padua, shooting attack on the home of the judge Pietro Calogero. The action is claimed by the armed communist squads. Rome, the home of university professor Pietro Scapola is damaged in a bomb attack. Brescia, the home of Christian Democrat Guillermo Prandini is damaged in an arson attack. April 14. Around 20 actions against CC and PS barracks, DC offices, and politicians' homes in the provinces of Padova, Rovigo, Venezia, and Vicenza are claimed under the signatures Organized Proletarian Communists and Worker Organization for Communism. This night of fire is actually the high point of the spring campaign. April 15. The BR issues communique number 6. Genoa, the cars of 3 DC leaders are firebombed. Claimed by the BR. April 18. The fake communique number 7 is issued. April 19. Rome, attack on the CC barracks housing General Dalla Chiesa, who is responsible for security at the special prisons. Claimed by the BR. April 20. The BR issues communique number 7. Milan, officer of the prison security services Francesco Di Cataldo is shot dead by a BR commando. April 22. Padua, a commando of the Fighting Unit for Communism shoots the DC leader, Professor Ezio Riendato, in the legs. Milan, an arson attack damages the storefront of an Alfa Romeo dealership. April 24. The BR issues communique number 8. Padua, Molotov attack on a DC office. April 25. Rome, punishment shooting of the former DC head of the Lazio Regional Council, Girolamo Mechelli, by the BR. April 26. Milan, a bomb attack against a DC office is claimed by the armed workers squads. Milan, DC office is damaged by a bomb attack. April 27. Turin, punishment shooting of Fiat executive Sergio Palmieri, claimed by the BR. April 30. Rome, 4 Alfa Romeo car dealerships bombed. The attacks are claimed by the armed workers squads. Naples, some Alfa Romeo cars are firebombed in the Barra neighborhood. The attacks are claimed by the armed communist unit. Turin, 2 attacks on Alfa Romeo car dealerships. Padua, Alfa Romeo dealership firebombed. May 3. Turin, the prisoners in the trial of the historic nucleus issue communique number 14. Milan, a train carrying a load of Alfa Romeo vehicles is attacked with incendiary bombs. 10 train cars are destroyed along with their cargo. The action is claimed by the armed workers squads. May 4. Genoa, punishment shooting of Italsider executive Alfredo Lombardi, claimed by the BR. The statement claiming responsibility denounces the technological restructuring of the Italian steel industry. Milan Ars, cars of 2 Alfa Romeo foremen firebombed. Claimed by the BR. Milan, a police car lured by a false report is attacked and destroyed by 3 militants of the armed workers squads. Milan, Siemens executive Umberto degli Innocenti is shot in the legs by a BR commando. Milan, car belonging to Ranieri, secretary of the Siemens section of the PCI, is firebombed by the BR. Bologna, Roberto Rigobello of the Proletarian Movement of Offensive Resistance is shot dead by police during a bank expropriation. His comrade Marco Tirabovi is arrested. May 5. The BR issues communique number 9, announcing the death sentence for Moro. May 6. Novara, prison doctor Giorgio Rossanigo is shot in the legs. Rome, police arrest 23 people on charges of forming an armed gang. May 8. Milan, Diego Fava, a physician employed by INEM, is shot in the legs by a commando of the Armed Proletarians for Communism. May 9. Rome, the body of Aldo Moro is discovered in the trunk of an abandoned Renault on Via Michelangelo Citani. Sources: Venti anni di violenza politica in Italia, 1969–1988, Cronologia ed analisi statistica, una ricerca Isodarco. Rome, Isodarco/Università degli Studi La Sapienza, 1992. Paolo Dorigo, Contributo per una storia documental del Brigate Ross con DVD contenente I documenti citati tua edizione aggiornata e corretta. Edizione Lavoro Liberato, 2008. Resolution of the Strategic Directorate of the Red Brigades. Part 1. The Imperialism of the Multinationals. By the term imperialism of the multinationals we mean that stage of capitalism in which multinational monopoly capital predominates. The multinational/cross-sectoral monopolies, meaning the big trusts, with facilities in various countries and investments in diverse sectors, are now the dominant structural element. Therefore the foundation for the movement of capital is no longer the national territory but the capitalist territory in its entirety. If from its origins the fundamental constitutive element of imperialism has been monopoly capital, it is only since the Second World War that there has been a definitive affirmation of monopoly multinational capital throughout the capitalist territory. The major monopoly groups can now definitively exceed their national limits, in order to range freely throughout this territory, and this has become a necessary and essential factor for any further development of the multinational structures. In fact, it is thanks to this that they can take full advantage of the different rates of profit present within this territory, and thereby realize the enormous super profits which are characteristic of accumulation in this stage of imperialism. Multinationality is not simply the internationalization of the capitalist market, but internationalization of capital in its entirety. The structure of production, the market, property relations, etc. This process of the internationalization of capital ensures the dominance of the imperialist bourgeoisie within the bourgeois front, the class expression of multinational, monopoly capital, and parallel to this the affirmation and consolidation of its instruments of mediation and domination. The domination of multinational capital and the imperialist bourgeoisie does not mean that in this stage all capital is multinational, but that every other form of capital, be it national or non-monopoly, now needs to be analyzed in terms of its relation of organic dependency upon multinational capital. It is the movement of multinational capital which in the last instance determines the movement of all other capitals. This does not mean the contradictions within the bourgeois front have been overcome, but that they reappear in different forms, with the principal intercapitalist contradiction no longer being between national capitals, but between the big multinational groups. We do not deny that contradictions exist between the various capitalist nations as well, or between monopoly and non-monopoly capital, but we think that these contradictions are essentially the reflection of much more profound contradictions between multinational groups. In fact, the various national territories now survive as rear-base territories for the multinationals. For every multinational, the national territory in which it originated and developed, becomes its strong point, the territory where it enjoys almost undisputed monopoly status. When we discuss the multinationals, it is always implicitly the multinational with a national center, which is why we use the at first sight contradictory expression, American, German, etc. multinational. Non-monopolist capital, organically dependent upon the monopolies, certainly subsists with them in a contradictory unity, yet obviously lacks the potential or material force for this contradiction to express itself politically in the form of a rupture within the imperialist front. The imperialism of the multinationals appears as a global system of domination in which the various national capitalisms are merely its organic articulations, and the different national territories remain as geographic manifestations determined by the international division of labor. We can therefore make an initial observation. In any national territory, the proletariat does not find itself dealing with the national bourgeoisie but with a local articulation of the imperialist bourgeoisie. Even in the metropole, this gives the class struggle of the proletariat the character of an anti-imperialist struggle, and therefore more generally, revolutionary class war in the metropole is immediately also an anti-imperialist liberation war, protracted war. As we have seen, the imperialist chain remains characterized by its uneven development, which manifests itself in each of its links, through the specificity of their socio-economic formations, relations between the dominant multinational capitals and the capitals of the center, between monopoly and non-monopoly capital, between the domestic imperialist bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Therefore the class struggle, although it has a strategic uniformity in its content and perspective, still appears in specific forms and with its own rhythms, in accordance with the different national territories. Imperialism and war. The current economic crisis, affecting the entire imperialist system, is a crisis of the absolute overproduction of capital in relation to the entire Western capitalist territory. The means by which imperialism historically has always resolved its periodic crises of overproduction is war. In fact, more than anything else, war allows the victorious imperialist powers to expand their productive base at the expense of the defeated, but mainly, war means the destruction of capital, commodities, and labor power, thereby allowing the economic cycle to resume for a considerable period of time. For imperialism in this stage, the recurrent drama of capitalist production plays out once again, territorial expansion in order to expand its productive base. In fact, remaining restricted to the territory of the West implies the accumulation of increasingly devastating contradictions for imperialism. The concentration of capital increases at an accelerated pace, the rate of profit falls to extremely low levels, the productive base becomes increasingly restricted, unemployment continues to grow. Brief moments of apparent recovery are inevitably followed by more and more intense periods of recession, which has resulted in a situation of permanent crisis. For imperialism, this raises the increasingly urgent need to expand its territory. But this expansion can take place only in the space of social imperialism, and leads inevitably to a direct conflict between the USA and USSR. The partial conflicts we are witnessing between proxies in the Middle East and Africa are only the first steps in this process. This is the historical situation which monopoly multinational capitalism presents, to itself and to the revolutionary movement, in this stage. Within this perspective, the proletariat is objectively bound for a decisive head-on clash with imperialist domination, and its immediate tactics are determined by the same historical perspective, either class war in the imperialist metropole or a third imperialist world war. The various imperialist powers cannot wage war, in fact, if they do not have peaceful and united rear-based territories able to sustain the harshness of the confrontation. Many examples can be cited of inter-imperialist wars which ended as soon as the mere threat of communist revolution appeared, with the different imperialists previously considered mortal enemies joining together against the armed insurgent proletariat. Two will suffice: the Paris Commune and the October Revolution. The lesson which Marx drew from the Commune: that, after the most tremendous war of modern times, the conquering and the conquered hosts should fraternize for the common massacre of the proletariat. This unparalleled event does indicate, not, as Bismarck thinks, the final repression of a new society upheaving, but the crumbling into dust of bourgeois society. The highest heroic effort of which old society is still capable is national war, and this is now proved to be a mere governmental humbug, intended to defer the struggle of classes, and to be thrown aside as soon as that class struggle bursts out into civil war. 16. Furthermore, in the crisis that precedes war, the balance of forces is strategically favorable for proletarian revolution. In fact, the crisis generates intense social contradictions which result in violent class confrontation, and to the extent that this class confrontation deepens and develops, transforming into class war, the bourgeoisie cannot operate on the terrain of imperialist war. The crisis becomes irreversible, simultaneously exacerbating even further the ongoing process of civil war. This is the dialectic within which capitalist development will be constrained. We can therefore formulate the following general proposition: in the crisis, the bourgeoisie's watchword is to block the process of civil war, transform it into imperialist war, and in so doing defeat the revolution, while that of the communists must necessarily be to develop the ongoing process of civil war and in so doing block the imperialist war. The imperialist state of the multinationals. A. It is first necessary to establish some methodological criteria as a basis for defining the concept of the imperialist state. Let's start by saying that we don't believe that the substance of capitalism, namely its specific contradictions, has changed over the course of this century. What has changed are the forms in which these contradictions tend to manifest themselves historically. To better explain this, we refer to the disagreement between Lenin and Bukharin regarding the nature of capitalism. To Bukharin, who claimed that imperialism was a completely new phenomena in relation to free competition capitalism, Lenin answered as follows: imperialism is a superstructure of capitalism. 17 Meaning that imperialism is based on the same contradictions as capitalism is, the substance remains unaltered but the form is changed. The problem for Lenin is not that the fundamental Marxist categories of analysis need to be transcended, but that they must be formally redefined in light of the new reality. Paraphrasing Lenin, we can also say that the imperialism of the multinationals is a superstructure of imperialism, and, therefore, our task is not to throw out the categories of Leninist analysis but to reconsider their forms, and thereby clarify what roles they take on in the current political stage. The same needs to be done for the categories party and dictatorship of the proletariat. Our theoretico-practical reconsideration of the fighting Communist Party is really no more than the reproduction of the substance of the Leninist experience, and its development in the Chinese Revolution, in the current stage. That is why we define ourselves as Marxist-Leninist. B. The imperialist state of the multinationals is the national institutional superstructure that corresponds to the stage of the imperialism of the multinationals. Its essential characteristics are as follows: the creation of an imperialist political personnel, the rigid centralization of state structures under the control of the executive, reformism and annihilation as integrated expressions of the same function, the preventative counter-revolution. Creation of an imperialist political personnel. With the development of a multinational economic structure even in our territory, starting in the mid-1950s, a fraction of the imperialist bourgeoisie forms within the bourgeoisie. We define the domestic imperialist bourgeoisie as that fraction of the bourgeois class which is integrated within the world imperialist system, an expression of monopoly multinational capital, and a leading element in the process of imperialist restructuring in our economic territory, and in the related political and institutional superstructures. In the same period, the supranational institutional instruments are the means by which the imperialist bourgeoisie seeks to impose its global strategy, acquiring a degree of force and a level of power, able to subordinate and instrumentalize the national states, which as part of this process are compelled to restructure themselves internally. These states are restructured in order to play two fundamental roles. Play button as transmission belts of the global economic strategic interests of dominant imperialism. Play button regional normalization, which is to say the organization of the preventative counter-revolution with the goal of annihilating every revolutionary ambition. Naturally, these functions become critical in the economically weakest and politically most unstable links, and therefore are put forward by the domestic imperialist bourgeoisie, utilizing the practices and adopting the most advanced repressive models which are already operational in the stronger links, under the supervision of the supranational command centers. The nation-state becomes a transmission belt of international capital organized against the people. The bourgeois constitutional state, in its contradictory process of evolution between the socialization of production and the international concentration of capital, is inevitably dissolved, becoming the strong state or the militarized democracy. 18. Like every historical process, this is also embodied in individuals. The emergence of the domestic imperialist bourgeoisie as a dominant fraction of the bourgeoisie, therefore has another consequence, the affirmation within the vital articulations of power of an economic political military personnel as the most direct expression of its interests. This new, efficient, interchangeable, European bureaucracy, no longer consists of just the best and most qualified from the old party schools, but comes directly from the cadre training centers, the foundations, the think tanks that are prepared to serve the objectives of the big multinationals. A necessary condition of its function is a hegemonic presence in the structures of domination which make up the state, or that in any case articulate its action, namely the core centers of power, government, Bank of Italy, Conf Industria, mass media. Its specific task, however, is to determine and bring about the most finely tuned mediation, that is to say the one which is least contradictory, between the dominant capitalist interests and those particular to the territory. It is immediately obvious that the affirmation of the imperialist bourgeoisie and its personnel is not a linear process. At the moment, this new bureaucracy is still struggling to occupy the key positions in the state. In doing so it works to undermine the strategic positions of people who express conflicting interests, which is to say the interests of other fractions of the bourgeoisie. For example, in our territory in the past few years we have seen the creation of a political personnel closely connected to imperialist circles, which although concentrated within one party, has a hegemonic presence in all the other parties of the so-called constitutional Arch 19 and tends to assert itself in all the core centers of power. We can also see that the victory of this personnel and consequently of the fraction of the bourgeoisie it represents, is by no means a process without contradictions, but is a cutthroat struggle between bourgeois sharks. The affirmation of the interests of imperialism as a whole, which is passing through a transitional stage in which the various bourgeois forces contend and coexist, constitutes an internal element of the crisis of the state. And yet this crisis, which agitates the state, does not drive it towards complete collapse, but instead to restructuring. This crisis restructuring tendency shows that the principal contradiction for the revolutionary movement is that which directly opposes it to the system of imperialist power on a world scale. To address this contradiction, therefore, means to operate on the terrain of protracted class war. The central and strategic force of imperialist state management in Italy is Christian democracy. This is the key to reading its sharp internal conflicts and its process of so-called renewal. The identity crisis being experienced by the DC, especially since June 75, is caused by two parallel processes: the imperialist state's global strategy of crisis restructuring and the Italian proletariat's demand for power in the various modes of expression of its political components, whether revisionist or revolutionary. Within the framework of the strategic unity of the imperialist states, the major powers at the head of the chain of command call on the DC to function as the national political center of the counter-revolution, but its current structure as it stands appears to be largely unsuitable for this purpose. Therefore it must renew itself, meaning it must clearly redefine itself as the efficient national franchise of the largest criminal multinational that humanity has ever known. Only a DC redefined in this way can remake the nation-state into an efficient link in the imperialist chain, which is to say, only in this way will it be capable of imposing the vicious economic policies and the profound institutional transformations with an openly repressive function, as demanded by its partners in the chain. The plumb line of this entire complex operation is therefore the foreign policies of the US and the FRG and the core central motors of imperialism, in the sense that the domestic policies which the DC must promote can only be a direct function of the foreign policies of these countries and these centers. Moreover, we must not forget that even capital is conscious of the no longer cyclical character of its own contradictions. Its objective within this stage of its development is survival. The theory of zero growth has been discovered by bourgeois science for some time now. The fact that the contradictions in the economic sphere cannot be resolved, leads to a search for independence on the part of the political social framework, by reinforcing the apparatus of domination constituted as counter-revolutionary preventative war. Which is to say, the state becomes the subject of the political, as asserted by the comrades from the RAF. But one must not see this as an attempt to eliminate social contradictions with the idea of repression then transition to a new stage of development. Rather, it is a matter of containing them by annihilating every project for the recomposition of the class with an antagonistic program. In these plans, the law of uneven development is supposed to reduce the impact of social conflict in certain territories of the imperialist chain, by reducing their economic significance. In this perspective, the use of the deflationary mechanism, while it does not point to signs of recovery, should serve to limit the attack on socio-economic conditions to a small layer of the population, the least privileged. In this framework of imperialist preventative war, even the armed struggle is supposed to come to appear ghettoized and reduced to being a local phenomenon, a spontaneous expression of alienation, that is to say, an invisible struggle, outside of the civil national apparatus. Like Schmidt says, between anarchy and reaction, there is a lot of room for something thoughtful. Speaking on the subject of Italy, Germany, and Japan, in the 30s and 40s nowhere else in the free world was the damage to morality and authority as extensive as in these three countries. We need a long time for these values to regain credibility. 20. The rigid centralization of the state structure under the control of the executive. The rigid centralization of the vital centers of the state, under the control of the imperialist bourgeoisie and through its bureaucracy, is a necessary precondition for its restructuring. Only in this way is it possible to control the particular tensions in the territory, resolving and subordinating them within the global imperialist plan. This is why, in the various nation-states, we are seeing the progressive reduction of the power of parliament and the strengthening of that of the executive. In the bourgeois constitutional state, the parliamentary institution is the forum which is supposed to mediate the struggle between the parties, establishing a synthesis between the various particular interests of the territory, of which the parties are an expression, but that appears to be insufficiently manageable for imperialism, and it is therefore an inefficient instrument with which to implement its policies. The executive, by contrast, to the degree that it is directly controlled and trained by the imperialist political personnel, is much more capable of efficiently performing this task. We are witnessing a role reversal, the state is no longer an expression of the various parties, as in the liberal democratic tradition. Now the parties are becoming expressions of the state, and the executive is no longer the political expression of the balance of power within parliament, but the foreign instrument of the interests of the imperialist bourgeoisie in the national territory. It is now the state that uses the parties, revitalizing them via public financing, and they serve to mobilize and organize the masses around its policies. With the affirmation of the imperialist state, the process of the statification of society described by Ulrich Meinhof comes to its conclusion. The complete penetration of all relationships by the market and the nationalization of society by repressive and ideological state structures leave no place and no time about which you can say, this is my starting point. 21. However, at the same time, it is precisely the global, totalitarian, and totalizing character of this domination which creates an irresolvable fracture between the apparatus and civil society, and the two stand opposed in their antagonistic interests. Thus, from the standpoint of the proletarian struggle, the statification of society represents, despite itself, a powerful factor in the unification and simplification of mediations, even reinforcing its revolutionary and anti-imperialist character. In the imperialist state, reformism and annihilation are integrated forms of the same function, the preventative counter-revolution. With the creation of the imperialist state, the antagonistic character of the class contradiction fully reveals itself, being further exacerbated by the contradiction between the global interests of imperialism and the particular interests of the territory. Because of this, the forms and instruments of domination need to be reinforced and refined as much as possible. Learning from the popular struggles of the past and present on a world scale, aware of its strategic weakness and the tactical strength provided by its enormous apparatus, the imperialism of the multinationals has only one objective: to survive as long as it can. To prevent and annihilate the revolution, before it can unfold in all its power and mobilize all its forces, is its vital strategic project, the preventative counter-revolution. With reformism's small concessions to metropolitan aristocrats, it seeks to block the proletarian struggle before it becomes dangerous, in order to co-opt it and keep it within its own development, simultaneously pacifying the rear base area, to annihilate that part of the proletariat which cannot be bribed or co-opted within its development. Reformism cannot be separated from annihilation. It is not a different thing. Reformism is not a policy of the working class, but a policy of the imperialist state against the metropolitan proletariat. The imperialist state of the multinationals therefore presents itself as a highly integrated and centralized reformist repressive structure. On the one hand, the peaceful instruments, whose purpose is to secure the consent of the masses, institutional parties, unions, mass media; on the other hand, the military instruments, whose purpose is annihilation, special units, special tribunals, special prisons, that is to say, the forces of generalized repression. They are both parts of the same policy, they are operational and coexist at the same time. Both are forms of one and the same state. In other words, Santillo is Lama's twin. 22. This coexistence of reformist and repressive functions undergoes qualitative transformations of some importance according to the stages of the economic cycle, but not so much as to undermine the substance of the imperialist state. In periods of economic expansion, the imperialist state mainly shows its human face, and peaceful reformism conceals its steely fangs. In this period, peace prevails, but it is an armed peace. On the other hand, in periods of economic crisis it is mainly weapons which come out, and the state-society relationship becomes increasingly militarized. This does not mean that the imperialist state renounces the use of reformism. Except now, having lost its material basis, it becomes pure ideology, tending to assume the function of controller of the masses and anti-proletarian police. In this period, the confrontation between the revolution and the counter-revolution becomes increasingly generalized and enters into a new stage, war. The process of preventative counter-revolution, which characterizes the movement of the imperialist bourgeoisie in this stage, requires that the revolutionary forces elaborate a new strategy to seize power, and therefore also new principles and forms of organization. There can no longer be a political stage separate from the military one, because in the imperialist state where both reform and annihilation are employed side by side, it is only possible to engage in confrontation on the political terrain with a weapon in hand. The insurrectionary strategy that came from the Third International is now relegated to history, as the guerrilla arrives on the scene, the protracted class war. In the period we have defined as armed peace, the tactic of armed propaganda predominates among the revolutionary forces, while in the period of war, the practice of revolutionary civil war prevails among the revolutionary forces. The imperialist state of the multinationals is neither fascist nor social democratic. In the transition from armed peace to war, the revolution/counter-revolution confrontation grows increasingly direct and generalized, but there is not, as some claim, a transformation of the democratic state into a fascist state. Instead, we find ourselves confronted by a state which through restructuring has experienced a modification in the specific gravity of its basic components. Initially, the peaceful reformist instruments predominated over the military repressive instruments, but now it is annihilation which dominates and subordinates to itself the reformist function. Fascism and social democracy are oscillating forms of political power assumed by the bourgeoisie in the period of monopoly national capitalism. We could even say, simplifying as much as possible, that fascism and social democracy have historically been mutually exclusive. In the imperialist state, on the other hand, the substance of these political forms coexists, giving rise to an original regime, neither fascist nor social democratic, but representing a dialectical surpassing of both forms. Some define the stage of transition from armed peace to war as a process of fascistization, and the political form of the state in this stage as a new fascism. 23. Even if these two categories capture some aspects of this phenomenon, they are unable to explain it in any depth, and they introduce significant elements of confusion. First of all, fascism is not a meta-historical phenomenon, but represents a form assumed by the bourgeois state at a specific stage of development of the productive forces, and therefore presents specific characteristics which are not observed in the imperialist state of the multinationals. The imperialist state appropriates, perfects, and mystifies aspects of the fascist state, the entire apparatus of the preventative counter-revolution, discarding all of its nationalist baggage. There is also another aspect which must be borne in mind. Fascism had to conquer the old liberal state from the outside, reshaping it in order to serve its strategic project. Now, however, the seizure of the apparatus by the political personnel of the imperialist bourgeoisie proceeds exclusively along internal lines. Therefore, the imperialist state is not fascist. The concept of the new fascism is not only reductive but also false, insofar as it does not allow us to grasp the new character of concentrated violence or its organic relationship to the practices of reformist integration. Others think they see in this stage a tendency towards the transformation of the state to a social democratic form, and are wondering if social democracy represents a way out of imperialism's crisis, and, more specifically, if the PCI could take power. This implicitly raises the question of whether or not the PCI is a social democratic party. There are many differences between modern reformism and social democracy, and some of these are fundamental. Social democracy is a phenomenon typical of that stage of capitalist development in which crises still follow a cyclical pattern. Coming out of a period of depression, capitalism is able to bribe the labor aristocratic layers who form the mass base of historical social democracy. In other words, the possibility of economic recovery gives the bourgeoisie real room to bargain with the labor right. Among other things, this results in the integration of the leading groups of the reformist parties within the social bloc which holds power. The alliance between the bourgeoisie and reformism is therefore of a social as well as a political nature. The social democrats and the professional workers take the side of the bosses because they have real shared interests, and because they aspire to become bosses themselves, with realistic chances of winning benefits for themselves. Furthermore, the particular characteristics of the state in this period of capitalist history facilitate the entry of social democracy into government, which is still the antechamber to power. The state is still relatively autonomous from the economy, justifying to some extent the illusion that it is possible to seize it and put it to use on behalf of the working class. These premises no longer hold true. The crisis of imperialism is not expected to result in renewed accumulation, because the economy has entered into a stage of stagnation which can only be resolved by war for a new division of markets, and because the economic policies implemented by the states tend to narrow rather than broaden the productive base. Consequently, neither the structural nor the subjective basis exist to make it possible for the revisionists to be integrated within a social bloc to carry out a reformist-type program. Otherwise put, it is still possible for the revisionists to be temporarily housed within the government, but there no longer exist the conditions for the labor aristocratic layers or the middle classes to be integrated within a power bloc responsible for managing a type of development that can no longer be carried out, given the imperialist and multinational character of capitalism in our time. What will the capitalists actually grant the professional workers in exchange for their collaboration, besides redundancy payments, layoffs, an increase in exploitation, and the gradual but constant reduction in the purchasing power of their wage? And anyhow, leaving aside material compensation, what possible development could they be involved in, even if only ideologically, when the labor aristocratic sectors have exhausted their progressive potential so far as capital is concerned? The absence of the structural preconditions to create a new social bloc for power does not exclude all the characteristics of this relation, which on the one hand depends on the situation of the class, and on the other, upon the state of the productive forces. Although the first to pay the price for historical social democracy's rise to power were the peasantry 24 because the upswing in accumulation was occurring at the expense of the countryside, now the privileged relationship between the imperialist bourgeoisie and the revisionists is based in their identifying the marginal proletariat as a variable which must be controlled. In other words, the professional worker should simultaneously become both an authentic soldier of production, and function as a cop in relation to his own workmates, especially in relation to the masses of marginalized proletarians in the big cities. For all these reasons, it is inevitable that the revisionists' politics must progressively lose all its reformist features, in order to take up open repression, gradually, and independent of the will of its individual militants. The function of the PCI becomes conservative, aimed at exercising rigid control over the labor market, and at organizing consensus around a model of social and economic development. Due to the nature of imperialism, it is incapable of mobilizing and engaging the masses, and so the revisionists are compelled to rely increasingly on coercion and the forcible imposition of consensus, rather than its solicitation and interpretation. This occurs because, as imperialism is capitalism in decay, it cannot develop the productive forces any further without disrupting the corresponding relations of production, which means that the need to maintain them unchanged automatically conflicts with the desire to transform them. And for the reformist traditional workers' parties, this means their transformation from instruments of social peace into instruments of civil war. From this perspective, it is possible to argue that the revisionists are in the service of the imperialist state of the multinationals, and that the contradiction with modern revisionism, as well as being antagonistic, must also be addressed on the military level. Already today, thanks to the mediation of the revisionists, militarization extends from the factory to the neighborhood, to interpersonal relationships, to the family, in a chain of hierarchical and violent social relations dominated by the laws of a repressive society, which imperialism wants to make increasingly similar to a concentration camp for millions of producers. It should also be noted that one of the reasons the bourgeoisie hopes for an alliance with modern revisionism is the possibility of a more effective penetration of East European markets. As well as the political projects of the multinationals in their entirety, the PCI also serves the imperialist state in its own business ventures. In these cases, the role of the PCI ceases to be purely subordinate, and becomes active, taking on the reformist character of a hypothetical gradual evolutionary transition to socialism. The duplicitous function and nature of the PCI is likely the basis of its electoral successes and is required in the context of a class struggle reaching increasing levels of maturity. The position of the PCI in relation to the monopolies and the multinationals is indirect and is mediated by the state. In relation to the state, considered as a capitalist in its own right, the revisionist perspective involves more than one theoretical problem, and finds its justification in the prominent position state intervention has assumed and continues to assume in the Italian economy. Underlying this assessment by the PCI is the recovery of Engels and Lenin's analysis of the ambivalent nature of state capitalism, seen on the one hand as the point of maximum development for capital, and on the other, as the point of maximum contradiction, as an expression of an exacerbation of the fundamental contradiction between the increasingly social character of capitalist production and the private appropriation of surplus value. Hence, a kind of optimism regarding the possibility of an immediate use for the instruments of state intervention, and in particular the state-owned enterprises, for different purposes, other than those for which they were created. Based on these theoretical presuppositions which ignore not only the relationship between the state and the multinationals, but even the direct interests of the state, insofar as it is a business owner in the sphere of production, reformism and repression become two sides of the same coin, and the PCI turns out to be an instrument with which to divide the working class, control the labor market, organize consensus, and repress proletarian autonomy and revolution. Within the revisionist party, there exists some ambiguity between two tendencies, one which we could define improperly as the left wing of social democracy, which has accepted NATO as well as the system of Western values, the other which is inspired by state capitalism and which sees the compromise as the first tactical step in this direction. The implication being that the connection between the revisionist party and Soviet social imperialism is dependent on the second current being in a position of greater strength than the first. On the European level, ultra-revisionism seeks to establish itself as an autonomous force, a hegemonic force in the political arena, where it can be seen alongside the dogs and pigs of the left wing of social democracy, by way of the various Euro-communisms, in order to arrive at a pseudo-Leninist incitement à la Portugal. 25 They deal with imperialism as an inside-outside force. This is why Carter and his European vassals view them with mistrust, otherwise they would be tempted to use them ambitiously, for the purpose of catalyzing dissent in the eastern countries. But for the moment they remain a double-edged sword. The only card in ultra-revisionism's hand is a guarantee to pacify the southern region of Europe, which has lost much of its value following the development of the liberation movements seeking independence, the growth in the forms of the metropolitan guerrilla, and the growing spread of autonomous mass movements. The unity of Eurocommunism 26 is the unity of opportunism, it is the unity of renegades from Marxism-Leninism, of traitors to the working class's hopes for emancipation. Industrial restructuring. In the strategy of the big multinational groups, restructuring the politico-military apparatus runs parallel to restructuring the economic apparatus, which has as its primary objective restarting the mechanisms of capital accumulation that have now fallen into deep crisis, increasing their own profits, establishing new forms of exploitation and control of the working class and new forms of domination over the people of the developing countries, while placing social imperialism in a position of inferiority and weakness. To accomplish this, the multinationals are now forced into a desperate attempt to develop their own means of production and their own productive base in two main ways. The first is to develop their own systems of production and production itself on a more technically advanced basis. This is supposed to allow them to reduce production costs and increase profits, establishing new forms of control over the working class, tending to deepen multinational capitalism, because in the industrial metropoles the forces of production are constantly compressed. Rising unemployment, which is primarily a consequence of the economic crisis, now increasingly becomes a structural norm, because the economic crisis is always getting worse, contributing to the constant closing down of entire enterprises, and because technological modernization and the reorganization of the production chain inside the factory do not lead to new jobs, but to the intensification of exploitation and to the constant and progressive elimination of workers. It is for this reason that the contradiction between the metropolitan proletariat and the imperialist bourgeoisie tends to advance and intensify the conditions for the development of civil war. The second reason, a consequence of the first, is the export of the most backward technology and production to developing countries where costs are lower, because here the multinationals can still find cheap labor power. It is a way to increase the profits of the multinationals and represents the main instrument for the penetration and construction of imperialist domination over the people of the Third World. This has contradictory aspects, because it comes into conflict with the people's liberation struggles, which constantly reduce the space within which the multinationals can peacefully exercise their rule in various countries, thereby increasing the spread of the contradictions, afflicting the imperialist bourgeoisie with a mortal crisis. Even in our country, economic restructuring occurs within the rigid division of territories of production and of the market, implemented on an international level by the imperialist centers under the direction and control of the supranational bodies. It advances through four main policies. Play button prioritizing the development and restructuring of the new dynamic sectors, with the most advanced technology. According to the EEC sectoral plans and based on determinations made in the Industrial Reconversion Law, 27 these are, nuclear in the energy sector, specialty steel in the metallurgy sector, information technology in the electronics sector, and also chemicals, shipbuilding, and fibers. Play button in all other sectors, an overall technological adjustment, especially by developing more capital-intensive manufacturing processes. This is done through the massive installation of systems of production, with super-automated machinery, with the use of robots, with the enormous use of electronics, and the programming and automatic control of entire production processes which previously required scores of workers. Play button developing the military industry. In strategic terms, production will always increase here, because as we have already noted, imperialism is currently preparing the Third World War and is already engaged in dealing with the class confrontation which continually intensifies and extends into the metropole. Because of all this, manufacturing for military production has secure prospects for growth, both as regards heavy production, and production with a counter-guerrilla function, from weapons to the multiplicity of sophisticated electronic equipment to jeeps and armored vehicles. Play button reconversion of all small and mid-sized industry for the purposes of the multinationals and outright aggregation of most factories, in order to form large industrial conglomerates out of entire sectors of production. There are many examples. Fiat, once they began the restructuring and selection of factories and workshops which produce for them, and along the same lines, Fiat's holding company producing machine tools has been established, centralizing under a single management the best small and mid-sized factories in the sector. Along these lines of restructuring, the major multinational groups generally overcome their own political contradictions and agree on how to divide the profits from various sectors of production. It goes without saying that the struggles to control the largest shares of the productive sectors will never end, but in this stage at least they are secondary contradictions unified within a single strategic project, the imperialist one. So it makes no sense to speak of the fundamental contradiction being between private and public industry, as in the babbling of the PCI and the unions when they sketch out their demagogic economic strategy. This was very clearly illustrated in the division of the nuclear cake, the agreement reached between Fiat and Finmeccanica 29 which established nuclear peace. Actually, this confrontation arises today between multinationals which have the same economic and political interests, for both the privately owned factories and those with state involvement, the objectives of restructuring being both tactically and strategically identical in each case. Unemployment, the frenzied mobility of the unskilled labor force, the increase in productivity and therefore of exploitation, and the militarization of the factory, these are the logical consequences of this criminal project which have taken a heavy toll on the working class. The structures which in our country have the task of advancing and managing the project of restructuring the economic apparatus, are those of the executive, via the CIPI and CONF Industria. Present on the CIPI are the economic ministries and the president of the Bank of Italy. Their presence reaffirms one of the basic tendencies of the imperialist restructuring of the state, namely that of the maximum unification of the leading centers of power. This tendency aims to avoid the contradictions, insofar as they are secondary, which often arise between the various ministries, thereby making the executive more consistent, allowing it to more forcefully fulfill its function in service to the multinationals. The CIPI therefore has the task of leading and applying, on a national level, the line of economic restructuring decided by the supranational bodies of domination, synthesizing on a higher level the decision-making powers currently divided between the different government ministries. Like the executive, CONF Industria is a direct articulation of the imperialist bodies, but with a different function. While the executive implements the line of economic restructuring decided in the imperialist centers, CONF Industria becomes the de facto center of the boss's initiative, elaborating the imperialist restructuring policies in the different sectors of the economy, and then making proposals to the government and the trade unions. In this way it is the technical think tank and political enforcer at the service of the multinationals. In order to adapt to the new needs produced by imperialist development, CONF Industria has begun a period of profound restructuring, both political and organizational, whose fundamental task is to bring about an internal political consensus around the line of the multinational bourgeoisie. This objective dates back to 1970 with the famous Pirelli 31 report. It was sanctioned in 1974 with the Agnelli 32 presidency, and it continues to this day with the current president, Carli. 33. Only a few months after the inauguration of the latter, he promptly proposed the merger of CONF Industria with Intersind and with Confipi, precisely because no truly fundamental political contradictions exist to justify such a division between the bosses. A first step in this direction has already been accomplished. CONF Industria and Intersind sat down at the same table with the unions to discuss the problem of the weekday holiday abolished in the January 1977 agreement. In this way, CONF Industria has moved beyond its old role as union of the private sector bosses, in order to become a structure which puts forth the guidelines of the multinationals' economic policy. Inside itself, it is able to reconcile the divisions between big and small bosses and between public and private industry, in economic planning, on a national level, and throughout all sectors. It is the structure currently tasked with developing proposals and programs for all the main problems of economic and political restructuring. The other basic function of CONF Industria within the imperialist state of the multinationals is to build up a leadership cadre who can manage the restructuring of the production process. With respect to this, CONF Industria is carrying out intense cadre training at all levels, using appropriate schools and training courses, and in parallel to this, is in the process of activating old and new facilities and study centers. The objective is to make all leading personnel conform to the policy line of the multinationals, to transform all the bosses and industry leaders into managers who adopt the values of efficiency and entrepreneurialism, providing them with the political and technical means to be prepared to effectively manage the economic restructuring of the imperialist state of the multinationals. If the DC is the backbone of the imperialist initiative in our country as a whole, CONF Industria is the backbone of the imperialist initiative to restructure the economic apparatus. Proletarian violence and imperialist counter-revolution. In this historical period, in this stage of the crisis, the practice of revolutionary violence is the only policy with a real chance of addressing and resolving the antagonistic contradiction opposing the metropolitan proletariat to the imperialist bourgeoisie. In this period, through the initiative of the revolutionary vanguard, the class struggle assumes the form of war. It is precisely this that prevents the enemy from normalizing the situation, and that has brought a tactical victory for the movement of struggle over the past decade, not to mention the needs, aspirations, and hopes that it has generated. What Habash 34 says is important. The inability to destroy the revolution in a given period is itself a victory for the revolution. Through this truth, the policy of violence is crystallized as a tradition of the masses, accelerating and deepening the process of party formation. It intensifies progressively until a resounding victory is won over the enemy. Certainly it is we who want war. We are also aware that the practice of revolutionary violence forces confrontation onto the enemy, forces them to live and move on the terrain of war. Actually, we want this to happen. we want to smoke the imperialist counter-revolution out from under the covers of democratic society where it hid in better times. But that having been said, it is necessary to be clear on one point: it is not we who created the counter-revolution. It is the same form which imperialism assumes as it develops. It is not aspect but essence. Imperialism is counter-revolution. Exposed through the practice of the guerrilla, this fundamental truth is the necessary presupposition of the revolutionary class war in the metropole. Having noted this, one can understand why the imperialist state devotes all its forces to denying any political significance to proletarian violence. One can see why it tries to annihilate any force which does not exclude the recourse to revolutionary violence from its methods of struggle in the strongest possible terms. The social order which the imperialist state wants to impose presupposes the preventative reduction and generalization of the human individual as a thing in a society of things, subordinate in every way to the laws of the capitalist market. It is an impossible order of suppressed contradictions, of purely quantitative development, of immobility, of death. Like a beautiful film star at the turn of their years and fortune, the imperialist state wants to stop time and stop history, but despite its power this is simply not possible. Actually, it is an irony of history that the more the laws of capital are affirmed in all the interstices of social life becoming general and absolute, making the quality of life intolerable, new needs for liberation and more radical movements of struggle are generated. Here is the contradiction that pushes the imperialist bourgeoisie to its doom, and this explains why it cannot tolerate antagonistic class contradictions and practices, why it cannot see them as anything but criminal deviance, terrorism, irrational insurgency, or to use an amusing ministry definition, signs of ideological insanity. In this framework, the intolerable demand of the imperialist bourgeoisie goes as follows: in order for opposition to the government to be political and therefore legitimate and tolerated, it must not express itself as an ongoing antagonism. That is to say, it must agree to confine itself completely to the magic circle traced by its law, its conventions, and its codes of normal social behavior. Otherwise it is crime. On this basis, even the concept of political crime, never denied by liberal democracy, is no longer a space for resistance. It becomes a contradiction in terms. Are not the two parts comprising this concept absolutely incompatible? Because political acts are those occurring within the bounds of the laws, agreements, conventions, and codes, they cannot possibly assume the form of crime. If this happens, it means they have transgressed and therefore become criminal offenses. It is all too obvious that if this argument were accepted, it would result in the automatic subordination of the subaltern classes to the perpetual domination of the imperialist bourgeoisie. But there is no need to fear, because in reality it is not historically possible for this thesis to reach its logical conclusion, as the capitalist mode of production cannot prevent the development of the productive forces, and therefore also the emergence of the contradictions which establish the conditions for revolutionary confrontation. A new proletarian figure, the political criminal or the urban guerrilla. Despite what one might initially assume, the alleged contradiction contained within the concept of political crime does not lead to its elimination. The objective of the imperialist bourgeoisie is not simply to degrade revolutionary militants or to criminalize their actions with the status of common criminal. There is a desire to carry the project of criminalizing political struggle through to its logical conclusion, defining as criminal not only the revolutionaries, the comrades who fight with or without weapons in hand against multinational capital, but anyone who steps outside of the increasingly rigid judicial norms and established standards of practice of the bourgeoisie. However, the operation is much more complex and devious, and its outline here is confused. While it is true that the activity of revolutionary militants is classed as criminal and they are punished for crimes, it is even more true that on the pretext of their being at war with the state, there is a form of all-encompassing special imprisonment and special treatment. Criminals yes, but special criminals. Special criminal is synonymous with absolute criminal, or even anarcho-nihilist or terrorist. But if these are the terms favored by psychological warfare specialists, the political figure they connote for the repressive apparatus is far less vague: it is the internal enemy. Political status denied in words to the internal enemy, is completely recognized by differential treatment in practice. In fact, it is first of all for what you are and only secondarily for what you have done. The central question for the imperialist bourgeoisie is no longer what have you done, but who are you? It is your identity which is of more concern than anything else, because it is this that they must annihilate. Differential treatment at every stage is aimed precisely at this. The liquidation of your identity. Political identity for the revolutionary militant means, first of all, the party. It is in the principles, the strategy, the program, and the discipline of the party autonomously and freely recognized. It is affirmed in the practice of class war, this proletarian heritage which is recognized by the people, because the Revolutionary Party is the highest expression of the maturity, consciousness, and organization of the class. The fighting communists affirm their identity in the collective action of the party. The imperialist pigs seek to destroy it through the negation of these aspects, through division, social isolation, the isolation of the group, and, finally, physical annihilation. The technicians of counter-revolutionary warfare reduce collective action to a sum of individual behaviors, separating them from their motivations and from one another. In so doing they attempt to deprive them of their capacity to constitute a message. They are attacked with criminalization and psychiatrization in order to destroy them. The technicians of counter-revolutionary warfare deny the right of any organized proletarian antagonism to exist, transforming its militants into isolated criminal units, without history or political background. More than criminalization, we must speak of political genocide, because this is at the core of the imperialist counter-revolution. However, this attack on isolated militants, individualized and separate, can only be successful on the tactical level. For the party, which constitutes the collective consciousness of the class, it is really a victory. Paradoxically, to the same extent that the imperialist counter-revolution vomits its violence, the revolutionary forces mature and go beyond the party aspect which marks the action of every militant. Although it is capable of destroying individual militants, it cannot destroy the party strategically. At the high point of counter-revolutionary force, imperialism reveals its own misery and its own weakness. The repressive mutual assistance agreement between the imperialist states. A logical consequence of the rigid division between the criminal and the political, and of the identification of the urban guerrilla as the common enemy of all the imperialist states, is the establishment of a repressive mutual assistance agreement and of transnational institutions to make it operational. This agreement has at its heart the European Convention on the Suppression of Terrorism. Let's briefly review this issue. The project for this agreement has been in development since October 75 via the European Committee on Crime Problems. 35 in May 76, given the urgency of the problem, the same committee approved a draft which would be debated and approved by the 19 member states of the Council of Ministers of the Community, on January 27, 1977. The agreement is comprised of a brief preamble and 16 articles. In the preamble it is stated that the member states of the Council of Europe, aware of the growing concern caused by the increase in acts of terrorism, wishing to take effective measures to ensure that the perpetrators of such acts do not escape prosecution and punishment, convinced that extradition is a particularly effective measure for achieving this result, have come to agreement on several articles. 2 articles are of critical importance. The first is a list of the crimes that will not be considered political crimes, or connected to political crimes, or inspired by political causes. Specifically, offenses connected to airplane hijacking, serious crimes involving an attack on the life, physical integrity, or liberty of persons who have international rights and protections, including diplomatic personnel, and in addition, an attempt to commit any of the foregoing offenses or participation as an accomplice of a person who commits or attempts to commit such an offense. In the second, perhaps fearing that something might escape the rigidity of the prior list, the draftees clarify that, for the purpose of extradition, a contracting state may decide not to regard as a political offense or as an offense connected with a political offense or as an offense inspired by political motives a serious offense involving an act of violence, other than one covered by Article 1, against the life, physical integrity, or liberty of a person, or only an attempt to commit such an offense. Therefore, convinced that extradition is a particularly effective means to combat the manifestations of international terrorism, the member states of the community are associated in an agreement. Technically, extradition is an international administrative act of repressive mutual assistance by which a state delivers to another, or receives, an accused or convicted person in order to submit them to criminal proceedings or to serve a sentence. Politically, extradition is an international instrument of class war against revolutionaries. This is its principal characteristic. This deal, formalized with the agreement, sets a new bar in the internationalization of repressive activity for the states in the European section of the imperialist chain. That is to say, it incorporates and extends to the continental level the content of the repressive systems of the most powerful states, and simultaneously entrusts new transnational institutions with the power to operate in the common interest. This process of concentration and centralization of imperialist repression within transnational institutions is a strategic function of the need for uniform intervention and extends throughout the continental area, standardizing it at the higher level of the major powers in the chain of command. However, there is a fact we must not overlook: this centralization still leaves the specific repressive machinery of each country with a broad degree of relative autonomy regarding diverse forms of intervention. This is because of the complexity and heterogeneity of the class structures and the different degrees of strength of the revolutionary movement in different countries, which rules out linear and simultaneous development in restructuring the control/repression apparatus in the crisis. From the repressive mutual assistance agreement to the joint organization of the police. The process of internationalizing the political strategy, methods, and practices of counter-revolutionary class war has been occurring at the level of the European states for some years. It is not hard to identify some of the main stages in this process because they have been carried out very discreetly, which is not to say secretly. The objectives it has accomplished have not been recognized yet by the revolutionary movement in their strategic scope. Chronological exposition seems to us to be the most suitable way to provide an overview of the problem. Far from solving the problem of resuming accumulation on the level of the system, the process of concentrating and centralizing the power of the imperialist bourgeoisie within supranational/transnational institutions aggravates all of its internal contradictions and even encourages the development of the class war. However, what it highlights is that in the new situation established by the class enemy, revolutionary action and counter-revolutionary response find themselves in an asymmetrical relation, one which is not immediately deducible from the simple power relations that appear to exist within a single nation-state, and that for the metropolitan proletariat the class/state contradiction immediately assumes the character of an anti-imperialist contradiction. This does not necessarily mean a contradiction between the class and the supranational apparatuses, but a contradiction between the class and the national expressions of imperialist power, which is to say, between the class and the imperialist state. In summary, even against localized revolutionary tensions, there is always an intervention by all of the forces, intelligence, and technology of the imperialist apparatuses. The EEC plan for the repression of terrorism, the joint organization of the police, are not simply bureaucratic acts of various governments and ministries, but new facts which should not be underestimated, for they change the terms of the war. Part 2. The apparatus of preventative counter-revolution in our country. United action against terrorism, which has more or less officially bound the parties of the so-called Constitutional Arch since January 1977, is in some respects the necessary element enabling the inclusion of regional counter-revolutionary initiatives within the European plan first sketched out with the political agreement signed by EEC heads of state in June 1976, and then with the police agreement negotiated in July 1976 by the Interior Ministers, and finally with the European Convention on the Suppression of Terrorism. It is no surprise that when he opened the parliamentary debate, Andreotti made an explicit reference to needing to harmonize continental policies and local initiative. This local initiative is developing before our eyes, and the more the offensive capacity of the revolutionary forces increases, the more the process accelerates. While following its own schedule, due to the particularity of the Italian situation, this process is perfectly in tune with the tendencies operating throughout the continental territory. We will consider 5 of its basic aspects. A. The counter-guerrilla units. The unified leadership of the continental process of reorganizing the police and the trend towards an integrated anti-guerrilla force in the EAC countries, are the main forms taken by the preventative counter-revolution in the European territory. What is of interest here is the way in which this trend expresses itself in our country. As we have seen, the various European counter-guerrilla units find their political expression in the executive of the EAC, and in the regular summits of the interior ministers, as well as in the commissions comprised of senior bureaucrats from various ministries. Their operational instrument, however, is NATO, the politico-military body to which imperialism entrusts the leading role, both in terms of defense against external enemies and in terms of annihilating internal enemies. The integration of the counter-guerrilla and the secret services, which are always supervised by NATO, is very well documented. In practice, the restructuring of police units proceeds along 2 lines. One aspect is to develop international cooperation, the other is to lay the basis for joint organization. The objective of this international cooperation is a qualitative increase in the capacity of nation-states to respond to revolutionary initiatives and the unification of the counter-guerrilla at the higher level reached by the dominant imperialist states. This does not rule out the use of a diversity of techniques and strategies to deal with the specific characteristics of the class war in different regions. To the contrary, the mutual assistance agreement between the counter-revolutionary forces favors the tendency towards specialization and the elaboration of new repressive techniques, both concentrating the full force of the imperialist apparatus against localized revolutionary tensions, and reproducing in a generalized form the results of the most advanced experiences throughout the metropolitan area. This leads to the dissemination of similar forms, techniques, and organizational structures to the various counter-guerrilla units on a continental scale. To confirm that this tendency is also present in our country, it is necessary to identify in their operational development the lines of movement along which the project of the preventative counter-revolution is articulated. It is therefore of significant interest, in order to bring more clarity to the discussion, to take a look at the stages through which the restructuring of the secret services has developed, something that until recently suffered from profound internal division, significantly reducing operational potential. Contradictions which are in no way fully resolved. Restructuring is directed towards efficiency. Its strategy aims to concentrate and activate all currently available forces around a program of preventative annihilation of all those outbreaks which express real revolutionary tension and thereby constitute sources of instability for the imperialist system. Therefore, 2 bodies have been established on a similar basis as the English Special Branch, the SISMI and the SIST. This is certainly a qualitative leap compared to the past, when 2 parallel structures with regards to counter-guerrilla activity coexisted within the same state, one of which 36 was under the Ministry of the Interior, the other directly connected to the military apparatus of the Carabinieri. 37 The 2 operated at cross purposes and even in open opposition to one another. In the new reorganization, however, the entire structure is integrated and placed under the executive, because on the national level, it is a political appendage of the centers of imperialist command, centralizing all activity. It is certainly no surprise that NATO has been gifted through Andreotti with the special body of the Carabinieri, by the appointment to head the new security services of 2 generals who have held posts of considerable responsibility, General Santovito and General Grassini, respectively the heads of SISMI and SIST. The CC has always been the spearhead of the counter-revolution, and it is not for nothing that it is an integral part of the army and therefore under the direct control of NATO. It disposes of an efficient apparatus, equipped with the most advanced modern technology, trustworthy, and with a complex and capillary structure which covers the entire national territory, making it the default backbone of this project. At the expense, of course, of the PS-38, which has been rendered unstable by a whole series of internal contradictions, and is now considered unreliable, if not tinged by the virus of subversion. It is therefore inevitable that its margin of autonomy is to be restricted, in tandem with the centralization of all power in the hands of the executive. What is at issue now is restructuring in real terms, starting with objectives to be realized quickly, in order to be up for the new tasks which the spread of revolutionary initiative poses for the imperialist state. In order, these are: 1. Updating strategy and tactics. 2. Updating structure and equipment. 3. Renewal of education and training. 4. United deployment and coordination of all counter-guerrilla forces. Obviously the new services have different functions. SISMI is a body that will essentially perform military espionage and counter-espionage, whereas SIST is responsible for arranging the annihilation of the guerrilla in its organized manifestations. It is therefore the latter that we will examine in more depth. It is, however, worth noting that the task of coordinating the activity of the two bodies falls to the CSIS 39, which depends directly on the executive, and more specifically on the President of the Council 40, to which it must occasionally provide an analysis of all information and data submitted by the two services, developing to the utmost the work of research and processing of the same. Furthermore, it is to handle cooperation and integration with similar services operating in the other states of the imperialist chain. With regard to the tasks carried out by SISMA and SIST, we should bear in mind that they operate solely as intelligence bodies and in leading counter-guerrilla operations, without however specifically intervening on the military terrain, which is instead the responsibility of some special sections of certain units of the PS, CC, and GDF.41. The various political offices in different police headquarters have been abolished, and replaced in each one by a General Investigations and Special Operations Division. These in turn are headed by a central office in the General Directorate of the PS. One might think that in this way the PS remains equally capable of independently developing its own operational plans, but this is not the case, given that data processing is now largely under the total control of SIST and therefore of the CC. This has greatly increased their capacity to maintain their own autonomy almost unchanged, thereby constituting themselves as strategic bodies of the preventative counter-revolution in Italy. Under the strategic direction of SIST, they operate as actual special sections in the operations of the armed wing of the imperialist state. And within these sections, special anti-commando squads have already been established, comprised of select and highly trained personnel, intended to operate in coordination with other similar units of the EAC countries. On two prior occasions, they have carried out cross-border joint actions, reflecting the logic of war applied by imperialism in different offensive operations, which is a telling sign of the international character assumed by the Continental Class War. It indicates the imperialist determination to resolve situations which disrupt the stability of weak links in the chain through direct intervention. The role of these police bodies in the imperialist state is that of being the armed wing of the executive, like all the structures of domination, constraint, forced consensus, and legitimization. However, the expression police state, used by us in previous documents to describe the progressive militarization of institutions, can create confusion as it does not precisely reflect the specific relationship which connects the reorganization of the counter-guerrilla structures and the crisis restructuring of the imperialist state. The increased political importance of these special units and of those who lead them in the new framework of the reformed state represents only one aspect of the current situation. In reality, it reflects a complete subordination of these forces to the executive and its directives. The concentration of power in the hands of the executive is realized indirectly through the apparatus of domination. Every increase in the institutional power of the police in general and of the special units in particular implies under these conditions a strengthening of the executive, since the latter exercises direct and absolute control over them. So what appears as the strengthening of the particular is in reality only a cover for the process of reinforcing the executive. Therefore, the recurrent confrontations between two separate state bodies like the police and judiciary, where the first claims a greater area of independence in relation to the second, should not be reductively interpreted as a corporative issue, the product of a struggle between bureaucratic structures. The same applies to the use of internal memos, which prevent Parliament from having any chance of intervening in this sector. In effect, the various special units as well as the police are untethered from the control of Parliament and the judiciary, which equates to greater freedom of action for the executive. On the one hand, we have the reorganization of the repressive apparatus and its strengthening through the extension and concentration of its power. The laws on police detention and the possibilities for the interrogation of detainees, the authorization to close down hideouts, the authorization of wiretaps no longer by magistrates but by the Ministry of the Interior, the creation of a coordinating committee between the different police forces, should all be understood as part of this. On the other hand, they are directly and totally subordinated to the executive bodies, the reform and restructuring of the secret services being one very concrete example of this. It is no accident that in all the imperialist states the secret services are placed at the service of the executive, the Prime Minister in Great Britain and France, the Chancellor in the FRG, the President in the USA. In Italy the President of the Council directs both services through an executive committee appointed, as we have seen, by the Prime Minister himself, whereas, before the reorganization, the CID answered to the Army Chief of Staff. Thus this political figure becomes the highest national security authority, with a special office for their deliberations, the USI, which is closely linked to the supranational expressions of imperialist command and therefore to NATO. Ultimately, it is still the President of the Council of Ministers who decides on the rules of politico-military confidentiality. From the moment the class confrontation assumes the dimensions of war, the state functions become integrated and the distinction between the political and the military is resolved into a unity. The experience of the interministerial summits with the participation of the technicians and the military indicates the form towards which the governmental structure of the imperialist states is evolving, the Crisis Committee 45 as a permanent feature of the executive. The development of a counter-guerrilla strategy and tactics whose fundamental objective is the permanent militarization of the metropolitan centers and the annihilation of the organizations of the armed resistance movement deserves specific mention. The guidelines for this process are: play button, the use of information technology, introducing intelligence techniques, implementing the model of war in the occupation of the metropolitan territories and in the attacks on the masses, the military model of checkpoints, special units for urban combat, house searches regulated by military law. Play button, the strategies of mass participation in the administration of public order, the use of the mass media, the parties, the unions, of local authorities, etc., as organizers of consent and guarantors of surveillance and of social prevention in defense of the state. Play button, politico-military annihilation of the movement of proletarian resistance. This is the objective pursued by the preventative counter-revolution. The global militarization of social life, the organization of consensus and reactionary mass mobilization, are the complementary forms of the war which imperialism wages in the heart of the metropole. b. Strengthening the mechanisms and instruments of control and prevention. In the imperialist counter-revolutionary war, the construction of a network of preventative total surveillance is a front of attack which becomes more important every day. We are faced with a senseless scheme which does not recoil from the use of methods and tactics in relation to which the state is largely defenseless, precisely because it is democratic and does not and cannot have the means for the preventative total control of social life. We should not be deceived by this lament from Kosygin 46. Indeed, the experts of the Trilateral suggest that there are politically desirable limits to the indefinite extension of democratic politics, and what's more, these limits are the preconditions of a long life for Western democracy. 47. The problem is therefore resolved on the political terrain. It is a matter of setting these limits, and the application of information technology will do the rest. In the imperialist state, the tendency is towards maximizing social control of the entire population and, in particular, establishing special surveillance sections within every basic institution. The use of information technology, computer networks, makes the practical realization of this program possible. Their capacity for the total control of internal enemies reaches a level unprecedented during previous dictatorships. At the same time, the definition of internal enemies tends to expand until it encompasses the entire population. In short, the imperialist state is preparing a regime of probation for all. Already, various surveillance networks capture information on all of us to varying degrees. We will go over the main ones here. Play button control and preventative surveillance of the labor force in the production centers and the tertiary sector, implemented by the factory police and private agencies. The centralization of information is then carried out by the unions and the employers' organizations, and eventually by the state security services. We recall the instructive case of espionage at Fiat. Play button SISMI. The legitimization of total and preventative surveillance by the military sector is justified as usual by Andreotti. Profiling is an ugly word I don't use. But let's take an example. If there was an autonomist or anyway a person known to have manufactured and used Molotov cocktails, it would hardly be appropriate to make them a security guard. In fact, to minimize risk it's best to monitor everyone. Play button profiling of revolutionary groups, union and political vanguards, political parties with particular attention to those generally left-leaning, and base organizations, carried out by the General Investigations Division, by the Judicial Police, by SIST, and especially by the counter-guerrilla special units. The single brain of the Interior Ministry stores tens of millions of files. Play button profiling of all prison inmates and of the social relationships they maintain. The Ministry of Justice has 4 central databases, 2 from UNIVAC, 1 from Honeywell, and 1 from IBM. Play button political profiling of all students and their organizations, centralized by the Interior Ministry through the Italian Social Assistance Office. Play button profiles of strategic civil infrastructure personnel and control of the population in the surrounding areas. And the list goes on. We should not underestimate the application of information technology to the repression of the class struggle, because along with the efficiency of computers, it brings with it the ideology of the technico-military personnel who operate them. The information system used by police in the USA is IBM. IBM has advertised its achievements in the following terms: the knowledge we have acquired by the use of data allows us to follow a heartbeat to the moon, and is now at the disposal of the police to enforce the law. The information technology systems are monopolies of the American multinationals because, besides ensuring U.S. dominance of the world economy, this ensures the export of its model of control, of a method of policing, and also exports the most advanced level of repression from the strongest link of imperialism. Actually, the export of this system is not only the export of advanced technology, but also of a relation of production, of a specific ideology. It is American profiling that is imposed within the control structures of all the states within the imperialist chain. And this is precisely why they are also training a layer of technicians/police to manage the process of total and preventative surveillance of the population. Once they had the spy. This sorry trade still carries out its own specific function, of course, but the organization of a multiplicity of controls via information systems extends through all sectors of social life and represents an even more insidious enemy now. This is the information on all of us, on almost every militant, which the imperialist state stores and centralizes and thereby utilizes to constantly reinforce its domination. It is necessary to deepen our understanding of the counter-guerrilla model regarding the organization of information gathering, the systems employed, and the linked computer networks. It is essential to be aware of the technico-military personnel who manage and operate this specific sector of war. It is important to attack this network of control, to blow up its meshwork, disarticulate these structures, and this begins with the technico-military personnel who manage, instruct, and work against the proletariat. C. Integration of the judicial structures as an arm of the executive. The reorganization of the Italian judiciary has as its basic presupposition the reform of the Code of Criminal Procedure. This was decided at a joint meeting of justice ministers from countries participating in the EEC. It is meant to bring the Italian judicial system into line with the rules in force in the European countries, in particular the Anglo-Saxon system. In the process of eliminating liberal residues, which today constitute a weak point for state institutions, the relationship between the executive and the judiciary is redefined, functionalized for the construction of an efficient and reliable front against the revolutionary class war. The executive tends to assume the form of a crisis committee in the internal war. This process involves its direct control over every apparatus of coercion. This is the context in which to understand the intervention of the executive, its organic attacks against any tendency towards independence or uncontrollability on the part of the judiciary, because this constitutes an obstacle to its counter-revolutionary initiative. The process addressing this includes a restructuring of the judicial apparatus, which is by no means a process without contradictions. The most important aspect of this is the vertical reorganization of the highest judicial bodies, implemented by the authority of the executive through the Ministry of Justice. The purpose of this operation is to give the judiciary an organizational form facilitating control from above, as well as a hierarchical structure which functions to subordinate peripheral sectors to the directives of the center. Smothering any wishful thinking about independence, the judiciary appears as an apparatus in which the will of the executive is affirmed from the center to the articulations, by means of a few leading bodies closely linked to one another and immediately subordinate to the crisis staff. The primary body is the High Council of the Judiciary, conveniently reformed some time ago with the inclusion, alongside the magistrates, of a group of experts linked to the major parties. 48 It is characterized by its critical function within the institutional system. For this structure, the CSM plays the role of transmitting the will of the executive. It is the main control body between the executive and the judiciary. Furthermore, its technical qualifications make it an efficient instrument for guiding and coordinating the restructuring of the judicial organization and judicial regulations. It is in this sense that one can understand the intervention of the CSM in the Turin trial following the Croce action. 49 The highest body of the judiciary took the initiative to suspend the termination of preventative detention, the government seemingly stepping in at a later date to ratify the judicial decision with a legal decree. Officially it worships the rule of law, but in reality it is the ultimate expression of dependence upon the directives of the executive. On May 1, Bonifacio 50 proposes for the first time a series of meetings between government representatives, the CSM, and the heads of judicial offices. The objective, an inquiry into the state of the judiciary, with operational goals. In July a conference is held on the same subject, attended by Minister Bonifacio along with members of the CSM and other big bureaucrats from the judicial administration. It is obvious that the aim of these meetings, aside from debating different positions, is to affirm the government's steady line. The space of residual autonomy conceded to the judiciary is limited to the methods of implementing these directives. Indeed, the CSM is constituted in order to ensure the judiciary's internal framework corresponds to the executive's contingent policy objectives. It is not only a matter of control over the proper functioning and implementation of directives, but also of maintaining the status quo within the administration, and thus ratifying disciplinary action, etc. Therefore, the CSM is also the material body through which the executive's control over the judicial structures is carried out. Proof of this can be seen in the exemplary measure by which the CSM relieved some probation officers of their posts, who were guilty of having implemented some prison reforms in a manner contrary to that desired by the executive. More serious still is the initiative of CSM Vice President Bachelet 51, who on the orders of Bonifacio and the government instructs the Attorney Generals to open an investigation into the political statements of members of Magistratura Democratica, 52 deemed contrary to the democratic order. Finally, as the last and most spectacular example through which the sketch takes form and develops all its implications, drawing attention to the reasons of state which guide the CSM, the decree via one of its direct collaborators, acquitting the fascists of on in Rome and their worthy comrades, first and foremost Cervello, in Milan. 53 It is obvious that these acquittals were suggested to the CSM by the executive, in return for services rendered by the fascists at other times, as well as for those they will have to carry out in future in their capacity as auxiliary forces to the imperialist state, instruments of the psychological counter-guerrilla, up to playing the role of death squads controlled by the secret services. It is therefore obvious that in this case there is a direct relationship between the judiciary and the executive. This is a salient fact. Obstinate belief in alleged judicial neutrality amounts to placing yourself on a purely idealistic plane, beyond any understanding of contemporary reality. This unequivocally confirms its integration and functional subordination to the political project for which the executive is the mouthpiece. Naturally, this process too is not without contradictions, but it is not, as alleged by the democratic current within the judiciary, some generic contradiction between reactionaries and progressives. The latter would like to see Parliament and the political forces represented within it exercise democratic control over the activities of the judiciary, while conversely, reactionaries support the separate body line. In reality, both these lines are losing out to the one which sees its own role within the perspective of integrating the judicial structure as an arm of the executive. This is currently the hegemonic force, the central linchpin of the judiciary, for example, the public prosecutors of the Court of Appeals, the heads of the investigative offices. In parallel to the vertical reorganization of the highest judicial bodies, the tendency of judges to specialize in particular areas of judicial activity is affirmed. This process manifests itself in the creation of units and special offices of judges who work on proceedings related to specific offenses, terrorism, kidnapping. Connected and complementary to this is the process of concentrating trials for terrorism, subversion, and kidnapping in capital cities of districts of the Court of Appeals, a move which for us leads straight to the special courts. The complete subordination and integration of justice to the directives of the counter-guerrilla force is realized here, as is the maximum control of the executive over the conduct and development of investigations which involve the forces waging revolutionary class war. D. Restructuring of the prisons. The concentration camp structure and the reorganization of penitentiary law are integral parts of the plan for imperialist restructuring of the state, not simply an adjustment of the apparatus of counter-revolutionary domination to a different and more advanced stage of the war, but one of the preconditions, one of the indispensable premises, for the qualitative leap which characterizes the development of the imperialist state. The urgency and care with which the executive confronts the penal question shows the importance that the bourgeoisie assigns to this area of class confrontation in the current period. The counter-revolution proceeds with gloomy consistency. It is committed to normalizing the conditions of order within the prisons, to defeat a currently weak and isolated class layer, the proletarian prisoners. But its vision is much broader. As we have seen, the imperialist project unfolds around a primary axis, building and empowering supranational bodies of management and control. The stronger multinationals and the imperialist bourgeoisie, which are their expression, entrust the task of restructuring the nation-states to these centers, along the lines of a continental preventative counter-revolution. It is within this general context that one should understand the impending integration of the military structures of repression and their specialization into the counter-guerrilla judiciary, the counter-guerrilla special units, and the special prisons. Asinara, Favanana, Fossombrone, are directly connected on the level of political content and military objectives, to the concentration camp structures for the RAF comrades in Germany and the IRA militants in England. Both Stamheim and Asinara are concrete examples of what we mean by the imperialist restructuring of the prison sector being a counter-guerrilla operation. Here everything happens as they want it to happen. The executive directly assumes the task of leadership and coordination through an appropriate committee. Continental preventative counter-revolution, concentration camps, are signs of a qualitative leap occurring in the class struggle. The imperialist state is forced to move onto the terrain of direct war in its confrontation with the movement of proletarian resistance. This determines the transition to a new stage in which the relation between the two parties becomes exclusively defined in terms of class war. The war policies, like the new concentration camps, are not just a repressive response to individual subversive phenomena taking place, but are an irreversible decision in the context of comprehensive imperialist restructuring, which, as well as neutralizing incarcerated communists, transforms them into hostages. It goes without saying that this treatment, explicitly reserved for prisoners of war, is not being carried out for contingent or temporary reasons, but is a permanent and immutable condition imposed by power. It is not the activity of individual inmates that matters, but the political figure in the struggle which the proletariat leads. This war policy has a single purpose, to annihilate the prisoners of war. But the aspect of physical annihilation is directly instrumentalized and subordinated to the objective of destroying one's political and personal identity. Throughout the metropolitan territory, imprisoned anti-imperialist fighters are treated as hostages in the hands of the state, which tends to develop a two-pronged approach against them, treatment aimed at the progressive destruction of their political identity, will, and personality, through individual or small group isolation, and constant acts of destabilization on the level of bare survival, their use as propaganda in order to deter the revolutionary and proletarian forces. Throughout the metropolitan territory, the revolutionary movement is committed to responding to this regime of war with acts of war. It is good to have maximum clarity on this point. The camps are not a boil on a healthy body, a deviation from democratic norms, a medieval remnant, or a deplorable case of delay implementing reforms. The camps are the spearhead of reform. They are the other face of the open prison and embody its cardinal principle, differentiated treatment. Establishing the camps creates new conditions whereby the chain of power ties the camps directly to those in charge of the ministries of justice, the interior, and defense, the politico-military responsibility in question being assigned primarily to the executive. This process is ongoing and not without contradictions. After all, this takes place within an institutional system which still formally enshrines the autonomy and independence of the judiciary and legislature. Therefore, the ultimate demonstration of the executive's authority coincides with the emergence of contradictions. The imperialist project and the institutional structures come into conflict, and the first tends to dominate the second and adapt it to itself. It is this contradiction that gives birth to a democratic opposition. Although it is not antagonistic to the strategic objectives of imperialism, a section of the bourgeoisie is forced to fight to conserve the areas of power it occupies in the institutional structures. There are two aspects as to how this democratic opposition approaches the proletarian anti-imperialist struggle. First, insofar as it is an element within the imperialist framework, it is itself a part of the counter-revolution, not only as organizer of consensus on a mass level, but more importantly as an agent for mobilizing the people in defense of the state. Second, it aims to control the drive to manage the opposition after it has been purged of subversive elements. This is in order to improve its own position in the political power struggle with other sectors of the bourgeoisie. Due to these objective conditions, there is also the possibility of a clash between sections of the bourgeoisie. The precarious political framework based in the consent of the parliamentary majority testifies to this. In practice, however, these contradictions can develop only as a result of the initiative of the revolutionary forces. The class struggle compels the political forces to take a position. In the case of the special prisons, a revival of proletarian initiative will have a twofold impact, disarticulating the project of the camps, a spearhead of the counter-revolution, deepening the contradictions of the same project of restructuring the imperialist state, creating the possibility for a power struggle to develop within the dominant bloc. The escape attempt at Fävänä has not only demonstrated the political weakness of this project, but an entire series of structural contradictions which should be highlighted. First of all, the latent conflict between the External Security Service Organization's Special Forces of the CC led by General Dalla Chiesa and the penal administration structure headed by the Ministry of Justice. A contradiction which has its origins in the institutional structure, namely in the division of labor and the established authority which is traditional for the apparatus of state command. The creation of bodies to coordinate the reorganization of the prison sector, like the commission chaired by Bondono and Dalla Chiesa, shows how the executive wants to overcome these limits, namely the tendency to overcome the particularism determined by local interests, in the service of a superior and general interest which must still deal with this reality. After 6 months of trying, the ministry was not able to make Favenina a special prison, because first the administration and then the guards obstructed and even sabotaged the project. At Nuoro, the guards threatened to stop work, in protest against the proposal to establish a special prison. At Trani, during the detention of some guards by inmates, there was a serious physical clash between the CC who demanded entry in order to forcibly free the hostages and the hostages' colleagues who wanted a peaceful solution. The same kind of contradiction manifests at higher levels in the hierarchy, as when the Inspector General of Alta Vista Prison takes a stand against Dalachisa's nomination to coordinate internal and external prison security, protesting the interference of the CC in penal administration, not to mention Army Commander General Mino, who felt passed over in his area of responsibility by the government's decision. The structure of parallel command which complements the directors of the special prisons and which depends directly upon the military bodies of the executive was created precisely in order to meet the need to implement the center's direct control over the treatment of prisoners, and in so doing to override the responsibility and authority of local bodies. In other words, to combat the particularist tendency which obstructs the imperialist plan on all levels. The reactionary mobilization of the masses through the mass media. The worker must always remember that the bourgeois newspaper is an instrument of struggle motivated by ideas and interests that are contrary to his. Everything that is published is influenced by one idea, that of serving the dominant class, and which is ineluctably translated into a fact, that of combating the laboring class. 57 So wrote Gramsci in Avanti. In 1916. The bourgeois press has always served this function, but the qualitative leap actually taking place now is that the political direction of the organs of information has been centralized and assumed directly by the executive of the imperialist state. The RAI and the main dailies and weeklies become subsidiaries of the Interior Ministry's press office, and the journalists managing the government showgirls 58 who encourage counter-revolutionary action are in fact guest officers of the same ministry. This total control over the press should not be equated with censorship, which is only one of its aspects. The press organs play an active, organic, and functional role in the strategy of the multinationals, and are an integral part of the restructuring of the state. Willy Brandt explains the function of the mass media in the imperialist state, to inoculate society against revolution through a peaceful and firm affirmation of normality. 59 More precisely, criminal nihilism can be more effectively combated if terror does not become the object of political and journalistic calculations. This is the same point of view espoused by Andreotti. In fact, the latter has observed that journalists can help us succeed in calming the emotions. The point is very clear: to militarize the means of mass communication and involve their technicians as psychological warfare bureaucrats under the direction of the executive. Horrific, but perfectly in line with the directives of the Trilateral Commission. In fact, according to imperialism's thinkers, freedom of the press is all right but only in small doses. As abuses are possible, it is necessary for the state to assure to the government the right and the ability to withhold information at the source, regulate the professional values of journalists and, in exceptional cases, even proceed with preventative restrictions when considered necessary. 60. In the imperialist state, where school and family lose much of their traditional integrative function, the means of mass communication are openly used as prime instruments of mass socialization. Therefore, the question of their control is of fundamental importance. The formative function tends to subordinate all others, and the informational function is reduced to the construction, chapter by chapter, of a fairy tale to be administered like a tranquilizer pill to the masses, who are deprived of any say or alternative. The sedative liquidation of antagonistic class practices by the mass media is, indirectly, a necessary premise for the violent liquidation of the class forces who express their own needs, through the action of the special units. The political function of the mass media is therefore to constitute a permanent mass mobilization in a reactionary sense, to manufacture the identification of broad layers of the proletariat with the most repressive measures which the state will undertake to implement, to organize consensus around the liquidation, even physical, of internal enemies. In the modern newsrooms of the major media, where class conflict is taken apart and reassembled in the interests of the imperialist bourgeoisie every day, sit the new counter-guerrilla technicians, the psychological warfare specialists, the bureaucrats of counter-revolutionary violence paving the way for the killers from the special units. They produce the show, which in modern warfare precedes the annihilation of revolutionary militants. It is in these newsrooms that the so-called low-profile strategy, in other words indirect intervention against the proletarian movement, is materialized in psychological operations which aim to influence the attitudes of the proletariat, conquering hearts and minds, discrediting the guerrilla, encouraging its internal divisions, sowing mistrust, eroding morale. The way out of the crisis. The metropolitan proletariat has no alternative. In order to exit the crisis, it must resolve the central question of power. Only by destroying the imperialist state and establishing the power of the dictatorship of the proletariat is it possible to detach the Italian link from the imperialist chain. Only by refusing our assigned place in the imperialist division of labor is it possible to fully develop the productive forces present in our territory. Exit from the crisis means communism. Which means, recomposition of manual and intellectual labor, organization of production according to the needs of the people, according to use value and no longer exchange value, which is to say the profit of a handful of capitalists and multinationals. All this is historically possible now. Necessary and possible. It is possible to utilize the enormous degree of development reached by the productive forces to finally liberate people from bestial exploitation, from being forced to work, from misery, from fatigue, from the social degradation in which they are trapped by imperialism. It is possible to upend the imperialist crisis into a revolutionary rupture, and the latter into the point of departure for a new society which creates and is created by social humans, taking as its center the growing expansion and satisfaction of the many needs of each and all. Only the immense increase of the productive forces attained by modern industry has made it possible to distribute labor among all members of society without exception, and thereby to limit the labor time of each individual member to such an extent that all have enough free time left to take part in the general both theoretical and practical affairs of society. Angle 61. The imperialism of the multinationals is imperialism on the way to its end, the historical stage of its putrefaction, of its decline, now without any illusions. It has nothing more to offer, to give, not even in ideological terms. The reactionary mobilization of the masses in its defense, which its frantic search for consensus is based upon, is not supported by any economic basis in this stage. The solution of preventative counter-revolution to re-establish the governability of Western democracy, is now exposed as an end in itself. Force is its own justification. We are facing not only the explicit defeat of imperialism as a mode of production capable of continual, infinite progressive expansion, but also the subsequent justification of force replacing the weakness of its historic justification. The exhaustion of its capacity to further develop the productive forces is an irreversible process. No counter-revolutionary effort, however ferocious and violent, will be able to halt this. Which is to say that no counter-revolution, however ferocious and violent, will be able to win in these historic conditions. Saying that imperialism is on the defensive, is not to say that it has no claws, or that its overthrow will be rapid and simple. In the period of its decline, it is extremely cruel and uses every weapon at its disposal, to cheat, divide, starve, torture, and assassinate anyone it attacks. But its final overthrow is inevitable. Not only can imperialism no longer find the energy and the conditions for its own reproduction and its own development due to its internal contradictions, but these contradictions are progressively intensifying and deepening, through efforts on a growing number of fronts, on its borders and in the metropoles, from the People's Liberation Wars and the Revolutionary Class War of the proletariat. It is this war that prevents it from developing, in diverse ways specific to itself and to the counter-revolution in each country, and it is this counter-revolution that enables the revolutionary forces to strengthen, grow, and finally be victorious. The bourgeoisie was affirmed because it was an expression of a real process of growth of the productive forces, the imperialist bourgeoisie will lose because in order to affirm itself it is compelled to suffocate this growth. An irresistible necessity makes the process of social revolution which we are living through irresistible, and among all the productive forces it is ourselves, the organized vanguard of the metropolitan proletariat, who are primary. Stage and conjuncture. Recognizing the objective existence of class contradictions and, more specifically, identifying which are primary for us in this stage and which are objectively secondary, is a necessary precondition for revolutionary action. There is no revolutionary struggle if it does not face and fight the main enemy. We have always argued that the primary class contradiction is that which opposes the metropolitan proletariat to the imperialist bourgeoisie, and that, therefore, the latter is in relation to it and its politico-military vanguard the main enemy to destroy. We have also seen that the imperialist state is a synthesis of the multiple forms assumed by the historic initiative of the imperialist bourgeoisie, the exclusive concentration of its needs, and the essential instrument of its domination in all areas. Which is to say that, in this stage, the imperialist bourgeoisie is the main enemy. While this allows us to establish the strategic line of our movement, it remains insufficient to determine correct tactics. Tactics and strategy are necessary and complementary aspects of our action. The real movement of the class war brings out in every specific moment the principal aspect of the imperialist counter-revolution, and this is what we term the conjuncture. The conjuncture is not determined subjectively or unilaterally by the armed vanguard. Believing so leads to abstraction when developing the line of combat. Like the stage, the conjuncture is an objective product of the class confrontation which the revolutionary forces contribute to determining and are in turn determined by. Without a correct evaluation of the conjuncture it is impossible to determine correct tactics and, without adequate tactics, no real advance is possible. What are the elements that must be evaluated in order to understand the conjuncture and therefore to elaborate adequate tactics? There are three. A. The principal terrain on which the imperialist bourgeoisie's counter-revolutionary initiative is occurring. B. The particular and specific conditions which characterize the movement of offensive resistance and more broadly the most combative layers of the proletariat. C. The real state of the party or at least the armed vanguard. The current conjuncture, transition from armed peace to war. The current conjuncture is characterized by the transition from the stage of armed peace to that of war. This transition manifests as an extremely contradictory process, which is simultaneously identified with the restructuring of the state into the imperialist state of the multinationals. It is therefore an extremely important conjuncture whose duration and specificity depend upon the relationship which is established between revolution and counter-revolution. Therefore it is not a peaceful process, but in its development, progressively assumes the form of war. The main tactic of the guerrilla in this conjuncture is the disarticulation of the enemy forces. Disarticulation of the enemy forces means carrying out an attack whose primary objective remains that of propagandizing the armed struggle and its necessity, but which is already beginning to operate in line with the main tactic of the next stage, that of destroying the enemy's forces. This attack must propagandize the political line of the politico-military vanguard and at the same time disarticulate the new forms being assumed by the imperialist state. That is, it must strive to obstruct and create dysfunction within the apparatus of war that the counter-revolution is preparing. The immediate objectives of these attacks are: A. To constantly bring to the surface the fact that the executive is simultaneously an instrument of internal repression and a national expression of the interests of the dominant imperialism led by the USA and the FRG. This objective can be accomplished by developing initiatives on three fronts. 62. I against the DC, which ever since the Second World War has represented the tactical and strategic interests of the dominant imperialism and of the multinationals in our country. 2. Against the imperialist political personnel who guide the central structures of the state, structures which, starting from the ministries, traverse a clearly differentiated body of economic, judicial, penal, and military institutions throughout the country. 3. Against the imperialist political personnel who guide the vital centers of power which, while formally independent, are directly or indirectly linked to the executive. 4. Against the imperialist political personnel who guide the local subsidiaries of the supranational bodies and who therefore function as material conduits in the chain of power. b. To accumulate in this attack a vast and articulated revolutionary potential consolidated in a permanent mobilization against the imperialist state and the executive which is its brain and motor. How the confrontation plays out in this stage will largely determine the timeline of the war and even its final outcome. The disarticulation of the enemy forces is the final period in the stage of armed bands moving progressively into that of civil war. On the side of the revolutionary forces, the political and military disarticulation of the enemy forces must proceed at the same time as the process currently corresponding to building the fighting Communist Party within the movement of proletarian resistance in order to develop the protracted class war for the conquest of power. Part 3. On the guerrilla's methods of action in the current conjuncture. Every phenomenon is transformed in the course of its development. This transformation is not only quantitative but also qualitative. This is a general law of dialectical materialism, and it also applies to the guerrilla and its methods of struggle. 1. Initially and out of necessity we operated in small units and carried out small actions. 2. Then, with the growing strength and rootedness of the guerrilla, we moved to more complex actions, while more units were always simultaneously carrying out small actions. 3. Next, the guerrilla shifted to campaigns, which is to say the same line of combat implemented simultaneously in multiple centers. This is one dimension of the growth of the guerrilla. A second is the transition from rapid actions to extended actions 63, which allow us to carry out more effective armed propaganda, and to demonstrate to the resistance movement the level reached by the organization of proletarian power. It allows us to amplify and multiply the state's internal contradictions. Lastly, a third dimension is that of the rapid concentration of numerous forces to attack the enemy in small battles. Point 64. We have summarized these three stages of growth of guerrilla action, because they are the ones that most starkly highlight the essence of the guerrilla. The real strength of the guerrilla is demonstrated not only by raising the bar but above all by leading ever more complex campaigns, engaging the enemy in extended actions which bring to the fore and exacerbate all the internal contradictions, attacking the enemy forces by surprise in increasingly substantial battles which show the proletarian masses the real level of growth of the guerrilla forces. Furthermore, the restructuring of the imperialist state of the multinationals is characterized by its extreme militarization and by the concentration of military force in defense of its vital organs, its leadership personnel, its core structures, etc. Developing the revolutionary initiative for the political and military disarticulation of this apparatus entails adopting new forms of struggle which prefigure and bring to life, today, the fundamental aspect of the generalized civil war, the annihilation of the imperialist forces. This does not mean that there are no more mediations possible, but that they need to be seen in a dialectical relation with the necessity of making a military impact in order to make a political impact. The task of the guerrilla is to transition from so-called exemplary actions to those which give combat the unambiguous significance of destroying enemy forces. For the government's guerrillas and mercenaries, no target should be defensible. It should not be possible for any bunker where the agents of the counter-revolution hide to be called safe. The techniques of the guerrilla make this possible, and we should develop them to the new levels of combat imposed by the class war. The metropolitan proletariat and the proletarian movement of offensive resistance. In recent years, and particularly in the one that just ended, the antagonistic behavior of the class has radicalized and expanded to such an extent that it seems hardly inappropriate to speak of a creeping civil war. According to official data, more than 2,000 offensive actions were carried out in 77 alone, and in the single month of January 78 more than 350. Spread throughout 50 provinces and 100 cities. 65 We call this the proletarian movement of offensive resistance, the area of antagonistic class practice produced by the escalation of the economic and political crisis. The term PMOR denotes the area of forces, groups, and revolutionary units which provide politico-military content to their anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, and anti-revisionist initiatives in the struggle for communism. It is clear that the concept of the PMOR does not reflect a flat, homogeneous movement but, rather, an area of struggle and of partial movements, very distinct and yet linked by a common denominator, the process of crisis restructuring driven by the imperialist bourgeoisie. Because it has such a powerful origin, it grows and expands in spite of those who would rein it in the form of fighting units. It is actually a united, solid, and sustainable movement. At this point, we think it is worth briefly analyzing the new class composition, structurally produced by the crisis restructuring process, which gives rise to an extremely multifaceted and diverse reality in its class expression, the metropolitan proletariat. What is required is a systematic definition of the social figures who define the subjectivity of which the PMOR is the direct expression, always bearing in mind that the proletariat alone based on its objective class position constitutes the factor that introduces into history a concrete interest in the negation of private property in the means of production, and as such lays the basis for the destruction of capitalism and the imposition of its dictatorship. The sum total of social layers which insofar as they are separated from or gradually excluded from all forms of property circulate within the metropolitan proletariat, manifest themselves in each of the partial movements, which despite operating on a plane of relative political autonomy are nonetheless determined in their movement and in their historical potential for liberation by what constitutes the strategic force among them all, the working class. This is the center of gravity, starting from which it is possible even now to build unity between the various partial movements, a unity that is not the spontaneous aggregation of these movements, but which results from their falling in line with forms of struggle developing in the working class. The unification of the PMOR is a mediated process, constituting the dialectical synthesis of the interests of the various partial movements around those immediately antagonistic in their strategic components. This process is not spontaneous. It can only be organized by a vanguard party assuming a vanguard function. Therefore, the working class remains the central motor of the revolutionary process as well as its political leadership, despite the fact that profound changes have been produced within it, which do not constitute a uniform reality and which consequently need to be examined. The working class. The wage-earning workforces in the big urban factories and in small and mid-sized industry should be considered separately. The working class in the big urban factories. It can be divided into three layers. A. The mass workers, those who work on the line and in the departments with the most harmful working conditions, who are subordinated to the deadliest pace of work, benefiting from the least protections despite being the most productive, paying in this way the price for their fighting spirit. They are undoubtedly the most revolutionary layers, who have contributed and will contribute the most to developing the class struggle in all its forms, legal and illegal, from wildcats to sabotage, from factory occupations to the harsh punishment of bosses, managers, and fascists, up to becoming the central nucleus of the armed struggle for communism. B. The professional workers. It is mostly sectors of the labor aristocracy which make up the figure of the professional worker. However, the constant introduction of more advanced technology and the progressive division of labor reduces their ranks to an insignificant percentage. To be more precise, one can even assert that the professional worker as such no longer exists and that the term, at least in the current context, instead indicates the skilled worker, which is something quite different from the authentic professional worker. Indeed, while professionalism implies a certain degree of qualification, qualifications on the other hand do not imply professionalism, rather they are the adaptation of the labor force to the new organic composition of capital. This type of worker enjoys some privileges, like relatively stable employment and qualitatively superior work, non-repetitive, stress-free, with the possibility of controlling the pace of work, and partial autonomy in determining work methods. This causes them to be both particularly receptive to the ideology of labor promoted by the revisionists and to their policies, which is why they form their social base. Within the workers' movement they therefore represent a tendency to be eliminated, though they are still able, especially as the crisis worsens, to recover the revolutionary initiative, at least in certain marginal cases. C. The labor aristocracy. This corresponds to the layers immediately above the qualified workers and to the non-productive union bureaucracy. When faced with the scale of the confrontation, this section of the class will increasingly become an instrument of the counter-revolution. These people now play an open support role for the economic policy choices of the imperialist bourgeoisie by providing a base of legitimization, and at the same time they carry out a control and espionage function within the factories. Workers in small and mid-sized industries. In many ways they are in a similar position to the mass workers in the large factories, but they differ insofar as they find it more difficult to organize and mobilize, being easier to identify, as they are constrained to maneuver within compressed structures and are therefore more controlled. Productive workers in the sphere of circulation. Productive workers in the sphere of circulation are defined as those workers who produce and maintain value. Within this sector there are even some pockets of privilege, like the port workers, in certain respects a real labor aristocracy in recent years who will inevitably be downsized by the restructuring currently going on. This will happen to the productive workers of the service sector in general. Within the metropolitan proletariat we find a number of other layers, some of which need to be defined differently from in the past. They are 1. Manual workers in the service industry. Along with private ownership of the means of production, the separation between the product of labor and its control is a defining feature of class relations which is always present within the capitalist structure. As this separation develops, it creates a new petty bourgeoisie but also a wide variety of manual workers in the service industry who moreover experience a relationship to wage labor distinguished by the level of consciousness that develops in their struggles. This is sufficient to make them important allies of the working class as, while not producing value, they live in essentially the same conditions. 2. The Industrial Reserve Army of Labor. This is an integral part of the working class, traditionally including all those workers who anticipate being involved in the production process but who are temporarily excluded from it. There is thus fluctuation, which in the current period tends to make unemployment a structural fact of enormous proportions in the imperialist state. While the fluctuating surplus population is made up of temporarily laid-off workers or those participating in redundancy programs, the latent surplus population can currently be seen in youth unemployment, a large-scale phenomenon of great political significance. According to recent statistical findings, it is 40% or more in the OECD countries. This has created a real army for all intents and purposes, which has given life in Italy to a movement of struggle with very radical positions, even with permanent organizational forms and direct connections to the working class. Moreover, the ways the different sections of the surplus population are evolving today are more complex than the historical forms analyzed in Marx's schema, as is proven by the creation of a layer of workers who are marginal but not marginalized. In the case of the stagnant surplus population described by Marx, we not only have a long-term return to the condition of unemployment but also to a state of permanent precarity, as at the moment in the marginal working class. This precarity does not relate to the occupational status of individual workers, but instead to the productive unit in which the worker is inserted. But now the characteristics of this area of production are structural, stable in their precarity. In fact, we can say, the decentralization of production in relation to the monopoly enterprises is a consequence of the tendency of the total capital invested per worker to increase. A marginal area exists in all sectors of the economy, but to a greater extent in those that are the least dynamic. It is present in all the advanced capitalist countries and in various forms of employment of labor power. Its subordination to the spontaneity of the market allows greater elasticity in the use of labor power, countering the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, through both the increase in working hours in periods of conjunctural expansion and also the lower cost of labor power in periods of recession. It is a way to politically divide the labor force, in line with the traditional understanding of an industrial reserve army. As well as regulating the size of the wage bill, it diminishes the bargaining power of the less privileged layers of workers and operates as corporatist blackmail for those in the large enterprises. With regards to the stagnant surplus population described by Marx, The difference here can be found in the fact that this condition is not linked to a cyclical crisis but is a permanent consequence of the relations of production in the current stage of capitalism. The only possibility of change facing this layer is not that of re-entry into stable employment at the end of the cycle, but if anything total marginalization, as there is no chance for the productive forces to be renewed within the current mode of production. So if we speak of this layer of workers as the Industrial Reserve Army, it is only for ease of exposition, for scientifically it would be placed elsewhere. The workers who find themselves in the middle and oscillating between the working class with stable employment and the Industrial Reserve Army are in fact employed in different ways. The marginalized, those who consume without working or who in any case are totally excluded from the production process, which is why they lack a clear or uniform political class identity. Nevertheless, in recent years some layers of the marginalized have become politically conscious, and you can find amongst the extra-legal proletariat and the proletarian prisoners an expression of the real vanguard which is fully engaged and which constitutes a powerful factor in alliance with the working class. By marginalized we mean those who consume without a wage. The extra-legal proletariat, it is a consequence of the increasing marginalization of layers of people from the production process, which has triggered the phenomena defined as mass criminality, also encouraged by the monstrous disparity of wealth concentrated in the hands of the few. The impossibility of finding stable work forces layers of the population to resort to illegal activities, which are in any case less and less alien to the working class. To cite statistics from the city of Rome in 1971, which are issued by the bourgeoisie but make it possible to see felony indictments divided by class, workers and laborers are 40.13%, students 11.71%, pensioners and housewives 7.73%, without profession 15.61%, which gives a sum of 75.18% of the total number of felony indictments. It is interesting to note the high percentage of criminals who come from the world of labor. Crime becomes a second job for parts of the proletariat. The prisoners' struggle and the politicization of the entire underworld environment is not then a strange or aberrant fact, nor is it possible to still consider prison to be the only vehicle of its organization and struggle, even if prison remains the most important moment of socialization for this segment of the class. After all, already in 1905 Lenin noted that in periods of economic political crisis, social banditry becomes a specific mode of struggle for certain layers of the urban proletariat who are thrown into misery. This phenomenon tends to spread within the working class, and it is absolutely indispensable to transform this mode of struggle into partisan action by involving this layer in civil war under the leadership of the fighting party. b. Those receiving assistance from public and private bodies. Elderly proletarians also fall within this category, because their marginalization from the production process often also involves their marginalization from all social relations, even though they are not confined in total institutions. In recent years even this layer has given rise to extensive struggles, showing that for the proletariat in this society there is no peace until the end. c. The traditional subproletariat, which in practice is constituted from the residue of decaying classes. Although now a phenomenon of limited size, with regards to analyzing it, the judgment offered by Marx and Engels remains entirely valid, passively rotting mass thrown off by the lowest layers of society susceptible to reactionary intrigue. 66 It remains historically confirmed that they are the worst allies of the working class. The Intellectual Reserve Army. We define the Intellectual Reserve Army as those parts of the intellectual black market engaged in temporary, occasional, and supplementary work. Due to its typically high level of education, this labor power is an unstable force, found in the most varied locations throughout industrial society. It therefore expresses its subjectivity in many different ways. Students are also located within this social area, while they do not constitute a class in themselves. In school they reflect all the divisions and segmentations of the classes which they represent. In past years, during times of full economic growth, to the extent that the organic composition of capital increased in that period, this was compatible with the growth of the productive base. The problem was posed of transforming the quality of labor power, hence the necessity for capital to promote mass education, to an extent sufficient to produce an educated workforce capable of functioning in an advanced industrial society. This has given rise to the creation of a new social figure coming from the subaltern classes and with a level of education predetermined by the needs of industrial production, the mass student. This type of student has now become a majority in the schools which, as the crisis escalates, have become real parking lots for the potentially unemployed who have little prospect of integration into the productive fabric. For the imperialist bourgeoisie, this precarity now constitutes a tendency which reflects the incompatibility of combining mass education with a savage reduction in levels of employment. Understanding this means that, alongside the working class, the movement of mass students is now one of the driving forces of the revolutionary movement. The petty bourgeoisie. As part of this discussion outlining the class composition of the metropolitan proletariat, we should also consider those elements of the petty bourgeoisie who, in the course of the crisis, come to objectively gravitate around the proletariat. It is no accident that revisionism tends to very confidently claim it en bloc as a political and ideological corollary, placing it in a privileged position as an ally of the labor aristocratic and professional worker layers. This layer is articulated as the traditional petty bourgeoisie linked to small production and small property, currently on the brink of extinction but still characterized by profound political instability. The new petty bourgeoisie. The analysis here must be more careful because it is no longer a question of a superseded mode of production, but of a product of the current mode of production, mature capitalism. It is extremely stratified. In fact, it extends from layers which are practically manual workers, who suffer from exploitation and harmful working conditions, to teaching staff, including those outside of the public schools, to broad white-collar layers, until you come to the technical specialists in management, surveillance, and the organization of labor. The high level of internal fracturing and polarization induced by the class struggle further disarticulates this social layer. Its political position can be summarized as follows. The lower layers, those still tied to manual labor, are allied to the working class. The intermediate layers vacillate, with the characteristic instability of the more traditional petty bourgeoisie. The upper layers, who incidentally are an important element of revisionist politics, are objectively anti-proletarian. Women workers. Women from all sections of the proletariat occupy an inferior, subordinate, and worse-paid position in relation to men. Moreover, they suffer from the serfdom of domestic labor. Women's labor, including that performed in the home, is therefore antagonistic to capitalist society. The awakening of women's struggles and the implicit and explicit content of these struggles will be increasingly weighty and important within the revolutionary movement. The bestial nature of capitalist relations of production and of their social aspects has stirred up this enormous social force. The weapon of radical criticism and radical criticism with weapons has finally reached even the final tabernacle, the domain of the family and the man-woman relation, a domain of critical and fundamental importance for opening the door to the transformation of life and the world. We could say that with the entry of women onto the stage of revolution all the forces are now mature, and for the pigs it is truly the beginning of the end. Undoubtedly, the subjectivity of the PMOR like the rest of its composition is not uniform, and between these diverse components a political and ideological struggle is being waged. We are speaking of contradictions among the people, and their existence does not contradict or exclude unity around the strategic goal. We fight for the subjective recomposition of the proletarian movement of offensive resistance around the program of attack against the imperialist state and the construction of the fighting Communist Party. Some have claimed that the proliferation of armed groups annoys the Red Brigades. If we were not certain that this was another attack in the strategy of the psychological counter-guerrilla, in an attempt to isolate our organization, we would be overjoyed that the enemy could be so stupid. In reality they know that the tendency of a part of the proletarian vanguard to arm itself is unstoppable, that in fact it is bound to spread. What really terrifies them is the possibility that it might overcome the limits resulting from the objective situation of disaggregation in which the armed struggle emerges, that it might stabilize itself as the strategic leadership of the revolutionary process, and organize into a fighting party. Clearly the enemy's propaganda attack is aimed at obstructing this awareness in the class vanguard as much as possible, shamelessly mystifying the terms of the political proposal that our organization addresses to the entire vanguard. We are not alone in doing this, but it is certain that the Red Brigades always fights and works to build the resistance movement, because the communist vanguard will seize the historic opportunity which it offers to greatly expand the revolutionary process. This brings us back to another question around which there has been a great deal of confusion: building the fighting party. As soon as possible and once and for all, we have to get rid of the idea that the development of armed struggle towards generalized civil war, towards protracted people's war, can be a spontaneous process. The class war emerges spontaneously from the specific conditions and the particular and general class contradictions produced by the imperialist system. The need to resist restructuring emerges naturally within the working class and the proletariat and pushes the vanguard to arm itself and fight the progress of the regime's crisis. This creates the objective situation in which we find ourselves, the existence of a substantial minority of the revolutionary proletariat, which has created the conditions of a creeping civil war, as a real form in which it expresses the movement of armed resistance. Rooting the armed struggle in the proletariat, building its capacity for strategic victory, is not a spontaneous process. Creating the conditions for an alternative power, strategically organizing the revolutionary potential of the proletariat is a conscious process and a forcible operation of the communist vanguard. One must therefore take up the task and responsibility of guiding the proletariat, set oneself at the head and take up the leadership, to build all the articulations of proletarian power if one wants, as we do, the generalized civil war to be a victorious trend and not the usual useless massacre. The history of the proletarian movement in our country can be viewed, in the final analysis, as the history of its failures. In fact, if there is a constant, it is precisely that when the struggle becomes class war and constitutes itself as an alternative power, if the proletariat is not able to equip itself with a strategic leadership and organization, then the enemy wins the game. This is actually the current task of the communist vanguard, to build the organization we call the fighting party. We use social practice as the measure of objective truth, convinced that all thought in accord with objective reality enables success, while on the contrary that which is not in such accord leads to failure. There is but one truth, and the question of whether or not one has arrived at it depends not on subjective boasting but on objective practice. The only yardstick of truth is the revolutionary practice of millions of people. 67. Taking social practice as the measure of truth and therefore also of the validity of revolutionary action, leads us to affirm this general principle: when the proletariat wages a struggle against the bourgeoisie, if it acts in isolation or in a dispersed manner, its struggle fails. It is victorious if it acts together and in unison. 68. And in this way we are led to recognize the weak point of the proletarian movement of offensive resistance, namely, the considerable dispersal of forces caused by the sectoral location of most of the fighting units, which confines their action to the narrow limits of the specific situations from which they emerged. Too often, this armed initiative dilutes its destructive power by addressing objectively secondary contradictions, albeit with exceptional force. Consequently, the politico-military initiative of these units, besides not making a deep impact on the preventative counter-revolution, barely makes it possible to act strategically or to have a dialogue on the central question facing the metropolitan proletariat in this period: how to carry out a dist-articulating attack against the imperialist restructuring of the state. To stabilize the situation of extreme fragmentation on the subjective level, which some notorious opportunists theorize even now, inevitably favors a return towards political tendencies whose primary characteristic is armed spontaneity, and in some cases leads to exalting the conditions which determine their tactical weakness and to refusing to play a politico-military vanguard role for the most advanced layers of the proletariat. Thus, at its lowest point, the armed initiative risks remaining confined to a purely military form, because it is incapable of representing a political perspective for liberation. Picking up the gun is a necessary but insufficient condition for the development of the protracted revolutionary class war. The guerrilla and proletarian power. What does it mean to build the organization of proletarian power in the current period of the class war? In this period in which the restructuring of the state has reached a point where it can no longer tolerate any proletarian struggle that steps outside the operational schema of capital accumulation, in this period in which the regime tends to absorb and corporatize the privileged layers of society and the organizations that represent them, in this period in which bourgeois power cannot and will not accept mediation with the movement's communist vanguard, and is preparing the instruments for its annihilation, in this period in which any moment of autonomous proletarian organization is confronted by the regime with armed force, with a plan to exterminate worker resistance, in this period in which the bourgeoisie has launched the counter-revolutionary war, what does it mean to build proletarian power? First of all, we must understand that we are not faced with a plan to temporarily limit bourgeois democratic liberties, that is to say, the closure of some legal space in the state of law. It would be more accurate to say that we face the rampage of counter-revolutionary imperialist reaction. So it is not a matter of complaining about repression, but of going further, developing the revolutionary class war. When the infamous special laws are implemented to eliminate the communist vanguard, to close the offices of autonomy, to intern its militants, to put the urban centers under a state of siege, to prevent the anti-imperialist struggle on the streets, it is real political suicide, physical as well, to insist on legalist positions which, if they are not opportunistic retreats, are reduced to pure wishful adventurism. One must understand that in the new period, the only way to develop proletarian antagonism and initiative is with gun in hand, and the new tasks of the communist vanguard relate to the organization of the armed struggle for communism. To organize proletarian power today is to identify the strategic lines along which the revolutionary confrontation advances, and to articulate everything on the basis of this, the armed attack against the fundamental political, economic, and military centers of the imperialist state. To organize proletarian power today means to strategically organize the armed struggle for communism, to learn to live, move, and fight in the new situation. We must not panic in the face of the ferocity of the enemy and overestimate the force and impact of his instruments of annihilation. We can and must live clandestinely among the people, because this is a condition for the existence and development of the revolutionary class war in the imperialist state. It is in this sense that we talk about the strategic content of clandestinity, the indispensable means of revolutionary struggle in this period, while at the same time warning against any other interpretations, whether defensive or mystical. A multitude of false conceptions and prejudices have spread around clandestinity. There are those who believe the enemy propaganda which endlessly repeats that the guerrillas are holed up in the darkest dens, that communist guerrillas are mysterious individuals like devilish Martians, perpetually hunted and constantly on the run, basically inaccessible to the common people. According to such people, the undeniable efficacy of the guerrilla is the result of a mythic clandestinity, which would make the militants a species of superhuman. Others have set out an absurd equation: legality equals the movement, and as a logical corollary, clandestinity equals estrangement from the movement. These people think of clandestinity as at most a way for individual comrades to stay safe, or as a means of parrying the enemy's repressive attacks. We have mentioned these two extreme positions, because they cover everything within the entire spectrum of the mythical or defensive and profoundly erroneous concepts of clandestinity. They only superficially grasp the characteristics of the protracted revolutionary class war. The class war is not the war of a chosen few. It must bring ever wider layers of the proletariat to mobilize and fight against the imperialist monster. In this way, proletarian power develops along lines internal to the movement and organizations which are intermixed and permeated with the armed communist vanguard. However, when waging protracted war in the imperialist metropole, the site of maximum concentration of imperialism's brutal force, where the revolutionary forces have to operate under conditions of strategic encirclement, it is only possible to constantly maintain the offensive and consistently consolidate the organization of proletarian power on the basis of the strictest clandestinity. All of the experience of our organization confirms that it is only with this approach that it is possible to strategically develop the revolutionary offensive, that clandestinity is not really an impediment to articulating the revolutionary offensive amongst the people, but is instead an indispensable precondition for the manifestation of proletarian power. In the factories, in the neighborhoods, in the schools, in the prisons, and wherever imperialist oppression manifests itself, to organize proletarian power means bringing the attack to the specific expressions of the imperialist state while simultaneously building the unity of the metropolitan proletariat in the proletarian movement of offensive resistance, and the unity of the communists in the fighting Communist Party. The fighting Communist Party. In order to transform the process of creeping civil war, which remains scattered and disorganized, into a general offensive led according to a unitary plan, it is necessary to develop and unify the movement of proletarian resistance, building the fighting Communist Party. However, movement and party should not be confused. A dialectical relation operates between them, but it is not a relation of equivalence. In other words, it is the class which is the source of the power, the impulses, indications, stimuli, and needs which the communist vanguard must collect, centralize, and synthesize, producing solid and finalized theory and organization, bringing it back to the class in the form of a strategic line of combat, program, and mass structure of proletarian power. That is to say that the correct path we must follow starts from the class in order to arrive at the party and starts from the party in order to return again, in more mature form, to the class. Before it is an organizational structure, the PCC is a politico-military vanguard which is actually ahead of everyone, which maps the way forward for the entire movement, which can be recognized through its revolutionary initiative as the most advanced part of the proletariat. To act as a party means to situate your own politico-military initiative within and at the highest point of the proletarian offensive, that is to say, at the principal contradiction and its dominant aspect in each conjuncture, and to be, in fact, the point of unification of the proletarian movement of offensive resistance, its road to power. Hence, to build the PCC does not imply an additive or federative accumulation of the various partial movements or local groups, but to build all of the mediations necessary in order to accomplish organizational and political leaps in the proletarian movement of offensive resistance, from the partial to the complex, from the particular to the general. In order to do this, it is important to wage within the PMOR an ideological and political struggle against the economist spontaneous tendency which results in armed minoritarian and, paradoxically, in militarism. And simultaneously against the bureaucratic minoritarian tendency which sees the construction of the PCC as a process of pure organizational growth, occurring outside of the class movement and separate from it. But in order for this political and ideological struggle to avoid being reduced to sterile polemic, it must aim to unify the movement. The armed vanguard must strive for all of its politico-military initiatives and organizational forms to be capable of establishing moments of discussion and unity, even if this is still only partial and contradictory, because it is only in this discussion that the necessary clarification of the program, principles, and organizational form of the PCC can begin. To act as a party also means to give armed initiative a dual character. It must be directed at disarticulating the state machinery and rendering it dysfunctional, while simultaneously projecting itself into the mass movement, giving politico-military direction in order to orient, mobilize, lead, and organize the PMOR towards anti-imperialist civil war. This task of disarticulation, propaganda, and organization must be performed at all levels of opposition to the capitalist state and at all levels of the composition of the class. There are no levels of conflict that are too low or too high. There are, however, levels of conflict which strike and erode the imperialist project and strategically organize the proletariat, and those that do not. These are the two elements that qualify armed action, not the military difficulties entailed in achieving a specific objective. Clearly, the more the attack is successful and disarticulates the central organs of the state, the more organizational force will be deployed, but this is secondary. Strategically, it is just as important to destroy the central organs of the state as it is to destroy its specific articulations that run throughout the social body. Strategically, it is just as important to build an organized and centralized capacity to exercise proletarian power as it is to build its articulations within the working class and the metropolitan proletariat, in the factories, the neighborhoods, everywhere. Therefore, there is no contradiction between the mass line and the vanguard role, nor is there a dichotomy between the movement's practice and armed action. But in the current situation, to act as a party also entails another matter of concern, extending the presence of the guerrilla throughout all centers. Specifically, this puts the need to break down the southern barrier on the agenda, of connecting within the same strategic perspective those who live and fight in the upper part of the peninsula and those who live and fight in its lower part. Today there no longer exists a southern question. The developmental logic of the imperialism of the multinationals has objectively unified the proletariat, now it is up to the guerrilla to unify it subjectively as well. Naples, Taranto, Sicily, and Sardinia experience more intensely than ever the devastating economic, social, and political contradictions produced by the crisis strategy imposed by imperialism and the multinationals. As such, the organization of an offensive resistance movement of unprecedented scope, intensity, and revolutionary maturity in these centers is not the result of some rage of underdevelopment. In these circumstances, to act as a party means to work for the unification of the proletariat in order to also affirm the strategic perspective of anti-imperialist class war for communism among the proletarian masses concentrated in the southern centers and in the islands. The Red Brigades are not the fighting Communist Party, but an armed vanguard working within the metropolitan proletariat to build it. While we assert that there is no equivalence between the BR and the fighting party, we assert with equal clarity that the armed vanguard must act like a party from the start. The process of political and programmatic construction and organizational production of the PCC is a discontinuous and dialectical process, the conscious product of a politico-military vanguard which, within the overall phenomenon of the class war, asserts the validity of the strategic perspective and the communist program which it supports, and the adequacy of the organizational instrument necessary for its realization. It thereby constitutes an essential reference point, as a strategic nucleus of the PCC under construction, from the start. This, and not presumptuousness, is why we chose to set out in the November 75 resolution of the Strategic Directorate 69 the organizational principles that form the basis of our organization, and that we believe have strategic value. Their severe and rigorous verification in struggle, in military practice, has demonstrated their capacity to guide the fight and build the organization of the proletariat. This is why we reaffirm them without hesitation. Experience so far has comprehensively enriched the politico-organizational legacy accumulated in our organization, which in general has evolved alongside the class war. In the current period, the schema of columns, revolutionary committees, brigades, of regular and irregular forces, of clandestinity and compartmentalization, remain the indispensable main points of our organizational formulation. As to the combat fronts, this requires clarification which was not possible at the time of their formulation. A redefinition in light of the needs and tasks that have emerged in the new period. The combat fronts. On the political level, we define combat fronts 70 as specific and sectoral spaces from which the revolutionary attack against the strategic articulations of the ism and the imperialist bourgeoisie is aimed, and within which it is possible to organize proletarian power in a process of unifying the revolutionary proletariat. On the organizational level, they have been established by our organization in order to respond to the need to elaborate and make consistent the program of work and struggle in specific sectors. We have seen that the principal contradiction is that which opposes the class to the imperialist state, the confrontation which is played out essentially between armed proletarian power and the counter-revolution. We have seen that for the revolutionary vanguard the question of class war consists of seizing the leadership of this confrontation between revolution and reaction, of charting the movement's line of action in its entirety, and of its capacity to realize a strategic project of attack against the heart of the state. In the final analysis, This means the party which has implications for the organizational structures, and affects their roles, their relations, and the specific weight of each of the various instances of leadership and work. The fronts are the privileged instrument for carrying out the task of political leadership, responding to the need to deepen the analysis and knowledge of the terrain of confrontation in the period in which the class war increasingly takes on the form of a widespread civil war. The qualitative leap making it possible to tackle the contradictions on the higher level of conflict with the state requires a work method that can be defined as, from the strategic program through the fronts and into the brigades. The fronts are vectors of the organization's political line, which enter into a dialectical relation with the centers of intervention, where these assume the role of a class terrain within which the general political line is mediated and articulated with the realities of the movement. Italy is a weak link in the imperialist chain. The Leninist categories of imperialist chain and weak link, determined by capital's structural need for uneven development, are today laid out in stark relief in the Mediterranean region. As the crisis has developed, the dividing line between revolution and counter-revolution has shifted. It is no longer at the edges but ever closer to the center of the imperialist metropole. Actually, within the global imperialist chain, all of southern Europe and northern Africa now represent a delicate point defined by the combination of two contradictions, both of which imperialism can only resolve with war. The first is that between North and South, between development and underdevelopment, a contradiction inevitably destined for continual aggravation by the deepening crisis. The second is that between imperialism and social imperialism, confronting one another here in a region that is vital for both, with major points of instability, and which is, furthermore, the key to controlling the Middle East, strategically important because of its oil reserves. It is this duality of contradictions which makes the situation extremely fluid, and the increasingly massive diplomatic and military presence of imperialism is not a sign of strength in this sector, but on the contrary of its strategic weakness. A significant proportion of the maturing contradictions of capital's crisis have been offloaded in the countries of this region, and this has caused a total breakdown of the pre-existing economic, social, and political equilibrium, generating a violent acceleration of the class confrontation. At its highest points this has reached the stage of civil war, creeping or even open. Italy contains both of these contradictions. In fact, underdevelopment as a function of development was already a problem historically for us. Now that the division between developed and underdeveloped territories tends to grow, not only in relative but also in absolute terms, it is generating increasingly explosive contradictions. The contradiction between imperialism and social imperialism is internalized, with the strongest communist party and the most extensive state capitalism in Western Europe existing here. All this must be taken into account in the proletariat's strategy for liberation. Final province of the empire, Italy functions as the asshole and garbage bag of Europe. That is to say, the area assigned a less than inspiring role in the international division. Our proletariat super-exploited labor and the out-of-control unemployment pay a large share of the costs of the system's general crisis, functioning as a shock absorber for the stronger links, doing the dirty/heavy/dangerous/toxic/murderous work that no one, really no one, wants to do. Another aspect of the guerrilla is to refuse the condition of being white Negroes of imperialism, to refuse the economic, political, cultural, scientific, and psychological subalternity which the Christian Democrat fifth column wants to impose at any cost. The guerrilla is about refusing to be placed among the B-list countries within the Western democratic system, not as a matter of metropolitan chauvinism, but because we refuse to envision our future within the limits of the capitalist mode of production and complicit with imperialism, which is the worst enemy of the people and of the world proletariat. We will defeat imperialism. And we will do so together with all the forces around the world who have taken up arms and begun to struggle. The guerrilla is the organizational form of proletarian internationalism in the metropole. Developing its attack against the ism, the guerrilla is necessarily also defined as the metropolitan front of the world liberation war against imperialism. The guerrilla is the organizational form of proletarian internationalism in the metropole. It is the subject of the reconstruction of proletarian politics on the international level. First of all, for us proletarian internationalism means deepening the confrontation with the imperialist bourgeoisie on our territory. It delivers, transmits, and amplifies the impact of our attacks to the same rigidly centralized and integrated system of domination along the entire chain. While it may be obvious, it is necessary to be clear that this should be interpreted precisely in line with our slogans: disarticulate the process of imperialist counter-revolution by bringing the attack to the vital centers of the state, because it is certain that any attack of whatever intensity on secondary contradictions will not produce the same impact in this direction. Secondly, proletarian internationalism means acting within the process of the growth of the guerrilla on the European continent. The RAF in West Germany, the NAPAP 71 in France, and the independence movements with a socialist character, precisely because they are situated on the same front and attack their respective national sections of the same enemy, the imperialist bourgeoisie, constitute essential reference points for our own struggle, with respect to which it is necessary to develop the maximum historically possible operational collaboration, mutual support, and solidarity. This problem has been overlooked for a long time. For a long time it was passed over, citing the need to choose a national starting point for guerrilla action and organization, a limiting requirement whose constraints have now become insufferable. The growth and strength of our organization, the way class war is developing powerfully throughout the European continent, are signs from the most advanced elements of the international proletariat imposing a new task upon us, to move forward, with every possible initiative, towards the political integration of the forces and of the communist organizations who fight in Europe within an anti-imperialist strategy. Political integration should not be understood as international terrorism, as the trombones of psychological warfare scream. That already exists. It is the monstrous, bloody machinery of imperialism. Political integration means for us, constructive debate, ongoing investigation of the programs, tactics, and strategies in all the territories of struggle that concretely weld together the fighting communist organizations of Europe, which are a reference point for the entire proletariat on our continent. We are convinced that breaking isolation creates the conditions for much broader common action by the fighting communist organizations in Europe. This will be a test case for the coming period, measuring the level of maturity they have attained, and providing the possibility for a major advance in the class war in Europe. Moreover, following the double massacre of Stamheim and Mogadishu, the continental dimensions within which the strategy of the revolutionary class war for communism is calibrated have been made clear to the entire fighting vanguard engaged in struggle. It was no mere surge of solidarity, or even an expression of democratic horror and outrage, that confronted the final solution carried out by the German government. On the contrary, the essential character of the offensive response is that of a shared recognition of the imperialist bourgeoisie and of its German section as the principal enemy of the entire metropolitan proletariat and of its liberation struggle for a communist society. The anti-imperialist and unitary character of the class war became immediately clear to everyone, everywhere, even though it occurs in specific forms and with its own rhythm in each country. Forms and rhythms defined by the uneven political and economic development which remains an absolute law of capitalism as was established by Lenin, and from which derives the possibility of an initial victory for socialism in some countries or even in only a single country on its own. Finally, October 18 revealed that a new offensive proletarian internationalism has matured in the consciousness of the fighting vanguards, outside and against the suffocating and duplicitous rhetoric of the reformist and revisionist left. 72. Some have noted that this offensive response should not be overestimated, as it is still fundamentally spontaneous. If that is so, all that remains is for the guerrilla organizations to concentrate this impulse, this tendency, this vast and profound need, and render it more mature, stronger, and more organized. To conclude, proletarian internationalism is no mere declaration of principle for us, it means taking up a position alongside all those fighting against imperialism in every part of the world, and in particular in the Middle East region, alongside the heroic Palestinian people, knowing that as long as this horrible monster is not completely destroyed, the liberation struggle for communism is not over. Proletarians of all countries unite. Carry the attack to the imperialist state of the multinationals. Disarticulate and destroy the centers of the imperialist counter-revolution. Create and organize armed proletarian power everywhere. Unify the revolutionary movement and build the Fighting Communist Party. Note 1. May 1975. Strasbourg, meeting of the Ministers of Justice of the 18 countries participating in the Council of Europe, in order to coordinate the fight against international terrorism. An agreement is reached on the common fight against terrorism, extending and strengthening the responsibilities of Interpol. Summer 1975. Milan, a bilateral meeting is held between counter-terrorist personnel from Italy and the FRG. January 1976. A proposal to internationalize the fight against terrorism is made by the government of the FRG. In an interview, Interior Minister Genscher states that, "I intend to put this question on the agenda of the upcoming meeting of EEC foreign ministers." The West German government will also address the problem at the UN. May 1976. Ministers representing 9 EEC countries sign a political agreement for the suppression of terrorism. The countries initiating this meeting are the FRG, the UK, and Italy. It is stated that the member states of the EEC consider as unacceptable the use of the inhumane method of hostage-taking to put pressure on governments, whatever their political aims may be. It is in the interests of all governments to oppose this method, and it is in the interests of all governments to cooperate in the fight against the scourge of terrorism. Recent events have once again demonstrated that no country, no people, no government can hope to escape acts of terrorism, hostage-taking, and hijacking carried out on its own territory and directed against its own citizens and its own interests, unless all countries agree on effective control measures. To this end, the member states of the EEC declare they are determined to cooperate with other countries for the purpose of eliminating and deterring the escalation of terrorism. They are committed to bringing before the courts and extraditing those responsible for taking hostages, quickly and without bureaucratic red tape. To this end, they consider it appropriate to elaborate an international agreement through the Ministers of Justice of the EEC. The heads of state are aware of the decisions which have already been made by the interior ministers of the EEC in this area, and urge these ministers to continue. June 1976. Brussels, the foreign ministers of the EEC, heads of various police forces, and various experts on the repression of terrorism from different countries decide to create a common police organization. The meeting was requested by Italy following the attack in Genoa by a terrorist commando which killed public prosecutor Coco and his bodyguards. At its conclusion, a 6-point communiqué is released. The ministers decide: 1. To increase the exchange of information as a means of further developing effective methods for preventing and handling this form of criminality. 2. To commit to mutual assistance in concrete cases of terrorism. 3. To proceed with the exchange of information on the application of technology, and work experience with technology and equipment of the police forces in various countries. 4. To provide the opportunity for police personnel of any country to participate in anti-terrorism courses in other states, or to take tours of study. 5. To cooperate in all areas related to internal security, including air transport, security of nuclear facilities, and civil protection measures in case of nuclear disaster. 6. To form a special work group, comprised of senior officials of different ministries, in order to examine the specific issues raised by this form of international collaboration. January 1977. Strasbourg, the European Convention on the Suppression of Terrorism is approved. May 1977. London, 9 EEC interior ministers meet, along with a commission comprised of police officials, heads of counter-guerrilla units, and experts on counter-revolutionary class war. Italy is the central concern because of the development of the revolutionary struggle there in recent years. The decision made in June 1976 to establish a joint police organization is confirmed. Specifically, operational decisions are made concerning the following points. 1. Establishing a continental training centre for counter-guerrilla units in England, to be managed specifically by the British counter-guerrilla units. 2. The creation of a European computer database which will centralise all information on the guerrilla groups, their militants, and their methods, as well as all data related to hostage takings, banknote serial numbers, etc. 3. Authorization for police to extend anti-guerrilla manhunts on a continental level unrestricted by borders. 4. Agreement to exchange counter-guerrilla personnel and technology. 5. Control of the arms trade by unifying technical, police, and judicial measures on a continental scale. Periodic meetings of police chiefs are assigned the responsibility of working to implement the provisions of the agreement and are also tasked with preparing the next summit of the 9 ministers. The selection of England as the centre for joint counter-guerrilla action can be explained by the experience that the military personnel of that country have gained in the struggle against the IRA, a struggle which brings together all aspects of the guerrilla in the metropole. June 1977. Immediately after the London summit, Interior Minister Cossiga went to Madrid for a meeting with his Spanish counterpart Martin Villa. At this meeting an explicit proposal was made on behalf of the 9 participants in the London summit, to include Spain in the continental policies of counter-revolutionary repression. The integration of Spain as a weak link of the imperialist chain is indeed an objective of the main decision-makers. This objective is however very ambitious and far from risk-free because, while the transformation of fascist Spain into imperialist state is an important transition in the process of imperialist continental integration, it is also true that the force of the Spanish guerrilla could break in through the continental process and in so doing become a strong point in the revolutionary process. September 1977. Cossiga goes to London where agreements are made with Home Secretary Merlin Rees, on the purchase of repressive technology and finalizing the agreement reached at the June summit. Subsequently Rees will visit Rome. October 1977. During the Schleyer operation and the hijacking by the Martyr Halima Commando, and then following the massacre on October 18 Th-73 the sight of the European politico-military personnel of the imperialist states grouped around their German superiors provides us with a crude and demystified picture of the line of march of their process of integration and of the operational level they have reached so far. Insofar as the guerrilla is recognized by all as the main and common enemy, the struggle against terrorism for the defense of Western society increasingly becomes the strategic terrain upon which imperialist state restructuring advances, laying the basis for so-called European unity. As Schmidt has stated, the freeing of the hostages is a victory of international solidarity against terrorism 74 and in fact, all the political pressure possible was brought to bear by the US and UK to support the German government's decision to intervene. This political solidarity is accompanied by a no less substantial active assistance on the military police level and the manipulation and control of public opinion. January 1978. Cossiga travels to Bonn for a meeting with German Interior Minister Mayhofer. Following the meeting a statement is issued in which it is stated, the 2 ministers have expressed a common appreciation for the close and trusting collaboration which has been accomplished so far between the police and security services of the 2 countries, specifically regarding the struggle against international terrorism, and have agreed to operational cooperation in specific cases. Note 2. The characteristics of the camp. 1. Isolation, which is to say, isolation from the outside world and militarized control of every contact or communication. Anyone getting in touch is automatically interrogated, family members are tailed or arrested, attorneys are interrogated or arrested. Absolute isolation of the proletarian prisoners. Isolation in small groups within the camp. The only socialization permitted is that of the cell unit, which is assembled by the camp authority. 2. Objectives of the camp. The objectives sought through isolation and the relations of force existing in this situation are, politico-military destabilization of the prisoners, tending towards their annihilation. 3. Military structure of the camp. It is characterized by play-button irreversible and unbridled rigidity in management. Actually, management is tailored to the prisoners of war, whose destabilization is the only possible variable. In practice, This possibility is solely tied to the decision to collaborate. Play button integration of internal and external military structures. It should be emphasized that this integration tends to be entirely to the benefit of the counter-guerrilla forces. Play button military relation of force between the prisoners and the personnel of the state structure, completely in favor of the second, to an overwhelming extent. 4. Political dimension of the camp. It would be a mistake to think in terms of a clash between the camps and the penal structure on the national level. We are faced with a qualitative leap in the treatment of the prisoners. The camp embodies the main trend and is the heart of the penal new order and of reform. It is actually realized as part of an international program, which is seen as a reference point and as a strength. The concentration camps for IRA militants in England and the Stammheim structure for the RAF militants in Germany. 5. Contradictions. The fundamental point which characterizes the new imperialist penal order is the removal, by legal decrees, of prison management and control from legislative and judicial authority whenever it runs counter, even if slightly, to the decisions of the executive. Red Brigades. February 1978. Moro Communiques. Communique number 1. Thursday, March 16, an armed unit of the Red Brigades has captured and detained in a people's prison the president of Christian Democracy Aldo Moro. His armed escort, comprised of 5 agents of the notorious special units, has been completely annihilated. To describe Aldo Moro is easy. Next to his esteemed godfather de Gasperi, he has been the most respected hierarch to date, the undisputed theoretician and strategist of the Christian democratic regime which has oppressed the Italian people for 30 years. Every stage that has marked the imperialist counter-revolution of which the DC has been the architect in our country, from the bloody policies of the 50s, to the breakthrough of the center-left, to the present day with the 6-point agreement 75, has had Aldo Moro as political godfather and as the most loyal enforcer of the directives issued by the imperialist centers. There is no point in listing the countless times he has been council president or a member of the government in key ministries, or the innumerable positions he has held in the leadership of the DC. It is enough for us to emphasize how this demonstrates his maximum and direct responsibility, whether working openly or scheming in the shadows, regarding basic policy decisions and the implementation of the counter-revolutionary program desired by the imperialist bourgeoisie. Comrades, the irreversible crisis which imperialism is experiencing as its power and domination disintegrate ever more rapidly, triggers at the same time the mechanisms of a profound restructuring intended to subordinate our country under the total control of the centers of multinational capital and to subjugate the proletariat once and for all. The transformation of the superseded nation-states of the liberal type into imperialist states of the multinationals in the European territory is a process occurring in our country too. The restructured ism is meant to act as a transmission belt for the global economic strategic interests of imperialism, while simultaneously being the organization of the preventative counter-revolution aiming to annihilate every revolutionary ambition of the proletariat. There is a precondition necessary for this ambitious project to be realized: the creation of a political, economic, military personnel for its implementation. In recent years, this political personnel closely linked to imperialist circles has emerged in a hegemonic manner in all of the parties of the so-called constitutional arch, but it finds its maximum concentration and its principal reference point in Christian democracy. The DC is thus the central and strategic force of imperialist state management. In the framework of the strategic unity of the imperialist states, the major powers which stand at the head of the chain of command require the DC to function as the national political center of the counter-revolution. It is by means of the transformed and renewed Christian democratic power machine, and the new regime it has instituted, that the march to transform the nation-state into an efficient link in the imperialist chain can be pursued, and that the vicious economic policies and profound institutional transformations with a blatantly repressive function demanded by the strong partners in the chain can be imposed. This regime, this party, are now the dismally efficient national franchises of the greatest criminal multinational that humanity has ever known. For some time, the communist vanguard has identified the DC as the most ferocious enemy of the proletariat, the most brutal cabal behind every reactionary maneuver. Today that is no longer enough. We must smoke the Christian Democrats out of their dens disguised in various ways, the counter-revolutionary agents who represent the fulcrum of restructuring the ism in the new DC. We must hunt them down everywhere, grant them no quarter. We must extend and deepen the trial of the regime, which has already been elaborated in every way by the fighting vanguards through their antagonistic practices. And this is one of the lines along which it is possible to advance the proletarian movement of offensive resistance, along which to launch the attack and disarticulate the imperialist project. Therefore, it is clear that with the capture of Aldo Moro, and the trial to which he will be subjected by a people's court, we are not looking for an endgame or the publicity of a symbol, but to develop an agenda by which the entire proletarian movement of offensive resistance can be measured even now, making it stronger, more mature, more incisive, and organized. We want to mobilize the broadest and most united armed initiative for the continuing growth of class war for communism. Carry the attack to the heart of the imperialist state of the multinationals. Disarticulate the structures, the projects of the imperialist bourgeoisie. Attack the political, economic, military personnel who are their expression. Unify the revolutionary movement. Build the fighting Communist Party. For communism. Red Brigades. 16/3/78. 1. On the Turin trial. We have already stated that this trial, by which a special court seeks to liquidate the communist revolution, can only be a farce. A totally different trial is occurring in our country, one that lives in the proletarian struggle against the imperialist enemy, one that indicts the bourgeoisie and its servants by developing the civil war to build a communist society. Therefore, as the farce being performed in Turin also has a function, we reaffirm what has already been extensively and effectively argued by the imprisoned militants of our organization: the only relationship between the communist combatants and the special courts is war. We also consider all the imprisoned communist combatants to be hostages in the hands of the enemy, and we will know how to deal with any eventual retaliation and reprisal actions appropriately for what they are: war crimes. 2. We warn the entire proletarian movement that a psychological counter-guerrilla campaign is ongoing, implemented by the entire bloc of the regime press, intended to create confusion, disorientation, and false consciousness. Everything related to the political line of our organization and its combatant activity is always discussed publicly. This will also be the case for everything related to the trial of Aldo Moro. All communiques will be typed on the same machine. This one. Communique number 2. 1. The trial of Aldo Moro. The spectacle offered by the regime over the past days leads us to an initial comment. We want to emphasize the role that will be assumed by the constitutional parties in the ism. Nobody failed to see how the fourth Andreotti government marked the definitive expropriation of any power from Parliament, and how the special laws get approved as soon as they are proposed, with the complete acquiescence of the parties of the so-called constitutional arch to the imperialist strategy, led exclusively by the DC and its government. It is a shift from the state being an expression of the parties, to the parties being pure instruments of the state. They will be entrusted with the role of activating their structures for filthy demonstrations of support for counter-revolutionary maneuvers dressed up as popular demonstrations. Specifically, the Party of Berlin GUR 76 and the collaborationist unions have the responsibility of being functionaries of the anti-worker police apparatus, of being snitches and spies for the regime. The capture of Aldo Moro, to whom the entire bourgeois camp assigns the greatest credit for having accomplished this objective, does nothing but put this fact in macroscopic focus. Moreover, Aldo Moro is described as the natural candidate for the presidency of the Republic. So it is obvious. In the project of concentrating power, the role of the head of the imperialist state becomes crucial. Institutionally, in and of itself, the presidency already includes the functions of head of the judiciary and of the armed forces, functions that up until now were carried out in a mostly symbolic way and sometimes even by a corrupt buffoon. But in the ism, the head of state must be the actual manager of the key bodies and of the functions which are incumbent upon it. Who better than Aldo Moro to represent as head of the ism the interests of the imperialist bourgeoisie? Who better than him to carry out the institutional changes necessary to completely restructure the ism? His career, however, didn't start yesterday. His presence in the leading bodies of the regime, sometimes open, sometimes covered, is long-standing. To list the major milestones, for which he must be held accountable by the People's Court. 1955, Moro is Minister of Justice in the Sani government. 1957, Moro is Minister of Public Education in the Zalai government, supported by the Italian social movement. 77. 1959–60, he is elected Secretary of the DC. In the years of the Tombroni government, the bourgeoisie launches a frontal assault on the workers' movement. The steadfast workers' resistance is confronted with the harshest armed repression. In July 60 they will count the proletarian dead, massacred by Solbaz police. 78. 1963, in this year, as part of the American strategy of co-opting the fringes of the left, the Italian bourgeoisie attempts to split the workers' movement by incorporating the PSI. This is the breakthrough of the center-left. As President of the Council, Moro will be responsible for administration from this point on. 1964, is President of the Council. Safar, Di Lorenzo, and Sani carry out their machinations. All things considered, this proves to be a tricky blackmail intrigue perfectly suited to his government's policy. 79 When the dirty plot is completely revealed, like any true self-respecting godfather, Moro has it completely buried and rewards its perpetrators with a deluge of redactions. 1965–68, is President of the Council without interruption. 1968–72, is Foreign Minister for this entire period. The center-left sleeping pill becomes less and less effective as a narcotic, and the workers' movement returns to the offensive with an amazing crescendo. Imperialism's response is known as the strategy of tension. 1973–74, continues to be Foreign Minister. 1974–78, returns to the Council presidency, and in 76 becomes President of the DC. And it is in these years that the imperialist bourgeoisie overcomes its major contradictions and moves rapidly to realizing its project. In these years Moro becomes the point man for the bourgeoisie, the most prominent advocate of restructuring the ism. About all of this and more the interrogation of Aldo Moro is ongoing. It covers, clarifying the imperialist and anti-proletarian policies of which the DC is the carrier, precisely identifying the international structures and the national subsidiaries of the imperialist counter-revolution, exposing the political, economic, military personnel who are the arms and legs of the project of the multinationals, ascertaining the direct responsibility of Aldo Moro for which he will be judged according to the criteria of proletarian justice. 2. Imperialist terrorism and proletarian internationalism. On the military level it is NATO that pilots and leads the continental project of armed counter-revolution in the various European isms. The 9 countries of the EEC have created a joint police organization which is a true international terror center. It is the strongest countries in the chain, those which have already tested the most advanced techniques of counter-revolution, that will assume the task of training, educating, and guiding the military appendages in the weakest countries which have not yet reached their level of deadly efficiency. This explains the invasion of English and German super specialists from the SAS, the BKA, and the Israeli secret services. The American experts, however, had no need to bother, as they have been securely established in Italy since 1945. Here it is. The International of Terrorism. Here they are, the imperialist executioners, the butchers of the militants of the IRA and the RAF, of the Palestinian people, those who came to direct their worthy buddies under the command of Cossiga, who butchered the communist guerrillas in Latin America. It is a further demonstration of the complete subordination of the Italianism to the imperialist centers, but it is also a clear illustration of why the revolutionary forces must immediately tackle the need to calibrate their strategy within a European perspective, taking into account that the imperialist monster must be fought on a continental scale. This is to say, we think that an effective practice of proletarian internationalism needs to begin today, including establishing a relationship of extensive debate, active solidarity, and concrete collaboration between the fighting communist organizations the European proletariat has created. Certainly, we will make every effort, operating by all means possible, to bring about the widest possible integration among the forces in Europe fighting for communism. The strategists of the counter-revolution and their obtuse revisionist helpers, old and new, do not doubt that we will learn to build the unity of communist forces against the terror international of imperialism. Having said this, a clarification needs to be made. From the birth of our organization we have made the Maoist principle self-reliance and arduous struggle our own. The application of this principle, despite the enormous difficulties, was more than a correct decision for our organization, it was a natural decision. The Italian proletariat possesses in itself an immense potential of revolutionary intelligence, an infinite heritage of technical knowledge and material capacity. With its own labor it has been able to collectively accumulate a willingness and readiness for struggle, which in decades of battle for its own liberation have forged and shaped an indestructible resolve. The entire edifice of our organization rests on this. Its increasing strength has as its solid foundation the Italian proletariat, availing itself of the invaluable contributions which its finest children and its vanguard have given to building the fighting Communist Party. While emphatically reaffirming our positions on proletarian internationalism, we say that our organization has learned to fight, has learned to build and organize independently on the politico-military levels adequate to the tasks imposed by the class war. The path we have chosen is to organize the armed struggle for communism, building the fighting Communist Party, also preparing militarily to be the soldiers of the revolution, and it is this that has made it possible for our organization to completely independently carry out the battle for the capture and trial of Aldo Moro. Intensify the trial of the regime with armed attack, disarticulate the centers of the imperialist counter-revolution. Build the unity of the revolutionary movement in the fighting party. Honor to the comrades Lorenzo Giannucci and Fausto Tinelli assassinated by the mercenaries of the regime. For Communism. Red Brigades. 25/3/1978. Communiqué number 3. The interrogation, the contents of which we have already noted, proceeds with the prisoner's complete cooperation. The answers he is providing increasingly clarify the counter-revolutionary line pursued by the imperialist centers, clearly outlining the contours and the body of the new regime they are instituting in our country, with Christian democracy as its linchpin. Specifically, regarding the role the imperialist centers have assigned to the DC, regarding the structures and the persons who manage the counter-revolutionary project and their interdependence and subordination to the imperialist international bodies, regarding secret financing. About the economic, political, and military plans to be implemented in Italy, the prisoner Aldo Moro has begun to supply illuminating answers. We have an opportunity to use this information. After verification, it will be disclosed to the revolutionary movement, which will know how to put it to good use in the ongoing trial of the regime which the initiative of the fighting forces has inaugurated throughout the country. Because that is exactly what is at stake. The arrest and trial of Aldo Moro is no more than one aspect, significant and clarifying, of the revolutionary class war that the armed communist forces have taken up as the line of building a communist society, indicating as the primary objective the attack on the imperialist state and the liquidation of the filthy and corrupt Christian democratic regime. Aldo Moro, who now must answer to a people's court, is perfectly aware of being the senior hierarch of this regime, of being responsible at the highest level for the anti-proletarian policies that imperialist hegemony has imposed in our country, the repression of the productive forces, the conditions of exploitation of the workers, the marginalization and misery of entire layers of the proletariat, unemployment, the armed counter-revolution unleashed by the DC. And the proletariat has no doubt that he knows all of this. This has been made clear by watching him and his party over the 30 years during which they have held power, and for which the People's Court will know how to hold him to account. But Moro also knows he is not alone. He is, specifically, the most senior leader of the regime, so he calls on the other hierarchists to share with them the responsibility, and addresses to the same an appeal which sounds like an outright naming of accessories. He asked to write a secret letter to the government and in particular to the chief Kop Kosiga. He was allowed this, and because according to our custom nothing will be hidden from the people, we will make it public. Comrades, in this historical stage, at this point of the crisis, the practice of revolutionary violence is the only policy which opens a real possibility of confronting and resolving the antagonistic contradiction opposing the imperialist bourgeoisie and the metropolitan proletariat. In this stage the class struggle assumes the form of war through the initiative of the revolutionary vanguard. It is precisely this that has prevented the normalization of the situation by the enemy, that is to say, it has brought a tactical victory to the movement of struggle of these last 10 years, and the needs, aspirations, and hopes it has generated. Certainly it is we who want war. We are also aware that the practice of revolutionary violence forces confrontation onto the enemy, forces them to live and move on the terrain of war. Actually, we want this to happen. We want to smoke the imperialist counter-revolution out from under the covers of democratic society where it hid in better times. But that having been said, it is necessary to be clear on one point: it is not we who created the counter-revolution. It is the same form which imperialism assumes as it develops. It is not aspect but essence. Imperialism is counter-revolution. Exposing this fundamental truth through the guerrillas' practice is the necessary presupposition of the revolutionary class war in the metropole. In recent years we have seen the plans of the counter-revolution unleashed, we have seen the major Italian cities placed under siege, the rampage of the special units and of the regime's military apparatus against the proletariat and its vanguard, we have seen the special laws, the special courts, the concentration camps, we have seen the ferocious assault on the working class and its living conditions, the sabotage and repression of struggles by the Berlinguerians, and their infamous responsibility for snitching, espionage, and police investigations in the factories. But we have also seen the spread of the proletarian movement of offensive resistance. This proletarian initiative didn't stop, in fact it grew and adopted the content and form of revolutionary class war. The interests of the proletariat, the antagonism of the exploited towards their oppressors, the necessity and the will to struggle for communism, now lives in the proven capacity of the PMOR to launch an armed offensive against the imperialist enemy. This needs to be done now. Extending the armed initiative against the economic, political, military centers of counter-revolution, concentrating the attack on the structures and personnel who are its fundamental carriers, disarticulating on all levels the plans of the imperialist multinationals. It is vitally important, in order to carry out the political and organizational leaps that the class war requires, to build the leadership of the PMOR, to take responsibility for guiding it, concretely building the fighting Communist Party. Only in this way is it possible to advance towards the strategic victory of the proletariat. The violence and terrorism of the imperialist state of the multinationals, which strikes at the proletariat every day, shows that the imperialist beast possesses claws of steel, but we also declare that it is possible to beat it to death, that it is possible to destroy it strategically. While not being enchanted by the whining hysteria of those who, trapped in a legalistic and petty bourgeois vision of the class struggle, have already given up and accepted defeat, inevitably ending up as the grotesque hangers-on of every reactionary maneuver. The PMOR is something different, and it demonstrates the blossoming of revolutionary class war. Carry the attack to the imperialist state of the multinationals. Extend and intensify the armed initiative against the centers and personnel of the imperialist counter-revolution. Unify the revolutionary movement, build the fighting Communist Party. For communism. Red Brigades. 29/3/1978. Communiqué number 4. The trial of Moro. Moro claims in his letters that he finds himself in an exceptional situation without the consolation of his friends, and that he knows full well what awaits him. On this, for once, we agree with him. That one of the highest leaders of the DC finds himself subjected to a people's trial, that he must answer to a people's court for 30 years of the Christian Democrat regime, that popular justice in its predictable harshness will certainly take its course, is a situation which up until now has been exceptional. But things are changing. The offensive launched recently by the proletarian movement of offensive resistance against the Christian democratic articulations of power, against the structures and personnel of the imperialist counter-revolution, has radically transformed this situation. A trial of the regime is now being carried out across the country through the initiative of the fighting vanguards, indicting those who serve the interests of the multinationals, exposing their anti-proletarian plans, directed at the destruction of the imperialist machine of oppression, the imperialist state of the multinationals. The trial to which Moro is being subjected is one aspect of all this. Therefore it must be made clear that the People's Court will have no doubt or uncertainty, even less ulterior or secret interests, but will know to judge Moro for what he and the DC have done and continue to do against the proletarian movement. The maneuver carried out by the regime press, of attributing to our organization what Moro wrote with his own hand in the letter to Kosygin, is as devious as it is clumsy. To the contrary, with a clarity unwelcome to the Christian democratic clique, the letter reveals his own point of view, not ours. He addresses himself to the other Christian Democrats, he calls on them to accept their present and past responsibility, calls on them to consider the position of the political prisoner in relation to that of the communist combatants held in the prisons of the regime. This is his position, while it does not shrink from political realism in observing the actual class contradictions in Italy, it is worth clarifying that it is not ours. We have often asserted that one of the fundamental points in our organization's program is the liberation of all communist prisoners and the destruction of the regime's concentration camps and lagers. 81 What has already been victoriously accomplished along this line of combat by the revolutionary movement is demonstrated by the restoration of liberty to comrades held in the prisons of Casale, Treviso, Forli, Pozzuoli, Lecce, etc. 82 Certainly we will pursue any means which lead to the liberation of communists being held hostage by the imperialist state, but we denounce as a manipulative propaganda maneuver the regime's efforts to make it appear that instead of seeking to impose this ourselves that we are engaged in secret negotiations, mysterious intermediaries, concealing the facts. For our part, the trial of Aldo Moro will continue apace, and no mystification by the psychological counter-guerrilla will be able to change the verdict that will be issued. Comrades, the metropolitan proletariat has no alternative. In order to exit the crisis it must resolve the central question of power. Exit from the crisis means communism. Which means, recomposition of manual and intellectual labor, organization of production according to the needs of the people, according to use value and no longer exchange value, which is to say the profits of a handful of capitalists and multinationals. All this is historically possible now. Necessary and possible. It is possible to utilize the enormous degree of development reached by the productive forces to finally liberate people from bestial exploitation, from forced labor, from misery, from fatigue, from the social degradation in which they are trapped by imperialism. It is possible to upend the imperialist crisis into a revolutionary rupture, and the latter into the point of departure for a new society which creates and is created by humans as social beings, centered on the growing expansion and satisfaction of the many needs of each and all. The imperialism of the multinationals is imperialism on the way to its end, the historical stage of its putrefaction, of its decline, now without any illusions. It has nothing more to offer, to give, not even in ideological terms. The reactionary mobilization of the masses in its defense, which its frantic search for consensus is based upon, is not supported by any economic basis in this stage. The solution of preventative counter-revolution to re-establish the governability of Western democracy is now exposed as an end in itself. Force is its own justification. The current conjuncture is characterized by the transition from the stage of armed peace to that of war. This transition manifests as an extremely contradictory process, simultaneously identified with the restructuring of the state into the imperialist state of the multinationals. It is therefore an extremely important conjuncture whose duration and specificity depend upon the relationship established between revolution and counter-revolution. Therefore it is not a peaceful process, rather in its development it progressively assumes the form of war. In order to transform the process of creeping civil war, which remains scattered and disorganized, into a general offensive led according to a unitary plan, it is necessary to develop and unify the proletarian movement of offensive resistance building the fighting Communist Party. However, movement and party should not be confused. A dialectical relation operates between them, but it is not a relation of equivalence. In other words, it is the class that is the source of the force, the impulses, indications, stimuli, and needs which the communist vanguard must collect, centralize, and synthesize, producing solid and finalized theory and organization, bringing it back to the class in the form of a strategic line of combat, program, and mass structure of proletarian power. To act as a party means to situate your own politico-military initiative within and at the highest point of the proletarian offensive, that is to say, at the principal contradiction and its dominant aspect in each conjuncture, and to be, in fact, the point of unification of the PMOR, its road to power. To act as a party also means to give armed initiative a dual character. It must be directed at disarticulating the state machinery and rendering it dysfunctional, while simultaneously projecting itself into the mass movement, providing politico-military direction in order to orient, mobilize, lead, and organize the PMOR towards anti-imperialist civil war. This task of disarticulation, propaganda, and organization must be performed at all levels of opposition to the capitalist state and at all levels of the composition of the class. There are no levels of conflict which are too low or too high. There are, however, levels of conflict which strike and erode the imperialist project and strategically organize the proletariat, and those which do not. 83. To organize proletarian power today means to identify the strategic lines along which the revolutionary confrontation advances, and to articulate everything on the basis of this, the armed attack against the fundamental political, economic, and military centers of the imperialist state. To organize proletarian power today means to strategically organize the new situation. We must not panic in the face of the enemy's ferocity and overestimate the force and efficacy of his instruments of annihilation. We can and must live clandestinely among the people, because this is a precondition for the existence and development of the revolutionary class war in the imperialist state. It is in this sense that we talk of the strategic content of clandestinity, the indispensable means of revolutionary struggle in this period, while at the same time warning against any other interpretations, be they defensive or mystical. In the factories, in the neighborhoods, in the schools, in the prisons, and wherever imperialist oppression manifests, to organize proletarian power means bringing the attack to the specific expressions of the imperialist state while simultaneously building the unity of the metropolitan proletariat in the PMOR, and the unity of the communists in the fighting Communist Party. Carry the attack to the imperialist state of the multinationals. Extend and intensify the armed initiative against the centers and personnel of the imperialist counter-revolution. Unify the revolutionary movement, build the fighting Communist Party. For Communism. Red Brigades. April 4, 1978. Communiqué number 5. The interrogation of the prisoner continues and, as we said previously, is truly assisting us in clarifying the anti-proletarian lines and the bloody terrorist plots that have played out in our country, in precisely identifying the responsibility of the various Christian democratic bosses, their complicity, their international protectors, the power relations which constituted the basis of the 30-year DC regime, and those that will have to remain to support the restructuring of the ISM. Aldo Moro is certainly lacking in neither information nor memory now that he must give evidence before a people's court. While we can confirm that everything will be disclosed to the people and to the revolutionary movement, which will know the right way to make use of it, we are anticipating that among the statements which the prisoner Moro is making there is one impartial and incomplete, relating to the state thug Emilio Taviani. We do not wish to comment on what Moro has written because, surrounded by convoluted Maroist language, What he says certainly takes the form of veiled allusions clearly expressing his views on Taviani, his power plays in the DC, and the schemes in which he is implicated. But we don't have a bad memory either. We remember the thug Taviani and his Genos clique, at their head the late Coco, Sassi, Catalano, putting together all the pieces in the regime's trial against the October 22 revolutionary group, handing out hundreds of years of prison sentences to communist combatants. In his counter-revolutionary stupidity he intended this to serve as a tremendous lesson for the Genos proletariat, to strip away any hope that fighting for communism was possible. Things didn't turn out that way, and this puppet, maneuvered, financed, and protected by various American bosses, is aware that everything has a price and that sooner or later he too will pay it. Despite what we already said in the previous communiqué, the regime's press organs continue their campaign of mystification, seeking to have us believe in the existence of secret negotiations or mysterious agreements. We consider it necessary to reiterate that this is what the regime would like you to believe, while the position of our organization has always been and remains, no secret negotiations. Nothing is to be hidden from the people. Comrades, the ISM is incapable of responding politically to the trial against the regime which is going on across the country at the hands of the revolutionary forces, so it has responded with its only remaining weapon, the brute force of its military apparatus. With the active collaboration of the Berlinguerians, they have declared counter-revolutionary war on the entire metropolitan proletariat. The assault which the state has launched in recent weeks, with indiscriminate raids, stops, and arrests, tends in fact to strike not only the vanguard engaged in armed struggle, but the entire class movement. Despite this repressive attack, to which we must add the increasingly exposed work of the PCI revisionists as anti-proletarian police, snitches, and spies of the regime, worker opposition to the ISM and the collaborationist policies of the Berlinguerians is growing in the factories. At the same time, the ongoing initiative of the PMOR and the revolutionary organizations against the dens of the DC, of CONF Industria, and of the military apparatus, deepens and gives further weight to the trial of the regime. This is why, now more than ever, we must not be frightened by the ferocious state repression, and far from stopping to contemplate the success of the revolutionary initiative, we must mobilize, extend, and deepen the armed initiative against the political, economic, and military centers of the ISM, concentrating the attack on the structures and persons which are its fundamental carriers, disarticulating on all levels the projects of the imperialist multinationals. But if it is necessary to develop the armed initiative, it is also crucial to get organized. In order to accomplish the political and organizational leaps demanded by the class war, it is essential to build the leadership of the PMOR, taking responsibility for guiding it, concretely building the fighting Communist Party. Carry the attack to the imperialist state of the multinationals. Extend and intensify the armed initiative against the centers and the personnel of the imperialist counter-revolution. Unify the revolutionary movement, build the fighting Communist Party. For Communism. Red Brigades. October 4, 1978. Communiqué number 6. The interrogation of the prisoner Aldo Moro has been terminated. Reviewing 30 years of the Christian democratic regime, retracing step by step the events which marked the course of the imperialist counter-revolution in our country, re-examining the various moments in the textures of power, from the peaceful to the bloodiest, with which the bourgeoisie has woven its offensive against the proletarian movement, using Moro's answers to identify the specific responsibility of the DC, of each of its bosses, in implementing the plans desired by the imperialist bourgeoisie, of whose interests the DC has always been the greatest interpreter. This has done nothing but confirm the truth and certainty of what has always been in the thoughts of every proletarian. There are no secrets concerning the DC, its role as guard dog of the bourgeoisie, its responsibility as a pillar of the state of the multinationals, which are unknown to the proletariat. The reason for this is very simple. The proletarians, the workers, all the exploited, are very familiar with what the Christian democratic regime means, because they have lived and are living it in their flesh, they have always put up the most ardent resistance against the power of the bourgeoisie, they have struggled and fought against the slavery of wage labor, for the liberation of the infinite energy which a handful of bosses and multinationals have continually looted and robbed, against a state which has always served to perpetuate the domination of the most vicious class history has ever produced, the imperialist bourgeoisie. What mysteries can there be in the DC regime, from de Gasperi to Moro, that proletarians have not already known and paid for with their blood? Centrism, center-left, strategy of tension, government of abstention, etc. are the terms with which the DC and its accomplices are entrusted with maintaining our country under the imperialist yoke, constraining the proletariat under stringent conditions of exploitation that the bourgeoisie would like to perpetuate for an eternity, condemning to marginalization and misery those parts of the proletariat that the multinational capitalist interests don't find convenient to employ. Unleashing the terror and massacres of the fascist thugs and the state every time the proletarian struggle puts their own power in question. And now that the imperialist system is undergoing the final act of a mortal crisis, what do the DC, the bourgeoisie, and its state offer? More exploitation, more unemployment, more marginalization, more political genocide of the communist vanguard by which they seek to annihilate the proletariat's necessary fight for a different society with no more exploiters and exploited, for a communist society. The essence of the imperialist state, of which the DC has always been the greatest representative, now appears with perfect clarity before our eyes, without the mystifying veil of a formal democracy within which it had been shrouded, searches and mass arrests, the state of siege, special laws, special courts, concentration camps. Drawing a hood of counter-revolutionary terror over the entire society is the only method by which the state, this DC regime, supported by the infamous complicity of the parties of the so-called left, would like to smother and drive away the specter of the historic verdict already declared by the proletariat. There are no sensational revelations to disclose, but that our task and that of all revolutionaries is to organize the proletariat, to build the force that will definitively carry out the sentence against the bourgeoisie and its servants. Certainly, the interrogation of Aldo Moro has revealed the vile collusion of the regime, has fingered with facts and names the real and hidden perpetrators of the bloodiest pages in recent history, has laid bare the intrigues of power, the omerta which has covered the state assassins, has shown the web of personal interests, of corruption, of clientelism, which inseparably binds the various figures of the rotten Christian democratic clique and those accomplices from the other parties. The scandals, the corruption, the complicity of the Christian Democrat bosses, while it may make them more odious, is not for all that the principal aspect, it is certainly a part of the logic by which this rotten party has always governed, but what matters is the counter-revolutionary function of the DC, its service at the command of the multinationals, its 30 years of anti-proletarian work. However, as we have stated previously, everything will be known to the people, and at that point the judgment can be made. The regime press is always in the service of the class enemy, deception and misrepresentation are its norm, and in recent days it has given superlative evidence of this. Its task is the utilization of information as a weapon against the proletariat and the revolutionary organizations. Therefore, the information in our possession will be spread through the press and clandestine means of dissemination of the fighting organizations, and above all else will be used to continue the trial of the regime and the state in other battles. As far as we are concerned, the trial of Aldo Moro ends now. The trial of Aldo Moro was no more than a stage, a moment of a much broader trial of the state and the regime which is ongoing in our country and which is called, class war for communism. Aldo Moro and the state are being tried on the same charges. His crime is the same as that for which the DC and its regime will be definitively beaten, liquidated, and eliminated by the initiative of the fighting communist forces. There is no doubt regarding this. Aldo Moro is guilty and is therefore condemned to death. Extend and intensify the trial of the regime and the attack on the imperialist state of the multinationals. Create and organize armed proletarian power everywhere. Unify the revolutionary movement, build the fighting Communist Party. For communism. Red Brigades. 15/04/1978. Communique number 7. It has been more than a month since the capture of Aldo Moro, a month in which Aldo Moro was tried, as were the entire DC and its accomplices. Aldo Moro was convicted, as was the political class which for 30 years has governed our country with infamy, servility to the imperialist centers, and anti-proletarian ferocity. The sentence against Aldo Moro will be carried out just as the revolutionary movement will carry it out historically and definitively against this filthy party and the bourgeoisie it represents. Having said that, we must clarify some points. Over the past month we have once again seen the true face of the DC. It is the cynical and horrific face of brutal counter-revolutionary violence. But we have also seen how far its cowardice extends. Once again, as it has done for 30 years, the DC has tried to shirk its own responsibility, to confuse with the help of its accomplices the reality of an imperialist state preparing to annihilate the revolutionary movement, preparing the political and physical genocide of the communist vanguard. In Italy, as in the rest of democratic Europe, there are people on death row, the fighting communist militants. The special laws, the special courts, the concentration camps, are the monstrous machinery intended to crush in its mechanisms those who fight for communism. The specialists in torture, in political, psychological, and physical annihilation, have lectured us in great detail in the press about the devastating and inhumane effects produced, the distortion of the individual's political identity, as a result of prolonged isolation, the refined and sophisticated psychological ill-treatment, the sadistic beatings to which the communist prisoners are subjected. And it is intended to go on for centuries, like many of the sentences handed out with abandon by the special courts. And when that's not enough, there's always a complacent physician and a sadistic jailer who can be entrusted with the endgame. This is the political genocide which, for some time, the DC and its accomplices have been preparing to perpetrate over the coming years. We know we will struggle and fight because everything ends, and we make no appeal other than that of the revolutionary movement fighting for the destruction of the state, for the destruction of the concentration camps, for the freedom of all imprisoned communists. The humanitarian appeal was instead launched by the DC. And this is the most grotesque shamelessness. To what humanity can they ever appeal? Andreotti, Fanfani, Leone, Cossiga, Piccoli, Rumer, and company. But now we have arrived at a time when the DC can no longer shirk its own political responsibility, is no longer able to select the accomplices it wants, but is first of all on trial, this filthy party, this scuzzy organization of state power. As to Aldo Moro, we repeat, the DC can pretend it doesn't understand, but it can't change the facts that he is a political prisoner condemned to death because he is to the highest degree responsible for 30 years of Christian democratic management of state power and for everything that has meant for the proletariat. The problem to which the DC must respond is political and not humanitarian, humanity which they do not possess and cannot construct a facade of behind which to hide, and which when claimed by its bosses, sounds like an insult. In the concentration camps of the imperialist state, there are hundreds of communist prisoners, condemned to the slow death of centuries of prison. We fight for the freedom of the proletariat, and an essential part of our political program is the liberation of all communist prisoners. The release of the prisoner Aldo Moro can only be considered in relation to the liberation of the communist prisoners. The DC must give a clear and unambiguous answer if it intends to follow this course. It must be clear that there are no other possibilities. The DC and its government have 48 hours starting from 3 p.m. on April 20th. If this time is allowed to elapse in yet another cowardly act of the DC, we will only be accountable to the proletariat and the revolutionary movement, and it will be our responsibility to execute the sentence issued by the People's Court. To the April 18th fake communique 84. It began with this dismal move by the psychological warfare specialists, preparing the big spectacle the regime is about to put on, in order to distort consciousness, mystify the facts, and organize a consensus around itself. The mass media can certainly advertise, but it lacks the means which in reality don't exist. Whatever they are able to assemble in terms of support and solidarity for the DC, there is in the people's consciousness, to the contrary, only aversion and disgust for a rotten party and for a state which the proletariat has experienced for 30 years, and against which, despite the regime's massive propaganda, it has issued a verdict which cannot be reversed. There's another aspect to this macabre production that everyone takes care not to highlight, and that is the political calculations and personal interests of the various DC bosses. As is always the case with the DC, power games are an indispensable element of its corruption, of its mode of state management. It is a secondary element but a very real one, and it sheds even more light on the humanity which pervades the Christian democratic clique. Aldo Moro locked in a people's prison is already on the outs, they're suggesting this with no shame, and as far as he is concerned you see in particular his buddy Andreotti do all he can to make this into good business. He has done so throughout his career, for example in the sensational plots hatched around the Piazza Fontana massacre with the prudent and very personal use of the secret services involved. Andreotti's hands are already thoroughly drenched in blood, and there is no doubt that the farce performed here by various state puppets has a skillful director. The moral stature of the Christian Democrats is known to all, highlighting it can only make them more disgusting and strengthen the resolve of revolutionaries to destroy their rotten power. We will have to take everything into account and, while denouncing as false and provocative the April 18 communiqué attributed to our organization, we point to the authors, Andreotti and his accomplices. Freedom for all imprisoned communists. Create and organize armed proletarian power everywhere. Unify the revolutionary movement, build the fighting Communist Party. For communism. Red Brigades. 20/4/1978. Communiqué number 8. The response of Christian democracy. To our demand in Communiqué number 7, the DC has responded with a 2-sentence statement. Regarding this statement, one could say that it is anything but clear or unambiguous. In the first sentence, the DC affirms its unfailing loyalty to the state, to its institutions, to its laws. That the DC is the fundamental pillar of the state of the imperialist bourgeoisie is nothing new. Not only does the DC respect the laws of the imperialist state, but with its associates it constantly handpicks the laws it crafts, imposes, and applies against the proletariat. Just recall the latest package of special laws launched with a decree of the Andreotti government, by which it sanctions the right of the regime's various police forces to search, arrest, and torture anyone, anywhere, with no limit to their own ferocity. The DC spent hardly more than 15 minutes drafting these laws and their accomplices happily passed them. Hence the first sentence of the DC communiqué says absolutely nothing at all clear with respect to our demand for an exchange of political prisoners. For our part, we reaffirm that Aldo Moro is a political prisoner and that his release is only possible if freedom is granted to communist prisoners held hostage in the regime's prisons. The DC and its government have a chance to obtain a suspension of the sentence of the People's Court, and to obtain the release of Aldo Moro, the provision of liberty to communists condemned to death by the barbarity of the imperialist state, the slow death of the concentration camps. Confusion is no longer possible, and any attempt by the DC and its government to evade the problem with ambiguous statements and dirty delay tactics will be interpreted as a mark of their cowardice and of their decision to not opt for the only solution possible to the political prisoners question. We are being asked by several parties to specify concretely who are the communist prisoners to whom the DC and its government must grant freedom. First of all, hundreds of communist proletarians, the vanguard of the proletarian movement which struggles and fights for a communist society, are locked up in the regime's prisons and lagers. Among them are those condemned to slow death, those who in the heart of the proletarian struggle have picked up the gun, who have chosen to place themselves at the head of the revolutionary movement and to build the strategic organization for the victory of the communist revolution and the establishment of proletarian power. While reiterating that we know we are fighting for the liberation of all imprisoned communists, we must realistically make a priority selection of one section of the latter whose freedom we demand. We therefore demand freedom for the following: Sante Notar Nicola 85, Mario Rossi 86, Giuseppe Battaglia, Augusto Ville 87, Domenico Deli Veneri, Pascal Abbategilo, Giorgio Panizzari 88 Maurizio Ferrari, Alberto Franceschini, Renato Curcio, Roberto Onabine, Paula Basuschio 89 and also due to his militancy as a communist fighter, and in consideration of his physical state following injuries sustained in combat, Cristoforo Piancone. 90. Anyone who thinks that a solution might be found for the prisoner Aldo Moro similar to what our organization decided at the conclusion of the trial of Mario Sassi, has radically screwed up expectations. On this point our position is completely set and only an immediate and positive response from the DC and its government, given unequivocally and concretely implemented, will be able to secure the release of Aldo Moro. If this does not happen, the appropriate consequence will follow immediately and we will carry out the sentence to which Aldo Moro has been condemned. The DC and the government in their attempt to shirk their own responsibility have mandated Caritas International to make contacts. As things currently stand we don't need any mediator, no middleman. If the DC and the government designate Caritas International as their representative and authorize them to negotiate the matter of the political prisoners, they should do so explicitly and publicly. We have nothing to hide, no political problems to discuss in secret or privately. The humanitarian appeal. With much fanfare, some public figures from the bourgeois world and some religious authorities have issued so-called humanitarian appeals for the release of Aldo Moro. We have taken note of this, but not without harboring suspicions, namely that behind the alleged humanitarian spirit is instead concrete political and propaganda support for Christian democracy, that it is actually a four-square stand around the Christian Democrat clique, as is happening with all the national and international components of the imperialist bourgeoisie and its organizations, American and European. Now these distinguished figures have 13 names of other people condemned to death and for whose liberation they can appeal to the DC and to its government in the name of the same humanity, Christian dignity, or other higher values to which they claim to refer, thereby demonstrating their declared impartiality and independence from any political calculation. It is up to them to demonstrate that their appeals are truly nonpartisan and are not to the contrary a vile and deceitful manipulation, and that our suspicions towards them are only prejudice. Freedom for all imprisoned communists. Create and organize armed proletarian power everywhere. Unify the revolutionary movement. Build the fighting Communist Party. For communism. Red Brigades. 24/4/1978. Communiqué number 9. To the fighting communist organizations, to the revolutionary movement, to all proletarians. Comrades, the battle launched on March 16 with the capture of Aldo Moro has reached its conclusion. After the interrogation and the people's trial to which he was subjected, the president of Christian democracy was condemned to death. To all those among his friends in the DC and the government and the accomplices who supported who called for his release, we offered a chance, the only one that was practical and at the same time real and concrete, for the freedom of Aldo Moro, one of those most responsible for these 30 years of filthy Christian Democrat rule, the freedom of 13 communist fighters imprisoned in the lagers of the imperialist state. Freedom in exchange for freedom. In these 51 days the response of the DC, its government, and its loyal accomplices has come through loud and clear, more than in words and official declarations, it has been delivered with actions, with the counter-revolutionary violence that the clique in the service of imperialism has unleashed against the proletarian movement. The response of the DC, of its government and its loyal accomplices, can be seen in the searches of proletarian neighborhoods, in the fairly unimaginative mimicking of the not quite forgotten SS Nazis, in the special laws which make torture and assassination by the regime's thugs institutional and legal, in the arrest of hundreds of communist militants through which they seek to annihilate the proletarian resistance. The state of the multinationals has revealed its true face, without the grotesque mask of formal democracy, it is that of armed imperialist counter-revolution, the terrorism of the uniformed imperialist mercenaries, the political genocide of the communist forces. But we are not deceived by all this. The ferocity, the bloody violence which the regime deploys against the proletariat and its vanguard, are only the death throes of a mortally wounded beast, What seems like a show of strength is, on the contrary, its fundamental weakness. In these 51 days, even with the whole arsenal of the psychological counter-guerrilla at their disposal, the DC and its government have failed to hide the fact that the capture, the trial, and the conviction were in reality a victory of the revolutionary movement and a stinging defeat of the imperialist forces. But we have already said this is only one battle, one of the many which the proletarian movement of offensive resistance is waging throughout the country, of hundreds of fighting actions which the communist vanguards are carrying out against the centers and personnel of the imperialist counter-revolution, giving a formidable momentum to the development of class war for communism. No battalions of leathernecks, no German, English, or American super specialists, none of the spies and snitches of Lama and Berlinguer's machine have succeeded even slightly in stopping the growing offensive of the fighting communist forces. This is, in fact, the greatest defeat for the imperialist forces. Extending fighting activity, concentrating the armed attack against the vital centers of the imperialist state, organizing the fighting communist party within the proletariat is the correct way to prepare the final victory of the proletariat, to definitively destroy the imperialist monster and build a communist society. Today it is necessary to block and frustrate the plans of the imperialist multinationals. We must do this in order to avoid the defeat of the proletarian movement and stop the butchers led by Andreotti. As regards our proposal for an exchange of political prisoners, because it would have suspended the sentence and released Aldo Moro, we need to note the clear refusal of the DC, its government, and its loyal accomplices, and their declared unwillingness to do anything different from what they have done all along in this affair. This has shown them for what they are, stupid and ferocious assassins in the service of the imperialist bourgeoisie. We should add a response to the apparent willingness of the PSI. It has to be said that it is obvious that the flood of words from its secretary Craxi is mere posturing because they don't deal with the real problem, the prisoner exchange. The florid references to the special prisons, to the inhumane conditions in the concentration camps, condemning what he always shamelessly denied, namely, that these infamous sites of annihilation exist, and that they have been set up with the help and assistance of his party. On the contrary, the improvements which, like some illusionist, the PSI secretary tries to discern, come from the hats of that sordid gang of experts who are gathered around him and who are the same people who planned, designed, and set up the special prisons. Fighting to destroy the prisons and to free the communist prisoners is our slogan, and it is complementary to the struggle which the imprisoned comrades and proletarians are waging within the lagers where they are confined. We will do this not only in theory but with all our militant will and all of our fighting capacity. Craxi's so-called humanitarian proposals, whatever they are, insofar as they exclude the liberation of the 13 imprisoned comrades, they qualify as a smoke and mirrors maneuver, which forms part of the game of power, whether in the interests of the party or an electoral ploy is not our concern. The one thing that is clear is that on the prisoner exchange the position of the PSI is the same blunt rejection as that of the DC and its government, and that is enough for us. We have nothing more to say in words to the DC, its government, and its loyal accomplices. The only language the servants of imperialism have shown they can understand is that of weapons, and it is with these that the proletariat is learning how to speak. We are therefore concluding the battle launched on March 16, by carrying out the sentence to which Aldo Moro has been condemned. Carry the attack to the imperialist state of the multinationals. Attack, liquidate and break up the DC, the backbone of the imperialist counter-revolution. Unify the revolutionary movement, build the fighting communist party. For communism. Red Brigades. P.S. The results of Aldo Moro's interrogation and the information in our possession, and a complete politico-military balance sheet of the battle which has been concluded, will be provided to the revolutionary movement and to the FCOs by means of clandestine propaganda. Red Brigades No. 6, the Spring Campaign, the capture, trial, and execution of the President of the DC, Aldo Moro. Carry the attack to the imperialist state of the multinationals. Unite the proletarian movement of offensive resistance in the fighting Communist Party. Create, strengthen, extend the mass organizations of revolutionary proletarian power. The Spring Campaign. The spring campaign marked a major and important victory for the Red Brigades, and therefore for the entire revolutionary movement. At the same time, it also ended in a crushing defeat for the imperialist bourgeoisie, which saw its politico-military strategy to neutralize the revolutionary offensive disintegrate. This offensive, launched on March 16, did indeed develop with the scope of a campaign for 55 days, particularly in the four major urban centers of the center-north, with a large number of armed attacks against the personnel of the political and military apparatus of the imperialist state, and with a capillary and systematic initiative of propaganda and combative agitation in all the major factories of the country and in the proletarian neighborhoods of the metropolitan areas. Reducing this campaign to a case or an affair, as the usual handmaidens of the palace have endeavored to do, with the obvious objective of concealing its coordination, downplaying its importance, and encouraging the idea of an isolated disaster, a tragedy, is one way among many to eliminate the problem and cover up the loss of tranquility with the now tattered screen of the simulation. Not a disaster or a tragedy for the proletariat, but an important stage in its revolutionary march towards the conquest of power. The BR had two goals in triggering this offensive. Play button to disarticulate the political project of restructuring the regime in the crisis. Play button to open a new stage in the class war, launching a general program for the conjuncture aimed at realizing the maximum political unity of the proletarian movement of offensive resistance. Both were accomplished. The ugly intentions of the imperialist bourgeoisie on the eve of March 16. The political project, the basis of which Moro had himself worked so hard to build, was of critical importance for the imperialist centers. The bourgeoisie did in fact intend for March 16 to mark the beginning of a new political regime in our country. On that day they were coming out of the unprecedented political crisis with the project of a programmatic agreement between the five major constitutional parties, built around the cross-class embrace between the DC and the Revisionist Party, the PCI. The program was that of managing, in the framework of the imperialist strategy and on behalf of the multinationals, the devastating social effects of the most tremendous economic crisis of recent decades, and to guide along the lines of taming it and rendering it functional for the interests of monopoly capital the behavior of the working class in the crisis. In other words, the imperialist bourgeoisie intended to make the revisionist party directly co-responsible in a vast operation aimed at obstructing the growth of the proletarian struggle, in order to block the development of the revolutionary process in our country. Being aware of the inexorable social consequences of the crisis and of the dangers inherent in the presence of a strong class opposition, the bosses were convinced to take up a lesser evil policy, that is, the option of capturing the PCI within a programmatic agreement and maintaining it in a subordinate position, after 30 years of total exclusion. But this scheme, plausible and realistic on the drawing board given the unconditional willingness of the Berlinguerian revisionists to become the state, was still destined to fail. Because there is not now, if ever there was, a real identification between the PCI and the class, so that the neo-corporatist integration of the revisionists into the heaven of politics, into the state, does not mean at the same time the capture of the behaviors of the working class, of struggle, of revolutionary initiative. Programmatic agreement or the heart of the state. The political project of programmatic agreement qualifies without a doubt as the heart of the imperialist state. That's why we went right there at that precise moment. Bringing the disarticulating attack of the guerrilla. Claiming, as some do, that the heart of the state was not Moro because the imperialist state has no heart, is not correct. This argument confounds the state with the sum of its institutions and its vital nerve centers, which they understand as places that can be identified purely through sociological investigation. We see things differently. The state, any state, understood as the articulated dictatorship of a class, lives in both time and space, which is to say, pressured besieged by the requirements imposed by the class struggle, it lives as an articulated political project of domination and exploitation, as a historically determined practice of counter-revolution in continual transformation. The historically determined substance of this political project and counter-revolutionary practice, this is precisely what we mean by the heart of the state, and not an actual person or the mythical symbol of the Winter Palace. It is this political heart, in fact, that pumps into the institutional articulations of the state the lifeblood necessary for its continued existence, its unity, its cohesion, namely for the reproduction of the social formation and the mode of production which it guarantees. The slogan "Carry the attack to the heart of the state" means that the revolutionary communist forces must stand at the front, organizing and leading the proletarian mass movement, armed and guiding the offensive. In each stage against the main political contradiction and in each conjuncture against the principal aspect of this contradiction, specifically against the heart of the state. 2 lines on building proletarian power. Did the Spring Campaign effectively set in motion processes disarticulating the imperialist state, or to the contrary did it reinforce it and enable it to increase and deepen its power? In the imperialist capitalist metropoles, political power appears as the contradictory antagonistic totality of state and proletarian practices. Therefore it is a relationship between classes, a relationship of force between classes. As the proletariat does not exist outside of its historically determined relationship with the bourgeoisie, there can be no separate proletarian political power that does not live in a dialectical relationship with the political power of the bourgeoisie. Yet separation, scission, disconnection, and independence of the 2 terms of the contradiction constitute the basis of the bourgeois conception of power as well as that of the economist immediatists, who also sink their roots into the proletariat. For the side of the imperialist bourgeoisie, the state, the side of maximum concentration of its political power, appears in its universality as a totality. This state is found in its purest expression in the executive and throughout the coercive ideological economic bureaucratic apparatuses, the tentacular and capillary ramifications by means of which it conveys, disciplines, and imposes those practices which are essential and indispensable to the reproduction of the capitalist socio-economic formation. But the capitalist mode of production, which the state seeks to safeguard by imposing this multiplicity of practices, is itself the root cause of the class contradictions and of the crisis shaking the imperialist metropole. Hence the accelerating and irreversible tendency of the imperialist states to become openly totalitarian, to suffocate every antagonistic struggle, and to annihilate all manifestations of truly autonomous proletarian political power. In this context, for the side of the proletariat, to affirm autonomous political power is therefore immediately also to struggle against the imperialist state and to unmask its nature as an illusory community, an expression of the interests of a particular class, imposed by manipulation and force upon the entire society. We say autonomous, not separate as is instead claimed by the economist immediatists. Saying that the 2 powers, the one that expresses capitalist interests and the one that expresses the totality of antagonistic interests, constitute 2 absolutely discontinuous realities which invest completely different objects, or that the proletariat expresses its own power in the immediate affirmation of a relation of separation confronting the universe of bourgeois politics, amounts to posing the question in starkly metaphysical terms. How can there exist an absolute discontinuity between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat? In the capitalist relations of production, which are at the root of all the contradictions which manifest on all levels in the social formations, is there not an identity of opposites, as was taught by Lenin, and as such the recognition of the contradictory, mutually exclusive, opposite tendencies? Is it not precisely the struggle of mutually exclusive opposites which is the source of movement within class society? The destination of the economist immediatists is not therefore, as they imagine, that of the autonomy of the class in its movement, but that of separation, of the negation of all the multilateral interconnections which link all the processes within the same socio-economic formation, of a splendid isolation in which they are always self-isolating, the saints of minoritarian and of metaphysical purity. We do not say this because we enjoy polemics, but because the practical consequences to which these theoretical conclusions lead are a disaster for the metropolitan proletariat, visible to all. Through the main idea of separation being the condition for the manifestation of proletarian power, they feed the illusion of a power which grows of itself, indifferent to the objective conditions within which its fabric is woven, deaf to the conjuncture, immune to any strategic or tactical consideration. But already, for the saints of the new spontaneism, strategy is the movement working spontaneously, and the party is nothing but a dusty residue from the tradition of communist political theory. The metaphysical intransigence of our economists leaves no place for the dialectic, not even, consequently, that between the class and the fighting organizations. Thinking that proletarian power is expressed by the antagonistic practices of the movement of the class struggle is certainly correct, but reducing this expression to its immediate form makes no sense. Because these practices are a manifestation of a level of political consciousness, even if elementary, which are then translated into forms of organization, and it is pointless to yell that proletarian power does not require for its manifestation and reproduction, objectification into an institution, into the party. Unless they want to add idealism to metaphysics and consider the political consciousness of the class a pure spirit. Offensive strengthening or defensive contraction. Against all evidence, some people claim that, following the spring campaign, the state strengthened itself, that not only did the campaign fail to achieve its own objective of disarticulation, but that it even contributed to increasing the power of the class enemy. This is a thesis rooted in petty bourgeois pacifism, and which throughout history the liquidationists have put forth with the slogan "Struggle is the cause of repression, the revolutionary offensive is the cause of the counter-revolution." It is certainly true that appearance is an aspect of phenomena. But it is not the essential aspect. The liquidationists, in making these arguments, manipulate appearances but are not able to grasp the deeper laws which govern the movement of the social formation. They perceive the phenomenal transformations of the state and are content to enumerate them. Having made a new democratic religion out of superstitious faith in the Moloch state, they neglect, forget, and censor an essential thesis of Marxism-Leninism, namely that the state even in the most democratic republic is only a machine for the oppression of one class by another. What would be the evidence of this strengthening? On the terrain of coercive action, the series of repressive measures against terrorism which in the heat of battle are unanimously voted for by all the parties of the consensus. We are referring to the Bill Against Terrorism and the new Reali Law. On the political terrain, the voluntary sterilization of any opposition among the constitutional parties which, eliminating contradictions, further compacts the institutions around the executive. On the terrain of organizing consensus, the increased capacity of the executive to regiment the press, radio, and TV, going beyond limiting freedom of information. The metaphysical conception of the state prevents the liquidationists from seeing this evidence for what it is, a manifestation of the defensive contraction of bourgeois political power under the attacks of the revolutionary movement. It is the proletarian offensive that forces the imperialist bourgeoisie to militarize its coercive response with laws, decrees, special units, tribunals, and prisons, to promote consensus as a regime ideology, to bury with avalanches of rhetoric the difficulty in which it finds itself following the guerrilla's action. In the new conditions determined by the spring campaign, the bourgeoisie is constrained to openly transfer to the military terrain the same control which up until that moment was exercised by the political, trade union, and ideological apparatuses. Its crisis of hegemony becomes plain to see. In the dialectic between politics and war, the latter term now acquires a dominant function. And we have reached the proof by 991 of our thesis. The project of the conjuncture, represented by the government of consensus, that with March 16 was supposed to usher in a new era in the control of class tensions, has foundered miserably right at the moment of its formal launch, and the anti-terrorist measures with the related corollaries of mass intimidation, of scorched earth, in the traditions of Pelot 92 and Biksho 93 renewed by the Carabinier Dalachisa 94 he who would hunt the supporters, are a spectacular and official admission of strategic disarticulation, of defeat. Now the hypothesis of a peaceful control of class contradictions is dead with Moro. The palace, more and more disconnected from civil society, prepares, in its deaf and bruised isolation, to sharpen its knives for the next inevitable showdown. And finally also, following March 16, the existence of a revolutionary political power can no longer be covered up or ignored, and the need to choose a side in the confrontation is increasingly clear in the minds of all. In the society of the spectacle, where the simulation of the processes and basic mechanisms of mass control is the general rule, the guerrilla's practice cuts through the veil which covers up domination, and restores to the category of violence its rightful place in the history of the class struggle. The slogan "neither with the state nor with the BR" perfectly sums up the point of view of the intermediate social classes where the liquidationists flourish, classes which, not feeling sufficiently protected by the imperialist state and being touched to some extent by the cold wind of the crisis, stand on the line of the horizon, ready to take to earth or sky depending on the vagaries of war. Because this is now a matter of war, specifically class war. Armed propaganda, combative agitation, mass media. For the side of the bourgeoisie, the capture of Aldo Moro was qualified not only as a guerrilla action but also as news. Indeed, as a news story par excellence. Its specific details inevitably followed their own particular course throughout the campaign. Furthermore, it was inevitable that the manipulation of news on behalf of the executive, the monopolies, or whatever other center of imperialist power, entered into a type of closed circuit. The news is in fact a breakdown in relation to normal order, whereas in this case the news story suggested the destruction of this normal order, desecrated this normality, and delivered a deadly devastating blow, with a multiplicity of echoes and inevitable long-term consequences. Moreover, in a social formation like ours, profoundly lacerated by class antagonism, the message is contained in the deed. No matter how disguised by commentaries, it would be accepted with enthusiasm by substantial layers of the proletariat. In this situation, how to act to ensure formal freedom of information and not strengthen the BR? It is safe to say that the circuits of mass information remained overwhelmed by contradictory shudders, generated by their relationship to the guerrilla's initiative. They took refuge in a defensive solution: publish but orient, comment, and judge. They attempted to reduce the spring campaign to a set of news stories, censoring the content or burying it in avalanches of rhetoric, in a unanimous refusal to engage with the issues, which was made all the more unpleasant by the left uniformity of language. More than a censorship of information, it was made problematic by the fact that the executive lacked the strength to exercise a capillary control over the mass media, while simultaneously triggering in almost all journalists, like the rest of the regime's men of power, a defensive reaction. Everyone saw themselves in Moro, and the projection made it distressing to detach from this relation. To the concrete and material questions which the BR, and Moro himself, posed to the state, no response was given or even attempted by the interlocutors of the government, of the DC, the parties of the consensus, or the regime press. Instead they digressed, talked of other things, fabricated repulsive fables to be transmitted like pornographic films or football games. The drum beats of this flight from reality echoed dismally for all 55 days on the delusionary newspaper pages and the radio-television news. The collective refusal to attribute even minimal credibility or meaning to Moro's letters represented the apex of this homicidal delirium. The guerrilla was not a prisoner of its distorted reflection in the mass media. It wasn't relying on the circuits of the mass media to carry out its work of propaganda and combative agitation. Military actions such as the capture, imprisonment, and execution of Moro and the large number of attacks which accompanied these during the campaign, were not only intended to harm and disarticulate the enemy, but also proposed to provide political advantages to the revolutionary movement and to the party, and to influence the heightening of mass political consciousness, strengthening its combative spirit. This is why the networks of militant dissemination of its propaganda and of combative agitation among the masses are of fundamental importance to the guerrilla. It was in fact through this direct presence that the party was actively involved in the factories, the neighborhoods, the schools, with the most advanced elements of the proletariat and through them the entire class, thereby building the innervation of autonomous and class information which is decisive for the consolidation of proletarian power. Verbal agitation, in pairs or in small groups, interventions in informal workers' meetings, passing out leaflets hand to hand, loudspeaker actions, clandestine pamphlets, graffiti, These are the channels through which communist militants transmit information to the class about their military actions, alongside a policy of multiplying the occasions of direct meetings and mutual and personal contacts with the masses. And this is also the line of march for the consolidation of the party and its roots in order to resolve the problem of the unity and mobilization of the proletariat in struggle. So while those observing from the palace were fascinated by the extraordinary efficiency of the BR Postal Service, thousands, tens of thousands of interventions in the form of propaganda and combative agitation were being carried out among thousands of proletarians, rendering any blackout scenario ineffective. In conclusion, the spring campaign makes it clear that the relations of force which condition the policies of the mass media are defined, in essence, by the ongoing struggle for power in our country. The guerrilla forces, which are constantly growing, provoke a directly proportional activity from the psychological counter-guerrilla, which manifests itself in taking up an increasing amount of space in newspapers and of time in radio and TV broadcasts. However, the vile comments, the misrepresentation of persons, the manipulation of texts and dissemination of fakes, basically the more or less professional activity of psychological warfare, does not meet with major results, at least not those desired. The proletarians are now immunized against these operations and know from long and direct experience that the media lies, they decipher according to their own needs the counter-revolutionary media messages. Furthermore, ever more capillary networks of propaganda and combative agitation spread throughout increasingly broad layers of the metropolitan proletariat. While these obstruct any attempt at a blackout, they also disseminate a network of class information, and this too is an organized articulation of red power. Thus the campaign of the psychological counter-guerrilla and the counter-propaganda of the bourgeoisie end up working against the intentions of the beasts of the newsroom by leaving at least one sure certainty in the confused consciousness of readers and viewers as an inevitable effect of the space and time dedicated to the problem, that of the growing strength and importance of the armed struggle for communism in our country. No negotiation or, the policy of doing nothing. From March 16 to May 9, what was more and more striking about the political behavior of the Andreotti government and Zaccagnini's DC was its extraordinary consistency. But to what extent is this consistency on the line of no effectively reflected in their political behavior? To what extent is this obstinate immobility, which was the translation into practice of this consistency, not instead the translation of a state of profound coma? In order to elaborate our thoughts, we can say right away that what were said to be the cornerstones of this firmness in both military and political strategy were in reality two fake alibis which could not withstand the first gust of wind. The first, the military cornerstone, would have to be described as stunning in its inconsistency and in the objective risks to which it exposed Moro. It therefore seems hardly credible that the government and the DC really gambled as if playing Russian roulette with the life of a great statesman. In any case, the strategy of devaluing the hostage was intended to free the president of the DC and at the same time win a political victory over the urban guerrilla, intended to free him but without strengthening the BR. The line was that of constructing through the instruments of organizing mass consensus parties, unions, mass media a profound and total political isolation of the BR, just as militarily they operated according to the tactics suggested by American, German, and English counter-guerrilla strategists, devaluing the hostage and extending the time limits with the goal of maximizing the possibility of identifying the prison and therefore forcing the BR to release the prisoner without compensation. This was the illusion they clung to so stubbornly, that the more the behavior of the state apparatus was calm, phlegmatic, and almost disinterested, the greater the chances to save the hostage. This line of response by the bourgeoisie failed for a combination of reasons. Play button the bankruptcy of its military practice. Play button an overestimation of its capacity to organize consensus in all social classes. Play button an underestimation of the political strength accumulated within the metropolitan proletariat, namely in the big factories and the centers by the Red Brigades. Play button incomprehension as to the strategic objectives behind the launch of the attack. This final point is particularly important. The Red Brigades in fact pursued a much more general political objective than the liberation of prisoners. The primary objective of the spring campaign was to strike a hard blow at the program of Entente and to deepen the political crisis of the regime and the state. Therefore the BR could relinquish the aim of securing the liberation of the communist combatants without having to release Moro. On the contrary, the execution of Moro would accomplish the hardest, most disarticulating, and longest-lasting blow possible, based on the specific relations of force at the time. That the objective of the BR was accomplished, has been demonstrated by everything that followed May 9. And certainly many of the effects of the operation are still in gestation. The strategy of devaluing the hostage might have appeared plausible up to a certain point in the battle, even if not exactly effective. After communique #8, however, and the repeated tests and monumental failures of the police force, it was certainly insane, because it replaced calculated risk with absolute risk, and consigned to the hands of fate a problem which, as was shown, was completely in the hands of man, which is to say of the real relations of political and military force. And not even the logic of war can justify an equivalence between negotiation and concession, as was demonstrated by the conduct of the German government during the Schleier operation, which was oriented around the line negotiate but don't give in, or at least give as little as possible. The crude alternative negotiate/don't negotiate has never expressed a political position, not in peace or in war. It is simply an absolutist metaphysics, the threadbare justification behind which the DC, the revisionists, and all the charlatans of intelligence presume to hide. Now for the political cornerstone. Namely, the pretense of an all-out defense of so-called reasons of state. And let's see what meaning we should attribute to this repeated appeal to reasons of state, which obsessively inflected the policy of the government, the DC, and the complicit parties for all 55 days. In capitalist social formations, the state, its judicial ideology, its law, are nothing but instruments through which the bourgeoisie exercises its dictatorship over the proletariat. Law and right are not above the world of real people, they do not descend from heaven, but are much more terrestrial, are weapons in the hands of a class which uses them to assert its material interests, and to combat those interests which undermine it through their struggle. Therefore, in the final analysis, behind so-called reasons of state, it is always the reasons of the dominant class which are hidden. Thus the respect the DC seemed to demonstrate for the law during the 55 days is unmasked for what it is, pure form, convenience. Being made by the dominant classes, the law can in fact always be modified by the same. The sclerosis of legal formalism has little to do with the real movement of history. This is even more true in stormy times. It is the mutable interests of the bourgeoisie and the relations of force between the classes which operate in the mass of laws and decrees and which now and again determine what adjustments need to be made. And has not the need to make an exception to legal formality been recognized and practiced many times? Moro himself made a list. In short, for over 30 years neither the DC nor Moro have shown a sense of state which did not coincide with party interests and with the interests of the imperialist and monopolist bourgeoisie. And, to stick to the present, we should note that both Moro's letters and the behavior of his Christian Democrat friends are not in contradiction on this point, rather they are positions which correspond to their particular circumstances. And then, these ardent fanatics who defend the state, so tough and impressive, of which the DC has made a public spectacle, from where do they obtain their sacred fire? It is always very tempting to provide a schematic answer, but we are convinced that there were different things tangled in the consciousness of the Christian democratic men of power. Including play button and international conditioning as a consequence of the pressure exercised by the major imperialist powers with the goal of aligning our country with the struggle against the plague of terrorism. Play button a domestic political conditioning on the part of the PCI, implicit in the agreement that they brought to the emergency government. Albeit overturned in its significance on March 16. Play button a cynical electoral calculation as to how many votes could be gained in the upcoming elections by abandoning Moro to his fate. Play button swollen heads no longer able to evaluate the real terms of a minimization of losses. Play button among his friends, a willingness to liquidate Moro, a tribal echo of the ceremonial killing of the king, eating the Lord and becoming stronger and more powerful. Play button and ideological conditioning by Catholic tradition which leaves to Providence the task of resolving everything. Various aspects, but none of them decisive. The decisive element was different and completely internal to the DC, the animalistic, instantaneous, traumatic, suffocating perception exactly at the time when they joined hands with the PCI of being in serious danger as political representatives of the bourgeoisie, as a class. The eruption of the Red Brigades, namely of an openly antagonistic revolutionary power, politically lucid, ideologically solid, organized without anyone suspecting, militarily efficient, the audacity of its offensive project, the inability to fully identify this enemy, these are the elements which conditioned in a decisive way the political choices of the government and the DC. The offensive, we should not forget, has proven to be more deadly in its disruptive effects the more truly unexpected it is. Attack the state, the regime, as well as the DC with which it is closely identified. It is this confrontation of classes and powers which has invested the heart of the state, the essence of its conjunctural project, that the Christian Democrats' response must be traced back to. A response which in the end we can say was defensive, irrational, but above all not political. There is a metapolitical constant in all the DC's behavior following March 16, and especially in what we have called the no line or the policy of doing nothing. An absolute, indeterminate, metaphysical no. No prevention. No to negotiation, even before there was someone to negotiate with. No to exchanges and to the liberation of the 13 communists. No to saving by any means the life of one of their most prominent accomplices. No to recognizing Moro's political identity through the grotesque denial of his letters having any authenticity. No even to the existence of the BR, with pathetic arguments like German efficiency, techniques of the special forces of foreign countries. This consistent and obtuse string of no which some with unintended irony have repackaged as firmness is an accurate indictment of the DC, which by denying objective reality, by removing the problem, by becoming a fugitive from history took full responsibility for the fate of its president. If Moro was consistent to the end with his perfected policy of not talking, his party wanted to be consistent to the end until it fell victim, in turn, with this other policy of doing nothing. Two dead policies and, in this particular case, also a death. Even Moro began to realize, and he observed, "I don't believe the DC can end its problems by liquidating Moro." For our part we recall the conclusion of Communiqué #9. We have nothing more to say in words to the DC, its government, and its loyal accomplices. The only language the servants of imperialism have shown they can understand is that of weapons, and it is with these that the proletariat is learning to speak. The firmness of the jackals or, the policy of the PCI. If for the DC the demands of reasons of state were certainly an alibi, they were for the PCI instead a way of presenting its own democratic credentials to the imperialist bourgeoisie and demonstrating, in a moment of rupture, the safe affinity for order which characterized its political choices. But the PCI played on two tables. The other player was the working class. And if the moves were different, the strategy was not. The Berlinguerians could not ignore the threat posed by the aggressive appearance of an armed communist force to their left and the coming together of an area of antagonistic proletarian behaviors and solidarity no longer functioning as their satellite. Preventing the consolidation of this force and of this area became an internal necessity for the party at the same time as it became a political duty to the bourgeoisie. In the course of the crisis, the imperialist restructuring of the international division of labor, the market, and the state, while it must necessarily be based in the DC, cannot succeed without in the specific situation in our country entangling the revisionist party in its plans and assigning it an active function, subordinate but not secondary. Corruption of the working class with reformist legalist pacifist ideology. Collaboration in all ways in the repression of the revolutionary tensions that are increasing as the crisis develops. Mobilization of the working class, the proletarians, and the middle layers, around the policies of the executive. Indeed, in broad terms, This is the necessity behind the political project of Moro and the government of consensus, and the practice of Berlinguer and his associates seemed to be in line with this during the spring campaign and after as well. We say seemed to be, because the Berlinguerians did not in fact renounce their own party interests, in fact they cultivated them with cunning ambition. We are not alluding here to the historic compromise which, in any case, does not exist as a definite political project and is increasingly configured as ideological cover for the process of incorporating the PCI into the imperialist state. We are instead referring to the fact that this incorporation includes the contradiction with the DC, namely a hard struggle to expand its electoral territory and therefore its political power. On this path, taking up the functions of a real anti-proletarian police, something impossible for the DC, which has negligible presence in the working class, is a qualifying but necessary phase, albeit one rife with contradictions. The appeals of Lama and the PCI leadership for mass snitching, for establishing workers' militias in the factories, for open collaboration with the Ministry of Police, alongside the attempts to compile lists of former party members to deliver to the police, all this encounters tough resistance everywhere and even in sections of the party. Lama shouted in those days, "We should be able to look around us every day, in the factory, in the workplace, at school, in the family, and, if there are some things, suspicious events, people who openly defend the actions of the enemies of democracy, we cannot pretend not to have seen." And, concretely, they wrote a paper with a list of some hundreds of possible brigatisti which was delivered to the Ministry of the Interior by a senior leader of the PCI. After March 16, the shadow of Strauss 95 was cast across the faces of the leadership of Italian communist trade unionism, weighing like a nightmare on the workers' movement, while the Vimanal 96, where elaborate electronics and super cops are clearly thrown for a loop, breathes a sigh of relief. But that relief is short-sighted and misplaced for two specific reasons. First reason: the attempt to install within the workers' movement a mass apparatus with an espionage function against the most combative and revolutionary workers and militants is not only failing, but opens and widens the most violent contradictions which echo all the way up to the top of the trade union movement. Even the industrial bourgeoisie is scared by this ambiguous and adventurous attempt to substitute for the state, not knowing how far this might go, for it could even end up dominated by the brigatisti themselves. It's no coincidence that the CISL comes out openly against the proposal to create among the workers an authentic police bureau. Second reason: in relation to the executive and the DC, the frantic activity of the PCI in defense of the imperialist state creates massive pressure, conditioning and exposing the incapacity of the DC to mobilize in the streets. Therefore, in a certain sense, the PCI holds the DC hostage with its mobilizations and appeals, subjecting it minute by minute to a deadly political blackmail. We say that the state will be secure refusing to submit to negotiations with the BR, affirm the Berlinguerians, whereas the DC, in negotiating to save its own president, once again demonstrates its own lack of a sense of state. Obviously this argument is false, artificial, and easily refuted, but in the heat of battle it obtained the desired effect, further paralyzing the men of power and specifically Andreotti and Zaccagnini. Behind the firmness of the PCI there was a cold party calculation. It is best to be perfectly clear. The PCI wanted the execution of Moro. Through it the Berlinguerians hoped to achieve two objectives: the strategic weakening of the DC and at the same time the political weakening of the Red Brigades. Strategic weakening of the DC. In terms of the loss of one of its top leaders, a brilliant and dangerous illusionist, whose plan was to bring the PCI into the majority but only in order to block any further steps into the country's central government. Furthermore, the DC being unsuccessful in freeing its president and suffering the initiative of the BR for 55 days would be hopelessly exposed to a wave of criticism, which would highlight the depressing inefficiency of the entire state apparatus institutionally responsible for security and therefore its own large-scale incapacity to manage the affairs of the nation on its own. Moro was aware of and dismayed by this lucid condemnation when he wrote to Zaccagnini. Is it possible that you are all in agreement in wishing my death for an alleged reason of state which somebody enviously suggests is the solution to almost all of the problems of the country? It was possible. Political weakening of the BR. In terms of carrying to its logical conclusion the campaign launched on March 16 to crudely exploit public sentiment. A hysterical police and lynch mob campaign against the ferocity of the terrorists. A campaign against the supporters. An indifferentist campaign of mass mobilization, which has obtained disappointing results despite the dance of statistics, the exhilarating rhetoric, the white flags, and the extraordinary strength of the party apparatus. However chilling and vicious, this was also a mistaken calculation. Wanting to isolate the armed struggle without taking into consideration the real and profound class contradictions which make it historically necessary, they end up spreading and provoking anxiety, doubts, and expressions of concern, even in their own ranks. On some words and questions. The aura of bourgeois meaning surrounding the words criminal, trial, prison, has made a lot of our talk ambiguous, and little is accomplished by adding peoples. The ambiguity is generated by the fact that the same words reflect fundamentally different events and practices which cannot be seen as symmetrical. Practices of struggle against exploitation, misery, and oppression in our case. Practices of counter-revolution in the case of the imperialist bourgeoisie. And it is not merely an inversion of meaning. The arrest, imprisonment, and execution of the class enemy were some of the practices which constituted milestones of the spring campaign. It is therefore important to clarify the political significance and the practical function we assign to them. The capture of Moro and the annihilation of his escort. March 16 established a new relation of force between the fighting communist organization and the enemy's military forces. The completely successful capture of one of the people most protected by the state marks an important phase in the growth of the guerrilla and demonstrates one thing in particular. No objective, no matter how militarily protected, is impervious to the guerrilla forces. The force deployed by our organization in terms of both the number of comrades and their technical capacity and the weapons used was certainly significant and adequate to the complexities of the objective, but there was nothing, absolutely nothing in the mechanics of the attack which fell outside the normal and natural possibilities and capacities of the proletariat in our country. We want to be clear. On Viafani on March 16 it was no mysterious 007s from who knows where who went into battle, it was comrades from the political vanguard. Tempered in the struggles of the working class and the proletariat in our country. They were communist fighters who were trained in our own backyard exactly as the dazed Mr. Craxi does not dare to imagine. The weapons used were not sophisticated and ultra-modern devices but were much more modest, many of them being old leftovers of the partisan war of 45. We offer these clarifications, not in order to trivialize the enormous technical and military difficulties which the guerrilla must overcome, but to bring the specifically military question of the class war into its proper proportions, into the proportions of the real, removing it from those of an action movie. The military question which can be summarized in one word. Organization. Which is to say, all military and technical problems always find an effective solution only within a correct political conception of the construction of the revolutionary organization. Organization intended as politico-military leadership of the revolutionary process, conscious construction, capable of transforming the immense potential of the proletariat into a force that can be expressed in struggle, which structures this potential making it strategically invincible. With this conception the shortcomings of individual comrades and the weaknesses of lone individuals can be transformed into a collective capacity to victoriously wage any battle, to attack any objective. The high level of efficiency and precision reached by our organization in the execution of complex military plans is not a result of our having monstrous supermen, but the proven and validated result of the correctness of the organizational model we have adopted. Beyond this there are only the motivations and goals for which the BR fights. Organizational superiority rests in the validity of the politico-organizational strategy which we have followed, and the facts are there to prove it. In order to distill the maximum possible counter-revolutionary propaganda out of the military action of March 16, the government, the DC, and the PCI have tried to drown in a sea of rhetoric the explicit message it contains for all the guard dogs of the bourgeoisie. An important message, which in their own interest, carabinieri, police, and prison guards would do well to heed. And that is: the armed servants of power are not sons of the people. If they are in fact such, it is on account of their behavior and not by right of birth. The position and the role played by the armed servants of the imperialist state is objectively counter-revolutionary and, more often than not, though not always, subjectively counter-revolutionary. We are not oblivious to the fact that under the uniforms there is in many cases the atavistic starvation of underdevelopment, the centuries-old ignorance in which the bourgeoisie has imprisoned farmers and shepherds, the despair of chronic unemployment, the absence of social and political consciousness rather than an authentic conscious counter-revolutionary commitment. But this consideration, bearing in mind the current stage of the struggle, absolves nothing. And we keep it in mind because this objective contradiction constitutes a weak point in the military deployment of the enemy, and therefore, without exaggerating its potential, it is possible to use it to weaken his front. To smash, to neutralize, to destabilize psychologically and politically the military personnel that the imperialist bourgeoisie hires to defend its own exclusive interests, its persons and its centers, is an objective we do not intend to renounce. Our military attack must always also aim to demoralize the enemy, while avoiding any contribution to consolidating his esprit de corps. Divide the troops from the graduates and officers through the most selective action possible, at least in the current conjuncture. Encourage the armed services of the state to change jobs, abandon the uniform, leave, before it is too late. There must be maximum clarity on this point. Police dedicated to anti-guerrilla duty, the various guerrillas of the security details assigned to representatives of power, the carabinieri responsible for security in the concentration camps, those employed in hunting communist fighters, the cops who infiltrate the factories and the neighborhoods with the task of profiling, espionage, and control, have consciously taken on a special function. They stand directly and openly against the revolutionary proletariat. There can be no doubt, there is nothing for these cops themselves. Theirs are the most filthy of jobs, repulsive to popular consciousness and sentiment, repulsive as are all the torturers in the pay of the imperialist bourgeoisie. Until recently there was a one-way relationship between the mercenaries of the special units and the communist fighters, the first engaged in the hunt, to kill, imprison, and surveil, and the communist fighters endured it. Now this relationship is reversing, it must be reversed. It should be the revolutionaries who attack the special units in order to disarticulate their functioning, it should be the proletarian fighters who hunt down the armed agents of the counter-guerrilla. The military units which encircle the urban proletariat in a state of siege must in their turn be besieged, relentlessly attacked, and annihilated. The annihilation of the escorts of Coco and Moro, the attacks on the guard patrol at Nuevo Prison 97 and on Galloni's Den 98, the disarming of military units, the destruction of buildings and vehicles, are examples of the program against the military forces of the enemy which we propose. A scientific disarticulation of the central military apparatus of the imperialist state, specifically the special units which form its spearhead. B. The systematic disarticulation of the process of increasing and capillary militarization of the metropolitan territory. The attack on the enemy's military forces is not a moment and still less a form of struggle. It is a constant characteristic of the protracted class war. And it is on this offensive program and around this content that we call the entire vanguard of the proletarian movement of offensive resistance to battle. The trial and imprisonment of Aldo Moro. There are those who have noted the vast chasm between the trial of Aldo Moro by the BR and those carried out by the bourgeoisie against the revolutionary vanguard. Honestly, this is to our credit. The People's Court has nothing to do with the macabre liturgy of the bourgeois courts. They are two things with nothing in common. The trial of the imperialist bourgeoisie is a trial which is in no way codified by preconstituted norms, abstractly fabricated. On the contrary, it occurs entirely within the life and death struggle between two classes, the forms it assumes and the criteria it adopts are therefore a direct consequence of the consciousness and of the relations of force that the proletariat is capable of expressing. And as the war develops, these relations of force, increasingly favorable to the proletariat, enable it to enact justice, proletarian justice for the crimes perpetrated by the bourgeoisie, and to take up the interests of the proletariat as the only yardstick to determine what is just and what is not. That is to say, proletarian justice is a historical product of the war against the system of imperialist domination, an antagonistic alternative to the false justice of the bourgeoisie, just as different and antagonistic as the interests of the two classes in struggle. But proletarian justice is not an abstract and academic exercise or a symbolic ritual meant for theatrical pantomime without even slightly eroding the forces of the class enemy. On the contrary, proletarian justice is a timely, precise, and selective process by means of which the perpetrators of anti-proletarian crimes, the architects of counter-revolution, are made to face their responsibility and are constrained to endure the consequences. Proletarian justice puts on trial the exploiters, the designers and enforcers of the plans of imperialist oppression. It applies against them those sanctions which might concretely prevent them from continuing to undermine the interests of the proletariat, even applying, when other methods would be inadequate and useless, the death penalty against those who deserve it. Proletarian power is also affirmed through its own justice taking material form, through the capacity to try, judge, and condemn its own enemies. For the proletariat, words like trial, court, etc. bring to mind memories of abuse, persecution, injustice, and suffering, and they fit poorly with revolutionary practice for a communist society, but we have no need to be afraid of words. When the perpetrators of the worst crimes humanity has ever known sit in the dock, those who have spent their wretched existences designing, planning, and imposing the conditions of exploitation of millions of people, the misery of entire populations, the systematic murder of those who fight back, the programmed genocide of those who aspire to a society of equality, of people liberated from the chains of wage labor, when the accused in the dock are the miserable figures of imperialism, what possible task is more humane, more just, more revolutionary, than that falling to the people's court which must judge them? What hope for the end of every tyranny can there be under the domination of the bosses, which does not turn into an inexorable condemnation of those who have made slavery and tyranny their only reason to live? On this basis, we reaffirm the right of the revolutionary communist forces to hold people's trials. We claim for the People's Court the right to exercise proletarian justice. And it is to this justice that Aldo Moro was forced to submit. Moro stood for 30 years at the summit of the DC highest leader of his party. He was corresponsible, a full member of the notorious DC regime which has held sway in our country for 30 years. Schemer, mastermind, strategist, always in step with the imperialist centers of multinational capital, godfather and undisputed leader of the DC crime gang, to those governments, political balances, alliances, and complicities, which would faithfully carry out the boss's orders, which would guarantee the power of the bourgeoisie with the most ferocious anti-proletarian repression. Behind the curtains and smoke screens, behind the fanciful formulas invented by Moro, he always hid the fiercest desire to cage the aporia of the class, to reduce the popular masses to impotence, to smash proletarian resistance with the armed violence of the state. Behind the mask of the most advanced equilibrium and of the opening to the left, Moro always tried to hide the goal of the DC's dictatorship, the goal of reaction, of holding on to power at any cost. Under a pretentious veneer, there was always the high protector of the most shameful corruption, cronyism, and complicity. Under the odor of sacristy, there was always the even more nauseating dirt of the operator of intrigue, of the grim accomplice to massacre and anti-proletarian terror. This is the Moro who the proletariat has known for all these years, who for all these years it had to suffer and endure. This is the Moro who was tried and who, for his direct responsibility, was convicted. His conviction signaled for the proletarians, the revolutionaries, the communists, a fundamental, indelible phase in the general process leading inexorably to the historical conviction of the DC hierarchy, their regime, and their system of power, sentencing them to the abyss, which has already been decreed in the popular will and consciousness. The execution of Aldo Moro. If the execution of the death sentence against Aldo Moro correctly concretized popular justice, on the political plane an assessment of the disruptive effects it had on the enemy camp also reveals it to have been a very correct choice. It is clear that the unanimous hard line, which was attested by the major parties and apparently represented the greatest unity ever achieved, was in reality the result of political calculations and interests which were different for each of the parties, and even if they might have seemed to coincide in the moment, in the long run the differences would be brought to light. This, of course, was if the contradictions which Moro opened remained. The only way to prevent their closure was to carry out the sentence. The DC, counting on Moro's hide to rebuild an impossible virginity, broke on the emotional wave it had crudely assembled. It would find itself again besieged, all the more intensely, by the initiative of the guerrilla, and with a solemn defeat in its past, it attacked and lashed out in an unmistakable show of its own vulnerability and impotence, clearly illustrating that the embrace of the PCI had not produced the hoped-for effect of a tranquilized proletariat. Placed in the center of the revolutionary offensive, its personnel hunted, inexorably condemned, it would see a panic rise among its bosses that they are no longer able to shake off. The rules of force which make up its system of power would suffer inevitable damage, many certainties would be lost, the internal divisions that the Moro business had just healed would be reopened, weakening its influence and the strength of the DC in the implementation of the imperialist project to which it has been assigned. This is occurring in due course. The PCI, which had believed in becoming the state, to buy a good credit card to charge with concessions in the management of power, would see their demagogic rigidity thrown back in their face, because the imperialist bourgeoisie has no use for the guarantees offered by the Berlinguerians, if they are not in terms of play button and ever greater complicity in anti-worker repression. Play button and ever more explicit assumption of a police role as spies and informers within the workers' movement, without conceding anything to their reformist ramblings in this regard. Furthermore, far more importantly, Moro's execution would shake the already fragile credibility of the Berlinguerians in relation to a proletarian base, which already during Moro's imprisonment had demonstrated a profound aversion to the shameful collaborationism proposed to them. Faced with the harsh but just conclusion of a trial against an arch-enemy, vast layers of proletarians would receive a jolt of confidence and would bring their militant practice closer to that of the armed vanguard, accelerating the political isolation to which the party of Berlinguer is already consigned. To isolate and expel from the working class the Berlinguerians, to strike them as the worst enemies of the working class, who have become sordid lieutenants of the regime, who profile, spy on, and denounce the comrades who refuse to accept imperialist restructuring and who fight against it, is an objective which must be set by the communist vanguard in order to develop and organize the revolutionary mobilization. The sigh which during Moro's imprisonment had assumed, mainly for the basest electoral purposes, a vaguely possibilist position would find itself a lone party among the government supporters, dangerously exposed, without having gained anything, with an ever-decreasing weight in the Grand Coalition, and would thus represent another element of internal contradiction. In conclusion, the execution of the death sentence against Moro would constrain the various political parties to pay a price which, if at first it seemed to be the lesser evil, later would be the greater, because it would be thrown back at them, intensifying the lacerating contradictions which the government agreement had on the contrary aimed to patch up. Following Moro's execution, the barely constructed alliance has begun to crack. The expertly designed anti-proletarian conspiracy, once unmasked and exposed, has lost much of its effectiveness. The power bloc which was constituted 55 days prior, which was supposed to expeditiously manage imperialist restructuring, has failed to come together. On the contrary, since that time it has started to unravel. This is one of the results we were seeking from the battle of March 16 and, due to the possibilities of that battle, this objective has been fully accomplished. Build the party and strengthen and extend revolutionary political power. With the Spring Campaign, the process of building the fighting Communist Party has taken a new leap forward, and the Red Brigades are confirmed as its strategic nucleus and politico-military center of gravity. Carrying the attack to the heart of the state has irreversibly shattered the imperialist bourgeoisie's plans to normalize the country, and has actually prevented the soldering together of the contradictions that had been sought with the new regime. With March 16 there was no affirmation of a new regime capable of stabilizing the economic, political, social situation, as the Christian Democrats and their Berlinguerian accomplices had hoped, but instead a spectacular expression of the existence of two opposed powers in struggle, expressions of antagonistic classes, of clearly irreconcilable interests, needs, and aspirations. At the same time, the new conditions within which the class confrontation has been compelled to express itself following the campaign have induced the proletarian movement of offensive resistance overall to take up the class war against the imperialist state as the main line of combat. Develop the offensive, strike the imperialist state giving no quarter, in order to disarticulate its military and political apparatus, has been established as the unifying slogan throughout the movement, as the general program of the proletarian movement of offensive resistance in the new conjuncture. Furthermore, by defeating in practice the last stubborn legalist illusions represented by some components of organized autonomy, the proletarian movement of offensive resistance accomplished a decisive qualitative leap. Play button with the quantitative increase, the territorial extension, and the qualitative growth of armed attacks. Play button with the increasing harmony between the offensive campaigns launched by the BR and the particular initiatives of advanced sectors of the proletariat. It has acquired the dimensions of an authentic revolutionary mass movement. These are the new facts of objective and subjective reality which we must take as the basis of our thought and practice, facts which it is necessary to investigate in all their manifold implications, because they stand at the base of new tasks and of the further strengthening of the nascent fighting Communist Party, of revolutionary political power, and of the dialectical unity which defines the relationship between the general and the particular. The Spring Campaign has brought us into a new and complicated political conjuncture. We are now no longer in the stage of armed propaganda, but are not yet in that of generalized civil war. We must pay close attention to the specificities and to the contradictions which characterize this conjuncture, and must not underestimate the fact that the transition from one stage to another can occupy a relatively prolonged period of time. This transitional conjuncture, in fact, depends upon both the structural evolution of the capitalist-imperialist crisis, and upon the subjective capacity of the metropolitan proletariat to constitute itself as a party and to concentrate its antagonism into an autonomous revolutionary system of power, articulated and disseminated in every center, from Milan to Palermo, from Turin to Barbigia. Many steps have already been taken in this direction, especially in the political unification of the forces and lines of combat, and in the verification of the points of non-contradiction. But we should not underestimate the fact that further progress is linked to the development of a rigorous ideological and political struggle which clarifies to the masses and reveals, through the practice of combat, the particularities of each guerrilla formation, thereby facilitating an intensive mass debate without which no effective and strong unity appears possible. The party and the revolutionary mass organizations. Any type of struggle which emerges, knows a certain self-organization, which is produced spontaneously as an inevitable necessity. These forms of self-organization are variously called mass organizations, struggle organizations, etc. In general, these bodies are meteoric, lasting during periods of struggle and then fading away, swelling and deflating along with the grounds of the struggle. They are exhausted when it ceases, and then return at a later time. All the great revolutions have won because alongside of the party organization powerful mass organizations have been formed which, supported by the action of the party, have been able to not only grow and maintain themselves over a period of time, but also to become, first organizations centralizing red power on a regional level, and then to assume the function of authentic organs of the dictatorship of the proletariat, such as the Soviets in the Soviet Union, or the revolutionary committees in China. but if these bodies are the manifestation and product of objective causes, their form, maturity, and duration primarily depend upon the intervention of the party. In relation to the mass organizations, the party represents the strategic program, the general point of view. In relation to the party, the mass organizations represent the immediate program, the point of view of particular needs. The party, in order to continue to fulfill its own specific role as politico-military vanguard, must gradually take on all the problems of the masses. Mao has said that the party must tackle and resolve even the problems of rice and salt. To contribute to the creation of revolutionary mass organizations and to establish a correct dialectical relation between them and the party is the general task of the transitional period, of the movement from armed propaganda to protracted civil war. Between the party and the revolutionary mass organizations, the relationship is not one of continuity but of dialectical interaction. No political consciousness exists outside of the organizational forms which express it. So that if we say that the party is an organized unity of revolutionary communist elements, we also say the same about the revolutionary mass movements. It should not be understood as a formal, mechanical, causal relation between two separate realities, the party above and the revolutionary mass organizations below. In fact, the party is the vanguard component of the revolutionary mass movement and is therefore simultaneously part of this movement and distinct from it. Part insofar as it, and this is to say its militance, is completely within any organizational form it assumes, clandestine, legal, etc., forming the backbone of this movement, its revolutionary leavening, its politico-military vanguard. Distinct from it, in the sense that the party retains its own political, military, and organizational autonomy, that is to say that while it operates within the revolutionary mass movement, it is not dissolved within it, nor identical to it, because its revolutionary function is not exhausted in the specificity of the singular situations and distinct components of the metropolitan proletariat. The new task, fundamental in this conjuncture, of organizing the mass movement on the terrain of armed struggle for communism, demands that all fighting communist organizations redefine their role in relation to the new levels of mass combativity and the new forms of organization generated in their movement by the most advanced sectors of the proletariat. In particular, it is necessary to avoid two errors. The first consists in fabricating mass organizations within which we attempt to bottle the mass movement, instead of taking note of the historical forms which the dialectic between revolution and counter-revolution produces. The second consists in seeking to reduce all forms of mass organization to organizations of the party, once again negating the real movement in its concreteness and originality. The growth of proletarian power implies as a consequence the simultaneous reinforcing of the party's hegemony, leadership, and organization within the proletarian movement of offensive resistance as a whole, on the one hand, and on the other the consolidation of the capacity for mobilization and combat of the mass organizations generated by the advanced sectors of the metropolitan proletariat. The principal task of the fighting communist organizations in the new conjuncture, in relation to the revolutionary movement as a whole, must therefore be that of enhancing the movement's potential, assisting its organization into specific and original forms of combat, strategically guiding the incorporation of tensions within a unitary politico-military schema, unifying the communist elements within the fighting party. March 1979. Proletarians of all countries unite. Achtung by Saverio Plana, Corrispondenza Internazionale 99. Even in Italy. Looking back, even briefly, at everything that has been said and written about the Moro affair in our country, one might naturally conclude that if idiocy had a value, Italy would be very wealthy. Demonstrating this would not be too difficult. It would suffice to present as evidence, for example, this incredible reflection from Giorgio Bacca: perhaps we made a mistake when we criticized Siranetti, to have excluded evil from our conception of the world, to have thought that in the modern world Satan no longer has a place. To the contrary, he obviously does. 100. But idiocy, as an interpretive category and explanation of reality, is of no use to those who do not accept the blackmail the democratic state wants to impose, according to which you are not allowed to speak of this and it is better to shut up. It is in fact obvious, to everyone who wants to continue thinking with their brain, and who does not intend to succumb to prejudices and superstitions, even democratic ones, that even idiocy has its own logic, its own cause, and its own rationale. One can hardly be surprised at the secular Baccha having self-criticized for excluding the presence of evil from his world conception, having admitted Satan back into the modern world. One can also accept with good grace the existence of a pope. Interpreted generously, his appeal includes within democratic normality the medieval funeral without a corpse at the Archbasilica of St. John Lateran. 101. Therefore, evil exists and against it there rises up the new St. George, the democratic state. Basically, the game is simple, the state is under threat. Order is the state. And this state is democratic. To defend this order is to defend democracy. 102. And it is obvious that, once this sophistry is accepted, idiocy follows. For every Baccha who rediscovers Satan, there is a Lama who after having condemned the workers' excesses asserts with a frown, in Italy there are no political prisoners, only common criminals. Both seek to demonstrate that, there is not a single society with a perfectly healthy democracy in which political terrorism has not found a place. 103. But is there anything particularly surprising about the collective exorcism with which the bourgeoisie tries to banish class antagonism and the class antagonists every time they manifest themselves violently? Having ascended to power almost 2 centuries ago by means of violent revolution, the bourgeoisie is aware that only violent revolution can deprive it of power, and therefore it defends itself with violence. A banality, you might say, but when you think of the flood of democratic banalities which we are inundated with, you see that in reality, this is no banality. The Italian bourgeoisie, its parties, its periodicals, seek to convince proletarians of the absolute value of the current democratic regime in our country, and in order to do this it needs, first of all, to sell its democracy as the only one possible. Everyone who fights because bourgeois democracy means capitalist exploitation, layoffs, unemployment, and counter-revolutionary violence must be portrayed as a terrorist. And if, in order to demonize its enemies, it may be useful to legitimize many who have taken up arms against imperialism elsewhere, the bourgeoisie is also capable of this. In La Repubblica we can read that all the liberation movements condemn the BR 104 actually, a group of common criminals who self-identify as the Red Brigades. Regarding the sale of arms from the democratic Italian state to the butchers of the Palestinians, the Eritreans, the Chileans, the Iranians, silence is golden. In other words, everything possible is used to demonstrate that those who chose the path of the guerrilla against the democratic capitalist regime are mad dogs. The moment it would admit to even the possibility that the guerrilla is developing in the most democratic country in the world, but one with the largest number of unemployed in Europe, and with a proletariat rich with a remarkable tradition of struggle, including armed struggle, the bourgeoisie would be committing a suicidal act. But they don't do this, preferring to defend the principle according to which the urban guerrilla, though always regrettable in so much as it is violent, has a certain legitimacy only in underdeveloped, democratic countries subject to open foreign domination. As if, to take one significant example, Argentina was not a country with a percentage of labor employed in the countryside lower than Italy's and a strong proletariat, but was instead a remote African country. As if the armed struggle of the Basques in the ETA was not characterized by tightly interwoven national and social objectives, but was some kind of a risorgimento. As if the Irish guerrillas of the IRA were not acting against occupation by democratic England, but against Portuguese colonialism. What is unacceptable for imperialism is that the class struggle assumes an armed character even in its citadels, that even if a minority, significant sectors of the population do not accept the norms of the democratic game. Years of democratic normality have also served to promote the prejudice according to which the proletariat is allowed to have recourse to violence only in defense against fascist and reactionary attacks, almost as if the proletariat must always wait for a coup attempt in order to liberate itself from capitalist exploitation. But if you are surprised by the fact that the armed struggle is now able to develop in a full democracy, even in Europe, even in Italy, this simply means that you have not learned the lessons of history and don't want to learn from life, that you see the 1917 insurrection in Russia or the People's War in China as special cases. Since the March 1871 insurrection of the Paris Commune, those who wish to be Marxist know that there can be no emancipation for the proletariat absent the violent shattering of the bourgeois state machine. How this shattering can take place excluding recourse to the criticism of weapons has not been and cannot be demonstrated. To the contrary, the historical experience of more than a century of class struggle has confirmed that the victory of the proletariat, the violent shattering of the bourgeois state machine, always occurs through recourse to arms. It is obvious that the bourgeoisie, dressed up like a lamb to curse terrorism, is building up its own instruments of counter-revolutionary coercion in the name of democracy. The problem is other than that for those who want to be Marxists, Leninists, Maoists. Armed struggle is enough? Analyzing the Red Brigade's phenomena by the yardstick of the rhetorical question who benefits, is of no use, or it is used to prove everything and nothing. They are in the service of the CIA against the PCI, they are in the service of the KGB against the DC, they are in the service of the CIA and the KGB against the PCI and the DC, they are in the service of Chinese intelligence against. However, there is a solution to all this, because one possibility has been left out, that the BR is a guerrilla organization which is fighting for socialism, like the Argentine ERP or the Uruguayan MLN Tupamaros. With a single measure of logic and practice, starting from such a premise, avoiding other matters and limited to analyzing the practice and program of the BR, in the light of one consideration, that just as for the proletariat the criticism of weapons is necessary but not sufficient in order to smash the bourgeois state machine, for an organization which aspires to be revolutionary the armed struggle by itself does not constitute a guarantee of the correctness of its practice and program. If the seizure of power by armed force, the settlement of the issue by war, is the central task and the highest form of revolution, 105 this does not mean flattening the dialectic between the party which commands the gun and the army with which it can transform the entire world. Much less does it mean equating or confusing war with politics, for one must never permit the gun to command the party. 106. Asserting the omnipotence of revolutionary war does not mean reducing the entire surrounding reality to the principal form of struggle and to the principal form of organization, or else one runs a serious risk of simplifying the problems of revolutionary theory and revolutionary strategy, reducing them to an impoverished discrimination which is precisely that of a criticism with weapons without the weapon of criticism. From this perspective, one cannot agree with what the BR said in their first interview document, in September 1971, 1 year after their founding. The origin of the retreat of the communist parties into the social democratic degeneration is to be found in the inability of their organizations to cope with the levels of military conflict which the bourgeoisie progressively imposes on the working class movement. It is not the betrayal of the leadership as much as the structural inadequacy of the weapon they use, that is, their organization, which is at the root of it all. 107. It is going too far to reduce the origins of revisionism to organizational incapacity and inadequacy. That underestimates the gravity of the poisonous activity of revisionism in the ranks of the proletariat and misrepresents the nature of its policies. Two errors of judgment which the BR seems to be fully committed to in their second interview document of March 1973, when they state that, the Communist Party is a great democratic force that overall pursues a strategy exactly opposed to ours. It does not seem useful, nor important to continue to attack it with volleys of words. We are convinced that to the degree that the line of resistance, of proletarian power and armed struggle, consolidates itself politically and organizationally in the workers' movement, the communist elements that still believe in that party will certainly know how to make their choices. 108. Believing that the armed struggle by itself can determine a positive outcome for contradictions is erroneous because it is one-sided, because, the party of the proletariat can never regard guerrilla warfare as the only, or even as the chief, method of struggle. It means that this method must be ennobled by the enlightening and organizing influence of Socialism 109. Even in May 1974, during the detention of Sassi in an interview published by El Espresso, the BR reiterated their position: "We are heading for a radicalization of the political and social struggle, and we believe that with the progress of this struggle the left will inevitably undergo a process of polarization in which the decisive criterion will be the position on armed struggle. The PCI, or at least its communist soul, will also be caught up in this process." 110. Certainly, the judgment of the BR on revisionism is off-center, linked to a dated vision from the upswing period of the capitalist cycle in Italy, after the Second Imperialist World War, when the counter-revolutionary function of the PCI was based on integrating workers' struggles and demands within the restart of the accumulation mechanism, an integration which could be accomplished in part due to the relative concessions of the employers. It is no coincidence that since their inception the BR have referred to forces that since 1945 were always on the margins of the official lines of the communist workers' movement, yet which always expressed the continuity of the revolutionary impulse. 111. Even though they progressively abandoned their view of the PCI as a great democratic force, the BR does not seem to have gone further than a summary classification of local revisionists, branded as traitors or accomplices or informers. A clear assessment of the PCI as a protagonist alongside the DC in the process of imperialist restructuring in our country, with the specific role of ensuring a social consensus for this process among the stable or secure layers of the working class, in return for no more, at the end of the day, than to join the legion of victims of restructuring. Such an assessment has not been put forth by the BR, which instead prefers to speak of the turning 113 of the PCI. To be honest, this seems inadequate, especially considering the greater extent of the BR analysis on the counter-revolutionary leadership role exercised by the DC in the ongoing process of imperialist restructuring in our country. An analysis, which precisely because it lacks an equally thorough discussion of the role of the revisionist subordinate, but that does not mean insubstantial, cannot provide a complete picture of the Italian situation. Crisis and Revolution. In the resolution of the Strategic Directorate from February of this year, distributed to the newspapers during the Moro affair, echoing some of their earlier analysis, 114, the BR affirms that the current economic crisis, affecting the entire imperialist system, is a crisis of the absolute overproduction of capital in relation to the entire Western capitalist territory. The means by which imperialism historically has always resolved its periodic crises of overproduction is war. In fact, more than anything else, war allows the victorious imperialist powers to expand their productive base at the expense of the defeated, but mainly, war means the destruction of capital, commodities, and labor power, thereby allowing the economic cycle to resume for a considerable period of time. For imperialism in this stage, the recurrent drama of capitalist production plays out once again: territorial expansion in order to expand its productive base. 115. This is, as you can see, a correct summary of the crisis, its cause, and the way out, that draws closely on the theses of Marx and Lenin, which, notwithstanding the fuss about the crisis of Marxism, retain their relevance intact. But how can they state, after having made such a correct assessment, that this expansion can take place only in the space of social imperialism? 116. Perhaps they think that Russian social imperialism is not experiencing a crisis comparable to that of Western imperialism, that the USSR is less of a warmonger than the United States? In what sense has it been established which of the two superpowers might trigger war? The USSR and the USA pose the same danger, therefore the two superpowers are the main and greatest enemies of the peoples. That is why, one must never rely on one imperialism to fight or escape from the other. 117. In this regard, one recalls the perplexing observation which the BR made in their balance sheet of the Sassi affair, regarding the Cuban refusal to welcome, were they to be liberated, the prisoners they had demanded in exchange for the release of Sassi. the refusal of Cuba to grant political asylum to the eight must be interpreted as a general refusal of the entire social imperialist area and of the non-aligned countries to accept the development of an armed revolutionary process in Europe, which threatens the balance of power between the two great power blocs, the USA and the USSR. 118. A story, like the one cited above, of the inevitability of direct confrontation between the US and the USSR seems to us to be decidedly one-sided, especially as it is accompanied by a conclusion that the crisis which imperialism is currently experiencing is irreversible. 119. Judging the current crisis to be irreversible, in fact, means denying that imperialism even now can defeat and co-opt the class struggle. It means considering socialism to be inevitable rather than possible. Demonstrating a conception scarcely compatible with dialectical materialism, in which the hypothesis of total control by the centers of multinational capital and the proletariat being definitively subjugated similarly has no place. 120. From a more general point of view, one can say that the BR stretches the Leninist thesis according to which so long as private property in the means of production exists, imperialist war is absolutely inevitable. 121. As well as the Maoist thesis according to which there are only two possibilities, one in which war provokes revolution, the other in which revolution prevents war. It is in fact only following from such a stretching that they now affirm that with direct confrontation between the US and the USSR as the historical perspective which monopoly capital promises to itself and to the revolutionary movement in the short term, it is consequently the third imperialist world war or class war in the imperialist metropoles which is indicated as a tactical directive. 122. Does monopoly capital really promise in the short-term future a direct confrontation between the US and the USSR? On the contrary, real life seems to indicate that in the short, and even perhaps in the medium term, we will see a multifaceted indirect confrontation between the US and the USSR, and that, therefore, proposing now, as a directive, even more so as a tactical one, class war in the imperialist metropole, means to ignore that war can never be separated even for a moment from the political. 123. Because it is the continuation of the political. In fact, although in general it is correct to say that in the crisis which precedes the war, the balance of power is strategically favorable to revolution, 124, that does not exempt one from having to make a concrete analysis of the concrete situation, which is to say an analysis of the form and timeline of this crisis. Otherwise, based only on a catchphrase of Lenin's, you are carried away by analogy and arrive at the incorrect assertion that for the bourgeoisie the problem of war is determined by the need to transform civil war into imperialist war and in so doing defeat the revolution. 125. Quantity and quality. The BR say in their February resolution, every phenomenon is transformed in the course of its development. This transformation is not only quantitative but also qualitative. This is a general law of dialectical materialism, and therefore it also applies to the guerrilla and its methods of struggle. Initially and out of necessity we operated in small units and carried out small actions. Then, with the growing strength and rootedness of the guerrilla, we moved to more complex actions, while more units were always simultaneously carrying out small actions. Next, the guerrilla shifted to campaigns, which is to say the same line of combat implemented simultaneously in multiple centers. Developing the revolutionary initiative for the political and military disarticulation of this apparatus entails adopting new forms of struggle which prefigure and bring to life, today, the fundamental aspect of the generalized civil war, the annihilation of the imperialist forces. 126. This is how the BR justifies the transition of the guerrilla from the phase of armed propaganda to that of real civil war. But is it sufficient to point out that according to official data, more than 2,000 offensive actions were carried out in 77 alone, and in the single month of January 78, more than 350, in order to assert that, it seems hardly inappropriate to speak of a creeping civil war. 127. But are more than 2,000 offensive actions enough to change the assessment made by the BR, in the April 1975 resolution of the Strategic Directorate, on the importance of rooting the organization of the armed struggle and the political consciousness of its historical necessity in the class movement on the grounds that the level of conflict proper to this period remains that of armed propaganda. 128 Can you really believe that we are already in the stage to dismember and destroy, through armed struggle, the bureaucratic and military machine of the state? 129. Certainly one can declare a civil war. But such a declaration does not alter the fact that the domestic and international situation is characterized, currently, by the retreat of the proletariat and the people, faced with the initiative of imperialism and social imperialism. We are not presently in a stage in which the proletariat cannot live as it has before and the bourgeoisie cannot govern in the old way, and it is therefore profoundly mistaken to believe that a working class on the defensive can engage in a civil war, however warlike and protracted it might be. If it is in fact true that an insurrection with which all sections of the people sympathize will never happen, in the class struggle all the middle sections will never group themselves around the proletariat so exclusively that the reactionary parties gathered around the bourgeoisie well nigh disappear. 130 It is no less important that this insurrection and war should not be launched until the bourgeoisie becomes really helpless, until the majority of the proletariat are determined to rise in arms and fight. 131. And currently the bourgeoisie is not really helpless and the majority of the proletariat is not determined to rise in arms and fight. The quantitative change has not transformed into a qualitative change. Overlooking this essential fact, abandoning the weapon of criticism in the analysis of the international and domestic situation, inevitably means moving in a military-political instead of a politico-military direction, which means allowing the gun to command the party. It is not sufficient to denounce the Third International schema of armed wing/insurrection as superseded in order to resolve the problem of revolutionary theory and practice. The urban guerrilla by itself does not resolve the contradiction between relative surplus labor, which the crisis of imperialism increases and stabilizes, and the employed workers, more blackmailed and therefore more exploited. The urban guerrilla by itself does not resolve the contradiction between the communist vanguard and the proletarian movement. The urban guerrilla by itself does not determine the construction of the proletarian party. It is the political line which decides everything, and therefore it is politics which must be in command. And what is the political line which now advocates transition from armed propaganda to real civil war in Italy? On the basis of an analysis we have attempted to critique if it is not a militarist line. There is little point in referring to a dialectic between the class movement and the fighting vanguard, if this dialectic is unipolar, if it revolves exclusively around the initiative of the fighting vanguard against the most complete manifestations of the imperialist plan of counter-revolutionary restructuring. To really be, in fact, a revolutionary vanguard which wants to act as a party, one must assume all the leadership tasks of the class movement. You cannot be limited to taking the confrontation to the highest level by accepting only the governing contradictions. As the BR said in their resolution of April 1975, it is unthinkable and, above all, impossible to organize this multiplicity of levels of consciousness on the terrain of armed struggle. Be it because this terrain, while it is strategic, is not yet the main one, be it because the nucleus which builds the fighting party, that is the BR, certainly has not achieved the political, military, and organizational skills needed for this purpose. 132. It is perfectly clear that, as far as the BR is concerned, this conclusion is no longer correct, but it is equally clear that the BR cannot deliver from the same point of view unless one accepts a cheap appeal to a mechanical conception of dialectical materialism, arriving at the idea that a real civil war and a fighting party can be born from more than 2,000 actions. The corpse of Moro. We do not intend, at the conclusion of this brief note on the BR, to engage in a discussion of the Moro affair. We will save that for a forthcoming and more extensive treatment. We would just like to note that the conclusion that the BR gave to the Moro affair expresses a distorted conception of the omnipotence of war, one not lacking in stark internal contradictions among other things. Aldo Moro, any other considerations notwithstanding, insofar as he was a political prisoner, should not have been executed. By executing him, the BR has demonstrated that it assigns a formal value to its own statements. And this is absolutely inconceivable for an organization which claims to be communist. It is inconceivable to be guided by a logic of consistency rather than of proletarian politics. In May 1974, in drawing a balance sheet of the Saucy affair, the BR affirmed, having judged that executing Saucy in this period would have no doubt helped to resolve all contradictions in a rightward direction, the only responsible political choice left was to free him. A choice which ultimately would have increased the long-term political effects of the action. A choice which in addition, would have shown in a striking way how the law is a class reality, an instrument for the defense of the interests of the dominant class. 133. For the same reasons, the only politically responsible action would have been to free Moro. But that was not done because the same logic prevailed here which resulted in the BR considering the transition from armed propaganda to real civil war to be mature. Because the same mechanical conception of dialectical materialism prevails which leads the BR to believe that the crisis of imperialism is irreversible. May 1978. The BR emerged and developed in a period of working-class offensive. Out of that struggle we interpreted the inherent revolutionary and power-seizing content and translated it into our politico-military strategy. The central subject upon which we based our program was the working class. The point when the wind changed and the boss's counter-offensive began also made everything more difficult for us. The attack on the heart of the state was a necessary transition to deal with the escalation of the confrontation beyond the factory gates, a terrain which was no longer sufficient to further continue the offensive. But it is completely obvious that with our main point of reference, the working class, pushed back on the defensive, the armed struggle was cut off from one of its fundamental preconditions. Paradoxically, in the years following the spring campaign against Christian democracy, we were much stronger numerically and militarily but much weaker in political terms. This was reflected organizationally in various splits, the Walter Alasia column in Milan and the guerrilla party in Naples. Splits precipitated by harsh criticism from our imprisoned comrades, who had little patience for our difficulties in confronting the new stage of struggle which they misinterpreted as being favorable to organizing the masses on the terrain of the armed struggle. In 1982 we kidnapped the American General Dozier. The terrain of war on imperialist war seemed to us to be ideal for retaking the initiative on a terrain that could give oxygen to a movement on the defensive and which had experienced the capitulation of all its strongholds. The result was disastrous. Not only was our prisoner rescued but it was the beginning of a period in which torture went from being occasionally to systematically employed. This tool of coercion exposed our political crisis. The symbolic damage caused by the traitors was added to the organizational damage from the information extracted. Real state terror and political disgrace, a fatal mix. Barbara Balzerani. Appendix, partial list of actions in Europe following the death night in Stamheim. It was no mere surge of solidarity, or even an expression of democratic horror and outrage, that confronted the final solution carried out by the German government. On the contrary, the essential character of the offensive response is that of a shared recognition of the imperialist bourgeoisie and of its German section as the principal enemy of the entire metropolitan proletariat and of its liberation struggle for a communist society. Red Brigades. On September 5, 1977, in the context of a bitter struggle to free prisoners from its organization that had already seen deaths on both sides, the Red Army faction kidnapped Hans-Martin Schleyer, a former member of the Nazi SS and one of the FRG's leading businessmen. The guerrillas demanded the release of 11 prisoners, including those founding members housed at the infamous Stamheim high-security prison. With the FRG under effective martial law and with negotiations going nowhere, on October 13 the four-person PFLPEO group calling itself the Struggle Against World Imperialism organization hijacked a Lufthansa airliner en route from Majorca to Paris. The hijackers issued a communiqué explaining their action was meant to reinforce the demands of the RAF. The plane would eventually make its way to Mogadishu as the guerrillas awaited the response of the FRG government. On October 17, the FRG's counter-guerrilla unit, the GSG-9, stormed the jetliner in Mogadishu, killing 3 of the 4 hijackers. The next morning the West German government announced the suicides of Red Army faction prisoners Gudrun Inslen and Andreas Bader at Stammheim prison, and the attempted suicides of RAF prisoners Jan Karl Rasp and Irmgard Mahler. Rasp died of his wounds soon after, however Mahler recovered and would always claim that there were no suicides but that the prisoners had been attacked and killed, presumably by state agents. At the time, throughout the left internationally, the prevailing view was that the FRG has assassinated the imprisoned guerrillas. For its part, the RAF on October 19 issued a communiqué announcing that Hans-Martin Schleyer had been executed. Following the death night at Stammheim, there was an eruption of attacks in solidarity with the RAF and against targets linked to the FRG. The following partial list is adapted from the one that appeared in Opusculo BRN.4 Atticare, Colpire, Liquidare e Disperdir la DC. For more information on the Red Army faction and the events of 1977, see J. Smith and André Moncourt's The Red Army Faction, A Documentary History, Volume 1, Projectiles for the People. Paris, multiple buses and the corporate offices of the German firm Kibo are firebombed, street clashes, bomb attacks on different German car dealerships, and against the German-French bank. Nice, German bus set on fire. Nancy, the German Cultural Center is firebombed. Limoges, Mercedes dealership firebombed. Montauban, bombing. Port Marly, bombing claimed by NAPAP. Marseille, Molotov attack on police vehicle. Nantes, Mercedes dealership is firebombed. Poitiers, street clashes. Strasbourg, German buses set on fire. Toulouse, plastic explosive charges set off against German cars and the German consulate. Berlin, firebomb attacks on SPD offices and a bank. A flyer claiming responsibility expresses support for the RAF. Cologne, sabotage at Ford, significant damage. Amsterdam, street clashes, Molotov attack on the FRG consulate. Maastricht, German consulate destroyed, street clashes. San Sebastian, German consulate firebombed. Athens, serious street battles, bomb attack against AEG, a comrade is killed by police. Recall that Crete functioned as a support base for GSG-9. Istanbul, FRG embassy destroyed by firebombs, arson attack on FRG consulate, FRG cultural center attacked with Molotovs. Rome, street battles in the vicinity of the FRG embassy. Milan, street clashes, bomb attacks on Siemens and BMW. Turin, bomb attacks on BMW and Volkswagen offices, claimed by Revolutionary Action. Bologna, bomb attack on Volkswagen, street clashes. Siena, bomb attacks on offices of FRG car companies. Livorno, bomb attack claimed by fighters for communism. Venice, firebombing of German consulate. Genoa, street battles, bomb attacks on multiple offices of German car companies. Santa Margherita, car belonging to a German journalist chucked into the sea. Dalmine, Carabinieri barracks machine-gunned. Rome, street battles on San Lorenzo and around a university. Attempt to storm PS barracks, gun battles between police and demonstrators. Arson attacks on a range of targets, including buses and German corporate offices. Iberia, revolutionary communique inserted into 95 INPS telex terminals, declaring solidarity with the RAF. The assassination of Comrade Bader and the other revolutionary militants of the RAF by West German imperialism is a tragic confirmation of the false and illusory character of democracy. The proletarian revolution does not mourn its martyrs but celebrates them through renewed commitment in the area of revolutionary preparation and the struggle of its militants. Florence, firebomb attacks on Telefunken and buses. Padua, firebomb attacks on the offices of BMW and against the Italian-German Cultural Association. Saronno, gunfire and Molotovs against the offices of BMW. Trento, huge slogans painted, Reading 10, 100, 1000 Schleiers. Bomb attack on German car dealership. La Spezia, firebomb attack on the offices of Otto Mellera, licensed by Krauss Maffei to build the Leopard tank. Abenoterm, 2 buses torched. Padua, bomb attacks against Singer outlet and against prison administration. Florence, German manufacturer Grundig and multiple offices of car companies are firebombed. Rome, bomb attack on German Catholic school. Vibo Vallon, German-owned gas station bombed. Vicenza, car dealership attacked with Molotovs and explosives. Milan, serious street clashes and attempts to storm the German consulate, gunfire against armored police vehicles. Grundig, Gestetner, and a German school are firebombed. Street clashes against fees of the Milan Public Transit Company. Attack on the Ecuadorian consulate. 134 Attack on TWA property. Bombing of a Mercedes dealership. Dianomarina, German bus torched. Imperia, bombing of a German office. Bolzano, black powder bomb detonated against German bus. Colliery, car of German NCO serving at the Decimo Manu NATO base damaged and German military cars attacked with Molotovs. Sassari, bomb destroys BMW branch. Vicenza, Molotov attack on Grundig laboratory. Reggio Emilia, bomb attack on Volkswagen. Naples, street clashes, bomb attacks on a German car dealership and 2 DC offices. Milan, DC council member Arianti shot 8 times in the legs by the BR. Street clashes and Molotov attack on German club. Brescia, bomb placed at Mercedes branch office, PS officer injured attempting to defuse it. Bolzano, bus bombed. Rome, Ecuador travel agency bombed in reaction to the Ecuadorian military regime's massacre of workers. Trieste, Molotov attacks on 3 DC offices against Grundig and against the homes of fascists. German military cars firebombed, street clashes. Palermo, street clashes, bomb attacks on Volkswagen dealership and an electrical box of Cementeria Siciliana. Como, bomb attack on Audi dealership. Dianomarina, Grundig office destroyed. Turin, BR shoots DC councilman Caucazzolo in the leg 6 times outside his home. Trento, bomb attacks on Audi and Volkswagen dealerships, Molotov against the home of a German industrialist. Bergamo, DC leader attacked. Varese, Molotovs against German offices and against Fischer. Rome, Molotov attack on Volkswagen dealership. Potenza, Molotov attacks on cars and homes of DC leaders. Firenze, serious street clashes, PS cars torched, bomb attacks on Carabinieri barracks and MSI office. Pistoia, bomb attack on BMW dealership. Rome, bomb attack on German car dealership, cars of 3 DC leaders destroyed. Palermo, bomb attack on SIP switchboard. Massa, the car belonging to a DC council member is destroyed. Turin, militant Rocco Sarcone killed while preparing explosives for an attack on a German target.